Chapter 826. Bailey Yuanlong's letter mentioned Gu Beiyue's whereabouts, but didn't mention the specifics. He wanted Long Feiyi to return to the army as soon as possible to preside over the situation. With news of Gu Beiyue, that meant Gu Beiyue wasn't dead. However, Long Feiyi didn't feel happy at all after reading the letter. Instead, his gaze turned complicated. Bailey Yuanlong was far away on the battlefield, and Gu Beiyue had fallen into the abyss of the poison sect's forbidden grounds. He'd sent countless people to search for Gu Beiyue, but there was no news. How did Bailey Yuanlong know of Gu Beiyue's whereabouts? Was this news true? Or fake? Moreover, the letter didn't mention a single word. What did Bailey Yuanlong mean by this? Did this look like a report to him? This was clearly a threat. Long Feiyi knew full well how much the merfolk hated Western Qin's imperial clan. How many of their clansmen had the Bai clan sacrificed during the floods in the south to stop the river from overflowing again and again? The Bai clan members who'd sacrificed themselves couldn't even leave behind their names. Even the good deeds they'd done for the people were unknown to this day. This was because the Bai clan had to guard the secret of the merfolk. The merfolk dove into the water and risked their lives to stop the river from overflowing again and again, but no one on the shore knew. Their corpses sank to the bottom of the sandy river without a sound. The Bai clan had sacrificed so much, but Western Qin's emperor had actually started a war during the floods. He'd even mobilized the flood troops to attack East Qin's troop. If this could be tolerated, what else could not be? Perhaps the merfolk hated Western Qin even more than East Qin. Thus, Bailey Yuanlong had resolutely defied his ancestors' teachings and revealed the secret of the Bai clan being merfolk. He refused to conceal his identity. After Han Yunxi's identity was exposed, Long Feiyi wasn't most wary of the Tang clan or the Shadow Guard, but Bailey Yuanlong and his merfolk army. Bailey Yuanlong had a large army in his hands. Once he learned of the truth, the consequences would be unimaginable for even Long Feiyi. After hesitating for a while, Long Feiyi ordered someone to deliver a letter to Gu. Then, he resolutely changed his route and headed straight for the battlefield. Gu had just reached Tianning's capital when he received Long Feiyi's letter. At this moment, he was like a cheetah in the night, lurking near the palace with his eyes narrowed, ready to pounce on his prey at any moment. "Qi brother, are you sure that Han Yunxi is in the palace?" Mu Ling looked anxious. The imperial palace was the most heavily guarded and had the most traps. If he acted rashly without investigating thoroughly, the losses would outweigh the gains. God knows how many traps Ning Qing had set for them. "Don't make a fuss. Move aside, you're in the way. I don't have time to save you." Gu waved his hand impatiently. It was obvious that he wanted to get rid of Mu Ling. Mu Ling's skin had long been thickened and her heart hardened. She didn't mind his disdain. "Qi brother, let's talk about this properly, all right?" Mu Ling grabbed Gu's hand and yanked him off the wall. Ever since they left the poison sect's abyss and heard that Han Yunxi was in trouble, Qi brother had been running all the way here. He hadn't even given the matter a second thought. Gu's gaze turned cold. If this was the past, Mu Ling would have been scared stiff long ago. But now, she wasn't afraid even if he really wanted to kill her. "Scram," he said coldly. "Why are you looking for Han Yunxi? She's the princess of Western Qin. What can Ning Qing do to her when he kidnaps her? He might as well worship her like a bodhisattva." Mu Ling pursed her lips. "Qi brother, you can't be thinking of helping Long Feiyi kidnap the princess of Western Qin, right?" Gu finally calmed down. He suddenly realized that he didn't know why he was looking for Poison Lass either. She was the princess of Western Qin. Ning Qing had saved her from Long Feiyi, not kidnap her. What about him? Could he still take her to the ends of the world? He had lied to her about Mute Granny. He was Long Feiyi's accomplice. "Qi brother, the Duke of Qin might have sent people to keep an eye on you," Mu Ling added. Gu's face paled. Mu Ling was about to speak when Gu suddenly roared, Shut up! So saying, he leapt over the palace walls and slipped inside. He was going to apologize for mute Granny. Chi brother, calm down. Mu Ling chased after him. It was late at night. Bai Yuqiao and Bai Yanqing had just arrived at the imperial city. Ningen came out to receive them and arranged for them to stay in the palace. Bai Yanqing hid her identity and pretended to be Jun Yixie's subordinate, Uncle Bai. Once Ningen left, Bai Yanqing said in a low voice, "Pack up. We'll go see the princess immediately." "Master." Bai Yuqiao had just spoken when Bai Yanqing glared at her. She then realized that the walls had ears. She quickly changed her words. "Uncle Bai, the princess is already asleep. It's not appropriate to disturb her so late at night." Old Man was entrusted by Master to give the imperial jade seal to the princess as soon as he arrived at the imperial city. "I'm sure the princess knows Master's sincerity and won't blame him," Bai Yanqing said. Bai Yuqiao understood that Master was doing this to express his loyalty. After she packed up, she sent someone to inform Ningen. How could Han Yunxi fall asleep at this time? She was in the secret room behind the tea room, waiting for Ning Qing to meet Bai Yuqiao and Uncle Bai. She had been waiting all night. These days, she had to stay in this secret room and couldn't go out. She originally wanted to cultivate the third stage of the poison storage space, but unfortunately, she couldn't calm down. Soon, Ning Qing met Bai Yuqiao and his disciple. "Master Ning, sorry for the disrespect." Bai Yuqiao was very enthusiastic, but Bai Yanqing didn't say a word. Ning Qing only nodded to Bai Yuqiao. He looked at Bai Yanqing. "This is Uncle Bai?" "Yes, I pay my respects to Master Ning." Bai Yanqing cupped his fists and bowed, calm and composed. "When will Jun Yixie come?" Ning Qing asked. "My master has already negotiated with the Winter Crow tribe's chief. He should be leaving for the country in a few days. The number of warhorses he brought back will definitely satisfy Master Ning," Bai Yanqing said. Ning Qing asked, "How many?" "He will bring them back in 3 batches, no less than 30,000 in each batch." Bai Yanqing was calm and collected, but when he said this number, he couldn't hide his pride. Ning Qing's heart skipped a beat. He remembered Han Yunxi's warning. Sure enough, Northern Li's cavalry couldn't be ignored. With these 3 batches of warhorses and Northern Li's original cavalry, 100,000 cavalry was more than enough. The Ning family army and Long Fei Yi were fighting to the death, but in the end, Jun Yixie was the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Ning Qing's first thought was to stop the war. Only by stopping the war with East Qin could he preserve his strength. He had to first expose the Wind Clan's scheme and remove the threat of the Wind Clan. Otherwise, the world would fall into the Wind Clan's hands and everyone would become their dowry. At the very least, he had to drag it out. He had to drag it out until Northern Li's cavalry could fight alongside the Ning family army. This way, he could use the Wind Clan to restrain them. He never thought that he would have to rely on Long Fei Ye's troops to deal with the Wind Clan. Ning Qing's lips unconsciously curled into a self-deprecating smile. Pledging loyalty was his destiny and restoring his country was his mission. He couldn't escape the word, destiny. As for the word destiny, he had never thought about it and didn't dare think about it. The path of loyalty was too lonely for him to walk on. "Very good." Ning Qing forced out a smile. "How long will it take for the first batch of warhorses to enter the battlefield?" "From Winter Crow country to Northern Li, then from Northern Li to the south. The warhorses will need to rest before the war, around a month and a half." Bai Yanqing replied. "Don't they need to be trained?" Ning Qing asked in confusion. "No need, my master has convinced the Winter Crow country's horse trainer. A single horse trainer can command 10,000 warhorses." Bai Yanqing couldn't hide his pride. Jun Yixie had truly exceeded his expectations this time. Jun Yixie is quite skilled." Ning Qing asked. "What about the second and third batches? When will they arrive?" He had to ask clearly in case Bai Yanqing kept the second and third batches of warhorses to deal with him. That's hard to say. It depends on the road conditions. In another month, it will snow in the north. Bai Yanqing gave a reasonable answer. Ning Qing became even more vigilant. He was glad that Han Yunshi had warned him of the Feng clan's disloyalty. He didn't express his opinion and changed the topic. Where is the Imperial Jade Seal? Of course I brought it, but… Bai Yanqing was very polite. It's already so late. I wonder if it's convenient for Her Highness to receive you? What he meant was that he wouldn't hand over the Imperial Jade Seal until he saw Han Yunshi. Ning Qing sighed, then said indifferently, "The princess is not in my hands." What? Bai Yanqing was shocked. Bai Yuqiao was very surprised. How can that be? They'd gotten news from Medicine City that Medical City had been sealed off for days. It was obvious that Han Yunshi had been kidnapped, while Ning Qing was in Medical City. If he wasn't the culprit, who else could it be? Han Yunshi is indeed not in Medical City. Not only is Long Fei Yi looking for her, but so am I. Could it be? Ning Qing started to speak, but paused. Bai Yuqiao couldn't help but ask, "Who do you suspect?" "One person." Ning Qing was still hesitating. Bai Yanqing grew anxious. "Who?" "A member of the Shadow Clan," Ning Qing said coldly. Chu Qingga confessed before she died that Gu Beiwei was a descendant of the Shadow Clan. The medical academy said that Gu Beiwei was in closed-door cultivation. Could it be him? No way. Bai Yuqiao denied immediately. Bai Yanqing gave her an unhappy look. He could guess that Ning Qing would find out Gu Beiwei's identity from the Chu clan, but never expected that Han Yunshi wasn't in Ning Qing's hands. Had he made the right choice this time, or had he made a mistake? "How can you be so sure?" Ning Qing asked immediately. Bai Yuqiao was quick-witted enough to answer. Gu Beiwei was in closed-door cultivation long before the princess went missing. How could he know of her identity? Moreover, even if he did, why did he kidnap the princess? He should have brought her to you instead. Ning Qing laughed coldly in his heart. He stroked his smooth chin thoughtfully. "The only thing we can do now is to search for the princess. I'll have to ask old Bai to personally oversee the battlefield. Finding the princess is the most important thing, but…" Bai Yanqing's expression was serious. "But old man has the heart but not the strength. Leaving aside old man, even my master wouldn't be able to defeat the East Qin army with just the Chimanduanjia." Bai Yanqing was of course afraid that Ning Qing would send him to the battlefield and leave Bai Yuqiao behind. Moreover, the Wind Clan's Chimanduanjia formation required enough troop. With Ning Qing's current troops and the Wind Clan's formation, they could only fight evenly with the East Qin army. It was impossible for them to fight back. Since Han Yunshi had gone missing, he had to find her first. He was not in a rush to make a move on the battlefield. If this continued, the Ning family army would suffer the greatest losses. When Jun Yixie's first batch of horses arrived, the northernly cavalry would be hard to dismount. Ning Qing would have no troops in his hands, so he wouldn't be able to control the situation. Bai Yanqing thought he had a good reason, but who would have thought that Ning Qing would say, Uncle Bai really knows how to joke. How could I let you fight 100 soldiers by yourself? I only need you to assist my Ning family army and temporarily stop the war. It won't be too late to raise morale after we find the princess." At this time, a guard's report came from outside the door. "Master, there's an assassin." Chapter 8:27. An assassin? A complicated look flashed past Ning Qing's eyes. Coldly, he asked, "What's going on?" "Reporting to Master, we discovered an assassin at Yanling Palace. It's just one person, and he's highly skilled in martial arts." The guard reported truthfully. Ning Qing looked at Bai Yanqing and discovered that Bai Yanqing was also looking at him. He sneered. "Another one sent by Long Fei Yi to kidnap the princess, right? Why does he believe that the princess is with me?" The word another let Ning An know that it was purposely said for Bai Yanqing to hear. After Ning Qing brought the princess back, it was the first time an assassin had broken in. Moreover, whether or not the assassin was targeting the princess was still to be investigated. Ning An hurriedly persuaded, clan head, the princess is clearly not in our palace. Why don't you make an announcement to reveal the truth? What if Long Feiyi released the news and slandered us? If the world doesn't know, they might really think that we've kidnapped the princess. Bai Yanqing smiled. That's not right. Even if the princess is in the hands of the Ning family, it's still the Ning family who saved the princess. What about kidnapping? The Long Feiyi can't slander the Ning family. Ning An smiled bitterly. Uncle Bai, gossip is a fearful thing. The Long Feiyi is very good at winning over people's hearts. If the world believes in the Long Feiyi, and we still haven't hung the Western Qin flag, the world will scold us for keeping the princess under house arrest and harboring evil intentions. Bai Yanqing smiled. You're worrying too much. Why don't we hang the flag first? If the imperial seal is placed on the flag, it will definitely convince people. Ning Qing immediately refused with a cold expression. Hanging the flag and placing the seal is the authority of the imperial family. The Di family and the Feng family don't have this right. Uncle Bai, this clan head will pretend that I didn't hear your words. Please don't speak nonsense again. Bai Yanqing could not refute. If he did, it would be the greatest disrespect to the royal family of Western Qin. He sneered in his heart. Ning Qing, this brat, would one day fall because of the word blind loyalty. Han Yunxi was hiding in the dark room, so she heard every word clearly. She was right. Ning Qing was not only a wolf, but a wolf as cunning as a fox. He and Ning An were able to use the unexpected assassin incident to their advantage. After hearing what they said, Bai Yanqing would be even more convinced that the Western Qin princess was not in Ning Qing's hands. Making Bai Yanqing believe them was the first step in exposing Bai Yanqing's scheme. After all, Ning Qing was more anxious than anyone else to hang up the Western Qin military flag. Bai Yanqing would never have thought that Ning Qing would be so calm on this matter. This time, Ning Qing was willing to let the child trap the wolf. Just as Han Yunxi let out a sigh of relief, a terrified cry almost made her heart stop beating. Master, Master, the assassin is Shao Qi from Medical City. He's coming to kill us. Gu. Han Yunxi's first thought was to rush out and see Gu. She wanted to follow him and let him take her to see Long Feiyi. Her body reacted faster than her brain, and she had already rushed to the stone door. However, Ning Qing's words made her stop abruptly and calm down. Ning Qing said, he came at the right time. This clan head will let him search however he wants. Otherwise, Medical City will misunderstand that our D clan is disrespectful to the princess. Ning Qing, this brat who had acted rashly in front of her several times, was able to calmly deal with all the unexpected situations. Han Yunxi silently leaned against the door and closed her eyes. She told herself, calm down. Once she went out, Bai Yanqing would definitely see through Ning Qing's lie. Not only would all their previous efforts be in vain, but the consequences would also be very terrible. Bai Yanqing had just said that Jun Yixie would bring back nearly 100,000 war horses. In other words, Bai Yanqing's forces were enough to drive straight down and destroy Ning Qing and Long Feiyi. At this moment, whether it was the princess of Western Qin or Han Yunxi herself, she had to calm down. As the princess of Western Qin, she had to protect Ning Qing. As Han Yunxi, she had to protect Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi and Ning Qing were facing the same enemy, the Feng clan. Besides, if she rushed out like this, what would Ning Qing think of her? Ning Qing would definitely see through her selfishness. With Gu's strength, how could he fight against Ning Qing's thousands of ambushes in the palace? She and Gu couldn't escape. Han Yunxi was actually not calm at all. She wanted to see Long Feiyi more than at this moment, but she gritted her teeth and endured. If two people loved each other for a long time, How could they be together day and night? However, Long Fei Yi, do you have feelings? Do you have feelings for each other? Even Gu Qishao is here, so where are you, Long Fei? Han Yunxi closed her eyes. Her eyebrows were full of fatigue. She had to feign civility with Ning Qing. Not only did she not arouse his suspicion, but she also had to find a way to delay him from personally leading the army. She had to rack her brains to come up with a plan to expose the Feng clan's conspiracy while hiding the black-clothed assassin's Tianshan swordsmanship. She had to take a risk and think of a way to do something to Long Zun's servant to send out the question she was obsessed with. How could she not be tired? In this world, who could she really trust? Gu Beiyue? When did the Shadow Clan's protection begin? Was it the first time he appeared in Tianqing, or even earlier? Gu Qishao? She had been so persistent in Medicine Ghost Valley, but hadn't she been fooled by Mute Granny in the end? Even if she was tired, Han Yunxi still stood straight and did not fall. Not for anything else, but because she was not only the princess of Western Qin, but also herself. She wanted the truth, she wanted an explanation. Only then could she make a choice that she would not regret. Han Yunxi, hang in there. Outside the secret chamber, before Gu could kill his way over, Ning Qing personally went over. Ning and chased after him, deliberately ignoring Bai Yanqing and Bai Yuqiao. The master and disciple naturally followed. As soon as Gu saw Ning Qing, he stabbed at him with his sword. Ning Qing also drew his sword to meet him. Hand over Han Yunxi, or I'll slaughter your entire palace. Gu was furious and could not keep his cool. Han Yunxi is not in my hands. Ning Qing did not budge an inch. If you want to slaughter my entire palace, you'll have to ask the sword in my hand first. Gu sneered but did not say anything. Ning Jing, your younger sister, admitted it herself. Han Yunxi was taken out of Medical City by you. Ningen was shocked. What did you do to Jing? Ning Qing was also shocked. When he left, Ning Jing and Tang Li were still in a cold war. What happened between the two of them? Gu directly ignored Ning An's question. He did not care about the relationship between Long Fei Yi and the Tang sect, or the relationship between Ning Jing and Tang Li. He only wanted Han Yunxi. A thorn seed shot out from the tip of his sword and fell at Ning Qing's feet. Ning Qing did not have time to escape and was instantly trapped by the wildly growing thorny vines. Gu's loose red robe fluttered wantonly in the wind. The thorny vines danced in the air, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Hand over Han Yunxi, or else this old man promises to tear you to pieces. Gu warned coldly. The hostility in his eyes was even more terrifying than when he faced Gu Yuntian. Ning Qing stood in place, not flustered at all. He was still as imposing as before. Cold as before, he said, Gu, if you kill me, Long Fei Yi will laugh. Think about it. Before Long Fei Yi finds out about Han Yunxi's background, how can he keep her by his side? I don't care. I only want Han Yunxi, Gu said angrily. No. If you want to kill me, then do whatever you want, Ning Qing said cold. Up until now, Bai Yanqing's gaze had never left Ning Qing. Uncle Bai, I'm afraid he really doesn't have her, Bai Yuqiao said in a low voice. Bai Yanqing responded in a low voice. Then who kidnapped her? Bai Yuqiao asked again. That's strange. We can't be sure, Bai Yanqing said in a low voice. Gu was a man of his words. Under his control, the thorny vines quickly bound Ning Qing tightly. Ning An's heart ached when he saw this. He hurriedly ordered, Someone, bring me the pearflower storm needles. Ning Qing spent a lot of effort to learn how to use the pearflower storm needles. However, he couldn't bear to use it even once. It was because he wanted to save the pearflower storm needles to kill Long Fei Yi personally on the battlefield. You're not allowed, Ning Qing said angrily. You'll die. Ningen was really anxious now. Ning Qing laughed out loud. Gu Qishao, think it over clearly. Even you want to be used by Long Fei Yi? No one knew what Gu was thinking. He looked at Ning Qing coldly, almost going crazy. At this moment, the guards escorted Mu Ling-er over. It turned out that after Mu Ling-er entered the palace, she didn't manage to catch up with Gu. She could only search for him in the palace. With Mu Ling-er's mediocre skills, how could she not be discovered? Ning-en was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he pulled out the guard's sword and pointed it at Mu Ling-er's heart. He angrily said, "Gu, let go of Ning-cheng. Otherwise, I'll kill her right now." Mu Ling-er originally wanted to say something, but when she heard this, she fell silent. She stared straight at Chi brother, not saying a word. Mu Ling-er originally feared Long Feiyi, but now, she hated Long Feiyi. In her opinion, Chi brother was being used by Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi was guarding Medical City by himself, but with one sentence, he provoked Chi brother and made him rush here day and night. Why didn't Chi brother listen to her advice? Han Yunxi was the princess of Western Qin, which meant that she was Ning Cheng's master. How could she be in danger? Why didn't Chi brother figure out the truth of the matter first before making a decision? Love could make people blind. How could she not be blind? She had clearly lost Chi brother, but she was stupid enough not to leave first. She was stupid enough to search all over the palace, hoping to help him find her. Chi-gij, Ling-er's life and death have finally fallen into your hands. Ling-er will wait. She will wait until you want Ling-er to live or die. In the face of Ning-an's threat, Gu didn't even look at her. All his attention was on Ning-cheng. It wasn't that he was stupid to listen to Long Feiyi. In this world, Ning-cheng was the most likely person to expose Han Yunxi. He had taken the initiative to expose his identity. If Han Yunxi was treated politely by Ning-cheng, she would have come out to see him, right? There were only two possibilities. Either Han Yunxi was really not here, or Han Yunxi was under house arrest. The D clan and the Nether clan had ulterior motives. Everyone assumed that Gu Qishao had lost his mind, but his heart was clearer than anyone else. He was testing Ning-cheng. Blood flowed out of the thorny vines. It was Ning-cheng's blood. Ning-en couldn't bear it anymore. "Gu, you'd better not regret this." As soon as she finished speaking, she stabbed Mu Ling-er's abdomen with her sword. Mu Ling-er was on the verge of tears from bravery. She ignored the sword on and continued to look at her Chi-gij with deep feelings. Umo said, "Yesterday's update made a mistake in the age of the Ning siblings. Here's a correction. Ning-cheng is Ning-an's eldest brother." Chapter 828. Life and death could be decided by a single thought. Gu was about to speak, but Ning-cheng beat him to it. "Ning-en, don't be impudent. Let her go, or you'll be punished according to the clan's laws." Ning-en stopped abruptly, almost unable to believe her ears. However, Ning-cheng even mentioned the clan's laws, so she had no choice but to stop. The thorny vines wrapped around Ning-cheng's body, and were still tightening. No one could see his body, only his blood flowing out from the gaps between the vines. Ning-an's heart was completely broken, and the scene from many years ago appeared in her mind again. It was Ning-cheng's third expedition. When he was carried back to the military camp, he was covered in blood. At that time, Ning-cheng was only 15 years old. At this moment, Ning-en suddenly wished that she was the older sister who could protect her younger brother. Blood was flowing, but Ning-cheng was indifferent. He said coldly, "Why aren't you letting her go?" The guard hurriedly let go. Mu Ling-er was safe and sound and regained her freedom. Gu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Gu, Han Yunxi is the princess of Western Qin and the master of my D clan. I want to know where she is more than you do, and I want to see her more than you do. I don't want to be your enemy. If it's possible, let's find her together," Ning-cheng said seriously. Gu didn't say a word, but Ning-cheng clearly felt the thorny vines on his body stop. The night was silent, but it couldn't compare to Gu's silence. He was silent for a very long time. Everything seemed to be still, and only Ning-cheng's blood was flowing. In the silence, Ning-cheng's firm voice sounded, "Gu, love is loyalty, it is submission. If you really like the princess, what's wrong with being with me? As soon as he finished speaking, the thorny vines on Ning Cheng's body withered and fell. Ning Cheng was covered in cuts and bruises, but his smile was especially brilliant. No one knew that this high and mighty man would have such a brilliant smile, enough to illuminate the darkness of the long night. He walked in front of Gu and extended his bloody hand, but Gu ignored him. I just want to find her. Inform me if you have any news. Send the letter to the Medicine Ghost Valley. Gu said and was about to leave. Ning stopped her. Ning Jing, what's going on? Long Fei Yi told me that Ning Jing confessed, but I don't know the details. Gu pulled Mu Linger and left without looking back. Master Ning, hurry up and treat your wounds. We'll talk about our business in detail tomorrow. There's no hurry. Bai Yanqing said. Ning Qing nodded and asked Ningen to send Bai Yanqing and his disciple back. Late at night, Ning Qing finished treating his wounds and went to see Han Yunxi. He told Han Yunxi everything. Han Yunxi let out a big sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Quick, send someone to look for him. Go to the restaurant, he'll go drink. Ning Qing smiled helplessly. Esteemed Wang Fei, are you still worried about this subordinate's work? This subordinate has sent someone to follow him. Gu should know the truth by now and is on his way back. Han Yunxi was overjoyed. With Gu's arrival, Ning Qing had turned a disaster into a blessing. They wanted to deal with Bai Yanqing. With Gu around, they would have an additional force. Seeing Ning Qing covered in cuts and bruises, Han Yunxi finally felt compassion for this man. This guy didn't have it easy either. At least his innocent feelings were all on Western Qin's side. That Uncle Bai must be Jun Yixie's master, a member of the Feng clan. Ning Qing said seriously. Han Yunxi nodded and said in a low voice, Since he's let down his guard and Gu is here, let's make our move tomorrow. How about it? Ning Qing had worked so hard tonight just to make Bai Yanqing trust them. As long as Bai Yanqing trusted them, he'd lower his guard and give them a chance. Ning Qing was silent. Han Yunxi anxiously said, We must do this as soon as possible. Ning Qing, every day you hesitate, Jun Yixie's warhorses will get closer to you. When the time comes, what will you use to fight them? Actually, Ning Qing had been putting on an act since he saw Bai Yanqing tonight. He and Han Yunxi had already discussed this beforehand. They would lure Bai Yuqiao and Uncle Bai here to lower his guard and find a chance to make their move. Ning Qing had enough men to trap Bai Yanqing and his disciple. No matter how strong Bai Yanqing's martial arts were, he wouldn't be able to defeat 1,000 archers lying in ambush in the palace. As for poisons, Han Yunxi had promised Ning Qing that he could leave it to her. After capturing Bai Yanqing, they would expose all of Bai Yanqing's schemes. It was too easy to expose Bai Yanqing's schemes. All they had to do was force him to use his poison arts and reveal his poison storage space. That would be enough to convince the world. The poison sect's descendant wasn't human. As a descendant of the poison sect, she was bound to be disloyal, wasn't she? As long as they handed Bai Yanqing over to the Northern Li Imperial clan, they would be able to restrain Jun Yixie. Han Yunxi had already learned about Northern Li's political situation from Long Fei Ye's spies. The Northern Li crown prince had been injured in Winter Crow Village and died on the way back. The second prince had died in Winter Crow Village as well. How could the Northern Dynasty's emperors trust Jun Yixie? Jun Yixie had so many warhorses. As long as the Northern Li Imperial clan didn't provide them with soldiers, it didn't matter how many warhorses they had. As long as they handed Bai Yanqing over to the Northern Dynasty's emperors, the Northern Dynasty's emperors would have enough capital to threaten Jun Yixie. As long as Jun Yixie fought with the Northern Li Imperial clan, he wouldn't have time to worry about the south. The Ning clan troops would have nothing to worry about. Everything was fine, but Ning Qing was hesitating. Princess, 100,000 iron horse cavalry is enough to flatten the central and southern regions. Ning Qing voiced his concerns. Ning Cheng's current forces weren't a match for the Long Fei Yi. Therefore, Ning Qing didn't want to expose Bai Yanqing so quickly. He only wanted to send Bai Yanqing back to the army to stall for time, so that he could think of a better way to make use of Jun Yixie's Iron Horse Cavalry. Han Yunshi sneered in her heart. How could Ning Qing not be tempted by 100,000 Iron Horse Cavalry? Ning Qing, I heard everything you said to him just now. That surnamed Bai will never leave Bai Yuqiao behind and return to the army alone. It's even more impossible for him to help you stop the war. If you insist, you'll only arouse his suspicion. Think about it carefully. But let me tell you, if you mess this up, you'll have to bear the consequences. Han Yunshi's voice was as cold as ice. Ning Qing finally lowered his head. This subordinate will listen to Princess's arrangements. After discussing all the details for the next day, Ning Qing went to check on all the ambushes before returning to the secret room. Han Yunshi didn't sleep. She leaned against the bed and closed her eyes to rest. Your Highness, everything has been arranged. Tomorrow we'll act according to the plan, Ning Qing said seriously. Is there anything else? Han Yunshi asked. Ning Qing shook his head. Han Yunshi didn't say anything else, thinking that he would leave. Who knew that Ning Qing wouldn't leave? Han Yunshi cast an interrogating gaze, but Ning Qing immediately avoided it. Gu will be here soon. This subordinate will wait for a while. Han Yunshi ignored him and continued to close her eyes to rest. At first, Ning Qing was drinking tea by himself, but gradually, he couldn't help but raise his head to look at Han Yunshi quietly. The candlelight flickered and it was quiet. It was only at this moment that Ning Qing's world was at peace. It was also only at this moment that Ning Qing could forget his identity, forget his responsibility, forget his hatred, and forget his ideals. Why didn't we meet earlier? Why didn't we never meet again? Why didn't we meet again in our next life? Why did we have to meet again in this life at this moment? Why did he only know who she was after he fell in love with her? Ning Qing retracted his gaze and looked at the palm of his left hand. The golden needle was hidden in his palm. It could be faintly seen through his skin. It was because of this needle that his left hand couldn't hold anything tightly. It was basically useless. Hiding it here, he wouldn't lose it. Not long after, Gu and Mu Ling arrived. Along the way, the guards had already explained everything to Gu and Mu Ling. He had been looking for his poison lass all over the world like a madman. But when she was standing in front of him, Gu just smiled foolishly. Before he found her, he was conflicted and didn't know how to face her. But now that he saw her, he didn't feel conflicted anymore. Everything didn't seem so important anymore. As long as she was safe and sound, she was his salvation. Poison lass. Gu wanted to say something but stopped. Such a flirtatious person, at this moment, was so silly that he looked adorable. We'll deal with Mute Granny another day, Han Yunshi said first. She didn't want Ning Qing to know too much. Gu saw the strange look in her eyes and immediately nodded. Deal. Chi brother, I'll help you deal with Bai first. You can do whatever you want. Mute Granny is? Ning Qing asked curiously. Master Ning doesn't need to worry about my and Poison Lass's private matters, Gu said unhappily. Ning Qing pretended that he didn't ask. He opened a map and began to explain their ambush in detail. Gu listened attentively. Han Yunshi saw Mu Ling-er's disappointed face and handed her a cup of tea. Younger sister Ling-er, drink a cup of tea to wake yourself up. Mu Ling-er jerked her head up and looked at Han Yunshi in disbelief. What did this woman just call her? As your older cousin, I have the duty to protect your safety. Stay here tomorrow and don't run around, understand? Han Yunshi said seriously. Mu Ling-er finally reacted. That's right, Lady Tianxin was Lady Lianxin, her aunt. Then Han Yunshi was her older cousin. You're my older cousin, older sister? You? Mu Ling-er blinked her big watery eyes and muttered to herself for a long time. She only came back to her senses when Han Yunshi handed her a cup of tea. She snorted disdainfully. Don't even think about controlling me. I'm not your biological older cousin. I'm definitely controlling you. Han Yunshi didn't hold back. Mu Ling sat to the side in a fit of pique and drank her tea. She and Han Yunshi always clashed head-on like this. They rarely huddled together like sisters and talked about everything. However, she knew that Han Yunshi treated her even better than a biological sister. However, it wasn't because of their sisterly relationship that she didn't resent Han Yunshi for taking away her Chi brother. She knew better than anyone that even without Han Yunshi, Chi brother wouldn't have fallen in love with her. The next morning, the entire palace was still immersed in sleep. Bai Yanqing woke up in a daze and immediately noticed that there were movements around him. He hurriedly got off the bed and hesitated for a moment before he directly broke through the roof tiles and rushed up to the sky. Bai Yuqiao, who was in the side room, was awakened and followed him out. However, in an instant, from all directions, from the lowest to the highest, there were a total of 10 circles of archers. Tens of thousands of arrows were fired at the same time, forcing the master and disciple to fall to the ground. Ning Qing, how dare you trick the old man? Bai Yanqing was furious. If he still didn't understand the truth, he should end his own life. Ning Qing didn't show up. Instead, he responded to Bai Yanqing with another round of fierce arrows. Little you Bai Yanqing said coldly. Bai Yuqiao immediately held his sword and blocked the arrows for his master. Bai Yanqing closed his eyes and looked up to feel the direction of the wind. In the dark, Ning Qing whispered, "Wind riding technique. He's going to poison us." "Don't be afraid of him," Han Yunshi snorted. Chapter 829. The movements of Bai Yanqing's hands revealed a strange and ancient aura. It was like a ritual of worship, but it also seemed like a technique. As his movements became faster and faster, Han Yunshi suddenly felt that the surrounding wind was gradually getting stronger. "It really is the Imperial Wind technique," Ning Qing whispered. The wind blew and the fog dispersed. It was impossible for Bai Yanqing to set up a poisonous fog here. Therefore, the fog was actually a cover. He was using the wind to poison them. Since Han Yunshi and Ning Qing decided to make a move, they must be very confident. Not to mention Bai Yanqing, even if the venerable one of Tianshan Kenzo was here, he might not be able to escape unscathed in the face of 1,000 archers and 10,000 arrows. Bai Yanqing already understood this, so he didn't do anything useless. He directly used the Imperial Wind technique to poison them. Only the wind could blow past every archer present. As long as the wind was poisoned, no one would be spared. The wind blew from the south. The clothes and hair of the archers in the south were the first to be blown up. "Old devil, quick, take me into the wind," Han Yunshi said anxiously. Into the wind? Gu was very puzzled. Ning Qing was also puzzled. Wasn't Han Yunshi supposed to keep an eye on Bai Yanqing and be ready to neutralize the poison that Bai Yanqing put in the wind at any time? Why did she run into the wind? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up. Han Yunshi couldn't be bothered to explain so much. Gu naturally did as he was told. Soon, he carried Han Yunshi and soared into the sky from behind the wall of archers. The two figures leaped up like a startled swan, immediately attracting the attention of Bai Yanqing and Bai Yuqiao. The archers did not stop. Bai Yuqiao worked even harder to help his master out of this predicament. He had already been shot twice. Bai Yuqiao swung his sword and knocked down a circle of arrows. He turned around and looked at Bai Yanqing. "Master, Han Yunshi is in Ning Qing's hands. We've been tricked." "Princess, what do you mean? The Wind Clan's sincerity can be seen by the sun and the moon. Why did you scheme against us?" Bai Yanqing asked angrily, as if he was still trying to salvage the situation. Han Yunshi had been brought to the wind by Gu. She looked down at Bai Yanqing from above and said with a smile, "The sincerity of the Feng clan can be shown by the sun and the moon. Why don't you show it to me now?" It was understandable that Ning Qing was afraid of the Wind Clan's military strength. However, Why would Han Yunshi hook up with Ning Qing? Han Yunshi was not stupid. She should know that the Northernly cavalry was the real force that could help her restore her country. Ning Qing might not have the ability to drive a wedge between her and the Wind Clan. If she had to choose between the D Clan and the Wind Clan, Han Yunshi would definitely choose the Wind Clan. Bai Yanqing's eyes were complicated. He could not figure out whether Han Yunshi was acting or really wanted to kill him. If she was acting, the reason was very simple. It was nothing more than testing the Wind Clan's sincerity. If she was serious, Bai Yanqing really could not think of a reason. The only time he used the Imperial Wind technique and the Poison technique at the same time was to save Jun Yixie. Even so, what could Han Yunshi suspect? Or was it because Jun Yixie had been unfaithful to her before, so she bore a grudge against him? Princess, how do you want the two of us to express our sincerity? Bai Yanqing asked. If he had no other choice, he would not aggravate the conflict and expose his movement technique. He did not plan on personally dealing with the Long Fei Yi. He had to make Han Yunshi go. He wanted the Eastern and Western Qin royal families to not be able to get married and be enemies for generations. He wanted this feud to never be resolved for all eternity. Whether it was East Qin or Western Qin, they were not worthy of love. They were not worthy of loving others, they would never be worthy. Hearing Bai Yanqing's question, Han Yunshi gave a cold laugh in her heart. Bai Yanqing would never think that she would expose the Wind Clan's plot. He must still have hope that he could escape this disaster. Don't even think about it. However, Han Yunshi did not mind playing with him. She raised her hand to signal the archers to stop. How do we express our sincerity? That depends on how sincere your Wind Clan is. Han Yunshi said with a laugh. If they didn't already know the truth, Ning Qing and Gu would have thought that she was joking with Bai Yanqing. Your Highness, the Wind Clan's head has 90,000 horses and is already on his way back. Adding on the 100,000 cavalry from Northernly, the Wind Clan has 100,000 cavalry. 100,000 cavalry is enough to sweep through Cloud Realm continent for the princess and recover Western Qin. This is the greatest loyalty of my Wind Clan. Bai Yanqing deliberately gave Ning Qing a meaningful look before adding, Princess, no one can compare to the Wind Clan's loyalty. I ask the princess to understand. So it's like that. Han Yunshi looked pensive as she purposely dragged out her words. But that still can't convince me. How about this? Why don't you show Jun Yixie's sincerity with your death? As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately gave Ning Qing, who was hidden among the archers, a look. Ning Qing did not hesitate to give the order to shoot. In an instant, countless arrows rained down on the backs of Bai Yanqing and his disciple. Han Yunshi. Bai Yanqing was furious. Only now did he realize that he had been played by Han Yunshi. Life and death were on the line. He had no time to think. Even if the master and disciple worked together, they could not avoid such a sneak attack. Bai Yanqing resolutely used poison. In an instant, a strong gust of wind blew, causing everyone's clothes and hair to flutter in the wind. In other words, everyone was in the wind. Bai Yanqing had never been played like this in his life. He used the most terrible poison he had, the blood poison. Once the blood was in the wind, everyone in the wind would be poisoned in an instant. Those who were poisoned would bleed all over until their blood dried up and they died. Bai Yuqiao knew that her master had used poison. She also knew that no matter how fast the sword behind her was, it would not be faster than her master's poison. She ignored the arrows flying from behind and pulled her master's hand, pleading, Master, she wanted the antidote. However, Bai Yanqing casually shook her hand off. He stared coldly at Han Yunshi. Just as he shook off Bai Yuqiao's hand, a sharp arrow pierced through Bai Yuqiao's abdomen. In fact, if Bai Yuqiao was not behind her, this sword would have pierced through Bai Yanqing's back. That was because Ning Qing was the one who'd released the arrow. Bai Yuqiao immediately knelt down and threw herself to the ground. She stared at her master with wide eyes, her usually timid eyes finally showing a trace of hatred. Deep hatred. She had followed him since young and respected him like a father. In the end, her life was as cheap as a dog's. Bai Yuqiao was not satisfied. She used the last of her strength to pull out a dagger from her calf. However, before she could avenge herself, she fainted. She did not realize that the poison her master had placed in the wind was already gone. However, Bai Yanqing had long realized that this was the reason why he did not even care about the arrow behind his back and glared at Han Yunxi. This woman, in an instant, neutralized his poison. Rather than calling it neutralized, it was more accurate to say that she had absorbed all the poison. This woman had actually advanced to the second level of the poison storage space, enemy resistance. The reason why the second level of the poison storage space is called enemy resistance is because as long as there is poison that is a threat to the user, the poison storage space can absorb all the poison back. Bai Yanqing used a full 40 years to advance to the second level. How old is Han Yunxi this year? How is this possible? Bai Yanqing suddenly leapt into the air, sweeping away the arrows with his sword as he continued to use the wind to poison. This was the only way he could do. The reason why Han Yunxi stood in the wind was to put herself in a situation where the poison could threaten her, so that she could activate the poison storage space. On the other hand, if the poison around her was not a threat to her, the poison storage space would not be able to absorb all the poison. This was the only difference between the second and third level of the poison storage space. The third level of the poison storage space is called battle strategy, where one can freely absorb any poison in the world. Whether it was Han Yunxi or Bai Yanqing, they had not reached this level. Although both of them were at the second level, Han Yunxi was clearly superior. Because, compared to Bai Yanqing, she had a few decades more to understand the third level, and had the opportunity to advance to the third level. Ning Qing was an outsider, and could not tell that Bai Yanqing's poison had been neutralized, but Gu could tell. When Bai Yanqing released the poison, Gu could smell the poison, but before he could remember to take a closer look at what kind of poison it was, it had disappeared. In other words, before anyone was truly poisoned, the poison had disappeared into thin air. Poison lass, where's the poison? Gu was incredulous. I ate it. Han Yunxi laughed. Bring me to the wind, and watch out for Bai Yanqing's surprise attack. I want to see how long he can last. Gu did not quite understand, but even if it was a trick, he would do as Poison Lass said. Just like that, Bai Yanqing used the Imperial Wind technique to constantly change the position of the wind, while Gu carried Han Yunxi and kept moving. Every time Bai Yanqing released the poison, Han Yunxi would point it at him. Not only did Bai Yanqing have to use the poison, he also had to deal with the thousands of archers around him. In just a short while, he was hit by several arrows. If not for his superb swordsmanship, he would have been pierced by thousands of arrows. Fortunately, with Gu around, Han Yunxi was able to move in time and safely. Ning Qing had forgotten about the main character, Bai Yanqing, as he looked up at Gu carrying Han Yunxi around, his eyes unblinking. Finally, Bai Yanqing could not take it anymore and shouted angrily, Han Yunxi, why? You have to give the Feng clan a reason. A sincere reason. Han Yunxi could not help but admire Bai Yanqing. Death was at hand, but he could still be so calm and shamelessly say that he was sincerely convinced, as if he was really innocent. When dealing with a shameless person, one could only be more shameless than him. Han Yunxi still seemed to be joking. All right, if you surrender, I will give you a sincere reason, how about it? Bai Yanqing was so angry that he almost spat out all the old blood in his body. After you are sincerely convinced, the old man will naturally surrender. Bai Yanqing roared angrily, dodging several sharp arrows with a sidestep, and then waved his sword, sweeping out a circle of powerful sword energy. Not only did it shake off the surrounding rain of arrows, it even shook off the two surrounding archers. Ning Qing gave the order, and the archers behind immediately filled in, not giving Bai Yanqing any time to escape. Uncle Bai, logically speaking, you should indeed surrender after you are sincerely convinced, but if you are not sincerely convinced, I have a way to capture you. Han Yunxi smiled, and Gu had already made his move. If it was a normal situation, Bai Yanqing would have already destroyed Gu's thorny vine seeds, but facing the rain of arrows and traps, he simply could not care less. 2 of the 3 thorny vine seeds fell to the ground, and in an instant, thorny vines grew out like seaweed, surrounding Bai Yanqing, but not completely surrounding him. Bai Yanqing immediately poisoned the thorny vines, but when all the thorny vines died, the archers all closed in and surrounded him at close range. Bai Yanqing gripped his long sword tightly, and Ning Qing sneered, "Uncle Bai, your sword is fast, but I can guarantee that you won't be able to kill 1,000 of my people with one strike." Even if Bai Yanqing killed 100 people with one strike, when he waved his sword, the remaining 900 people would definitely shoot arrows. At such a close distance, he did not even have the space to dodge. Bai Yanqing did not even look at Ning Qing, but looked directly at Han Yunxi and said coldly, "You don't dare to kill me because—" Chapter 830. Han Yunxi wasn't someone who couldn't withstand provocation, but she really wanted to kill Bai Yanqing with her own hands. If it weren't for Bai Yanqing, Gu Beiyue wouldn't have fallen off the cliff, her identity wouldn't have been exposed, and she might still be foolishly staying by Long Fei Ye's side right now. No matter when Long Fei Ye would reveal her identity or start using her, at least she would have the chance to ask that question herself. At least she wouldn't be as tired and helpless as she was now. She'd been doing her best to stabilize the situation in Cloud Realm, to balance the powers of Eastern and Western Qin, and to delay the real confrontation. She'd done her best to do everything, but she still didn't know where she stood or which side she should lean towards. She didn't know the truth, so she kept telling herself not to be willful and not to make a random choice. Although she wasn't really a princess of Western Qin, she didn't want to let down a truly loyal family like the Di clan. As a princess of Western Qin, she had the right to refuse to revive her country, but she didn't have the right to use this identity to help Long Fei Yi become enemies with the Di clan and destroy the faith of Western Qin's loyal generals. As an independent woman from the modern era, she didn't want to let down her love. Long Fei Yi, if I wasn't a princess of Western Qin, I would like you. Long Fei Yi, do you know that I'm actually not a princess of Western Qin? Long Fei Yi, if I wasn't a princess of Western Qin, would you still like me? Today's pain was all caused by Bai Yanqing. Han Yunxi decided to be willful for once. If she killed Bai Yanqing, the Northern Dynasty's emperors wouldn't be able to threaten Jun Xie anymore. That was why Bai Yanqing couldn't die yet. But Han Yunxi could cripple his hands. She pulled out Gu's sword and placed it on Bai Yanqing's shoulder. Seeing this, Ning Qing and Gu were on high alert. The 2 of them stood guard beside Han Yunxi, guarding against Bai Yanqing's counterattack. After all, Han Yunxi was a woman who did not know any martial arts. It was very likely that she would counterattack and take Bai Yanqing as a hostage. You're right. I don't dare to kill you, but I can cripple you, Han Yunxi said coldly. Bai Yanqing laughed out loud. He was not afraid, nor did he show any signs of counterattacking. He kept laughing. Han Yunxi, you can't do it. Seeing that Gu and Ning Qing were on guard, Han Yunxi held her sword with both hands and was about to slash Bai Yanqing's shoulder. At that moment, Bai Yanqing said coldly, Gu Beiyue is in my hands. If you cripple me, I guarantee that you'll never see Gu Beiyue again. As soon as he said that, Han Yunxi's sword stopped abruptly. Gu also grabbed her sword at almost the same time. Gu Beiyue? Everyone was shocked. Didn't Gu Beiyue fall off the cliff? Could it be that Bai Yanqing found him? How could that be? Han Yunxi didn't believe it. After Gu Beiyue had fallen off the cliff that night, they'd confirmed that the dark-robed assassin had left. Then Chu Shifeng had immediately led the Shadow Guard down to search for him. Bai Yanqing was the dark-robed assassin himself. There was no way he'd come down the cliff so quickly, much less find him before Chu Shifeng and the rest. Ridiculous, why should I believe you? Han Yunshi demanded in disbelief. Bai Yanqing took out a white jade hairpin from his sleeve. Han Yunshi's heart almost stopped at the sight of it. She recognized this hairpin. Gu Beiyue wore very few accessories on his body. In fact, you could say that he didn't have any at all. All his hair was held together by this simple hairpin. His snow-white robes and ink-black hair were enough to surpass all other brocade garments. No one would ever forget him for the rest of their lives. Every time Han Yunshi saw him, he'd used this same hairpin. How could Han Yunshi not recognize it? Why is Gu Beiyue in your hands? What did you do to him? Han Yunshi was so anxious that she almost lost control, but Ning Qing grabbed Bai Yanqing by the collar and roared, "You traitor! You knew he was a descendant of the Shadow Clan, but you still dared to attack him. Bai Yanqing, can you face the Imperial Clan? Are you worthy of your Wind Clan's ancestors?" Fortunately, Gu was here. Fortunately, Gu hadn't lost all reason. Seeing Bai Yanqing silently stretch out his hand from behind his back, Gu immediately snatched the sword from Han Yunshi's hand and pointed it at his heart. "You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, my sword won't have eyes." Gu's words reminded Han Yunshi and Ning Qing, and the two regained their senses. The surrounding archers pressed on even tighter, and Bai Yanqing could only put down his hand. He looked at him suspiciously. "Ning Qing, why do you say that old man killed Gu Beiyue? You're slandering old man and slandering the Wind Clan's loyalty. What are your intentions?" Bai Yanqing couldn't figure out why Han Yunshi would turn against the Wind Clan. After hearing Ning Qing's words, he mistakenly thought that Han Yunshi had been instigated by Ning Qing. Although he was indeed the black-clothed assassin, how could Ning Qing know about this? Even Gu Beiyue and Han Yunshi, the two parties involved, didn't know the truth. How could Ning Qing have guessed it? This must be Ning Qing's mistake. Han Yunshi laughed. She took out a poison. This poison was none other than the blood at dawn that she had used on Bai Yanqing's shoulder. This was a newly grown poison from the poison pool. Seeing this, Bai Yanqing was shocked. On the night he assassinated Gu Beiyue, the poisonous beast bit his shoulder. The poisonous beast's teeth were poisonous. He was shocked at first, thinking that the poisonous beast had recovered. Later, he found out that the poison wasn't from the poisonous beast's teeth, but something that had been added to the teeth. He didn't have time to think about it carefully. He immediately determined that the poison was the commonly seen throat sealing at dawn, and put it into his poison storage space. After that, he didn't think much about it. After all, Han Yunshi wasn't the only one who had the throat sealing at dawn poison. Han Yunshi had used this poison on him, so he wouldn't leave any evidence behind. He never thought that the poison that night wasn't the throat sealing at dawn, but the new poison in Han Yunshi's hands. At first glance, the toxicity was very similar to the throat sealing at dawn, but in reality, the antidote was very different. At least with his ability, he wouldn't be able to cure the poison in a day or two. This poison would take effect in one night. He couldn't wait for a day or two. Therefore, if he didn't ask Han Yunshi for the antidote, he would definitely die. Bai Yanqing was shocked. He didn't think that Han Yunshi's thoughts were more meticulous than he thought. However, he didn't give up. He didn't understand. He was still alive, so why would Han Yunshi suspect him? "What do you mean?" He continued to play dumb. "This is called blood at dawn. It's my new poison. There are only 2 copies in this world. One is with me, and the other was put into your poison storage space that night. If you don't believe me, you can go and look for it," Han Yunshi said with a cold smile. Bai Yanqing was dumbfounded. He couldn't speak for a long time. How did Han Yunshi know that he had a poison storage space? That night when the little thing bit you, the poison immediately disappeared after you were poisoned. If that wasn't because of the poison storage space, then what was it? Han Yunshi said coldly. "Also, the one who fought with me in the Lost Path was also you." The new poison I used at the end, you couldn't cure it. You just put it into your poison storage space. You pretended to spend 2 hours to cure the poison, but that was just a smokescreen. You were afraid that I would guess that you had a poison storage space forever. Unfortunately, I guessed it. Bai Yanqing, you're not Jun Yixie's servant. You're Jun Yixie's master. The one who spread the poison fog on Fishery Island was none other than you. You're not just the head of the Wind Clan, you're also a descendant of the Poison Sect. You knew that Gu Beiwei was a descendant of the Shadow Clan, but you still killed him. You're disloyal to Western Qin. You knew that I was a descendant of the Poison Sect, but you refused to acknowledge me. You're disloyal to the Poison Sect. Han Yunxi exposed the truth with every word of her accusation. Bai Yanqing stared blankly at her, speechless for a long time. Everything he'd carefully planned had been seen through by this girl. That was why she and Ning Qing had worked together to trick him into the palace and lure him into a trap. Even what Ning Qing had done to Gu last night had been a show for him to see. Han Yunxi hesitated, then continued. Also, you used Tianshan Kenzo's sword skills to assassinate Gu Beiwei. You purposely imitated the Long Fei Yi in order to sow discord between me and the Long Fei Yi, as well as Gu Beiwei and the Long Fei Yi. If I'm not wrong, if I don't expose you today, you'll soon tell Ning Qing that the dark-robed assassin used Tianshan Kenzo's sword skills to assassinate Gu Beiwei. You want to add oil to the flames of hatred between Eastern and Western Qin. You want nothing more than for Ning Qing and I to lose our minds and mobilize our troops south to fight the Long Fei Yi to the death. You, on the other hand, are waiting for Jun Yixie's battle steed. You want to be the fisherman. Ning Qing was stunned. Only now did he know that the dark-robed assassin knew Tianshan Kenzo's sword skills. If Han Yunxi had told him earlier, he definitely wouldn't have been as rational as he was now. He definitely wouldn't have believed that this was all Bai Yanqing's scheme. Ning Qing couldn't help but feel heartache when he saw Han Yunxi's angry expression. This woman must have thought through everything so deeply to be able to weigh everything so well. She knew what to say and what not to say. She knew when to say and when not to say. Ning Qing even felt a bit guilty about his previous suspicions. Han Yunxi secretly let out a sigh of relief. She had finally found a chance to mention the Tianshan Kenzo's sword skills. If she said it at this point, Ning Qing wouldn't blame her for hiding it. Bai Yanqing, the enemy's hatred can never compare to the betrayal of your family. Western Qin's biggest enemy is your Wind Clan, followed by East Qin. Han Yunxi's words were actually for Ning Qing to hear. Bai Yanqing was completely convinced. He only had one question that he couldn't understand. Han Yunxi, how did you know that the poison in my shoulder was cured that night? Not to mention being far away, even if they were close, they wouldn't have been able to tell. That kind of poison needed time to activate. So you admit it? Han Yunxi gave a cold laugh. Tell me why. Bai Yanqing was a bit excited. He had failed because of this detail, so how could he be satisfied if he didn't figure it out? I can tell you why. Tell me, what is your relationship with my mother? Han Yunxi coldly asked. Bai Yanqing was surprised at first, but then he broke out in laughter. He avoided this topic and threw the white jade hairpin to Han Yunxi. Let me go immediately. Otherwise, I guarantee that in 3 days, Gu Beiwei will be cut into 10,000 pieces. Immediately hand over Gu Beiwei, otherwise I guarantee that I'll cut you into 10,000 pieces right now. Han Yunxi sternly warned. Who would have thought that Bai Yanqing would have an indifferent expression, please? The chips were even, so they were the winners? Chapter 831. Bai Yanqing's attitude was unyielding. Even when Han Yunxi's sword was about to hit him, he still didn't move an inch to stare calmly at Han Yunxi. In the end, Han Yunxi was defeated. Everything came to an abrupt halt as her sword touched Bai Yanqing's body. Bai Yanqing was the head of the Wind Clan, while Gu Beiwei was the only descendant of the Shadow Clan. Between the two, Bai Yanqing's value was obviously higher than Gu Beiyue's. Thus, if it was a life for a life, Han Yunxi and the rest would have profited. Gu Beiyue's death would have been worth it. But how could Han Yunxi measure Gu Beiyue's life in terms of value? She couldn't do it. As soon as Han Yunxi stopped, Bai Yanqing's lips rose into a mocking smile. He long knew that Han Yunxi wouldn't be able to do it. Suddenly, Ning Qing pressed down on Han Yunxi's sword and thrust it forward. The blade was about to pierce Bai Yanqing's body. Don't! Han Yunxi yanked the sword back and tossed it aside. Bai Yanqing didn't move or speak, but began to laugh coldly. The sneer on his lips was an eyesore to Ning Qing. Princess, this subordinate believes that Gu Beiyue's sacrifice will be a glorious one. His death will be the Shadow Clan's greatest glory, Ning Qing declared. Han Yunxi finally understood why Ning Qing was willing to give Ning-en to Emperor Tianhui and Ning Jing to the Tang clan. She should have realized long ago that Ning Qing was even willing to sacrifice his own little sister for the sake of Western Qin's imperial clan and its mission and glory. How could anyone else do the same? Han Yunxi stared blankly at Bai Yanqing and muttered, "But I can't do it, Princess." Ning Qing wanted to persuade her, but Han Yunxi raised her hand to stop him. She knew what Ning Qing wanted to say. Ning Qing wanted to compare the power of the Wind Clan and the Shadow Clan. As long as they crippled Bai Yanqing and handed Bai Yanqing to the Northern Dynasty's emperors, the Northern Dynasty's emperors would have the capital to restrain Jun Yixie. At that time, the Northern Li royal family would have their cavalry, while Jun Yixie would have his warhorses. The two of them would be evenly matched and they would be able to fight for at least a year and a half. In this way, the Ning family would have no worries about the future. Of the Shadow Clan, only Gu Beiyue remained. Moreover, Gu Beiyue's shadow technique hadn't fully recovered yet. With Gu Beiyue's life, why wouldn't it be worth it to ruin the Wind Clan's scheme? They had spent so much effort not to raise the flag and even concealed her whereabouts. Wasn't it all for this moment? Ning Qing, Western Qin has been restored, but the brave and loyal soldiers of Western Qin have all been sacrificed. What's the point? Han Yunxi asked. Princess, now is not the time to talk about this. On this matter, Ning Qing didn't want to give in at all, even if he was facing the princess of Western Qin. He drew his sword, but Gu stopped him. You don't have the right to make a decision for Gu Beiyue. I know his choice. Ning Qing exerted force, but he couldn't resist Gu's strength. Do you think that if you let him go now, he will let Gu Beiyue go? Ning Qing asked angrily. At least, Gu Beiyue didn't die for Western Qin. Han Yunxi insisted. The Shadow Clan's mission is to die for Western Qin. So is the D Clan, Ning Qing said loudly. This sentence wasn't actually said by him, but by his grandfather and father. They told him before they died, and he would never forget it. This princess refuses. Han Yunxi was also angry. This was the first time she acknowledged her identity as Western Qin's princess. She was telling Ning Qing that she wasn't negotiating with him, but ordering him. Princess. Ning Qing couldn't accept it, but he didn't dare to disobey. Han Yunxi looked at the archers, and Lung ordered, "Everyone, retreat." Ning Qing clenched his right fist. He was full of dissatisfaction, but he could only hold it in. He gave the leader of the archers a look, and the 1,000 archers retreated. Bai Yanqing slowly patted the dust off his body and tidied his clothes. He was about to leave when Han Yunxi said coldly, "If you dare to hurt Gu Beiyue, you'll have to bear the consequences." Cold laughter, Bai Yanqing swaggered off. As for Bai Yuqiao, he had forgotten about him. Perhaps he thought that his disciple had been shot to death by the arrows. The moment Bai Yanqing left, Ning Qing threw his sword to the ground. His originally cold face was frighteningly cold. Even Ning-en, who had just brought Mu Linger over, didn't dare to say anything. Gu didn't care about him. He only had eyes for Poison Girl. "Poison Girl, you're still Qi Brothers' Poison Girl," Gu muttered to himself. "What?" Han Yunshi glanced at him. I'm scolding you. Forget it if you didn't hear it. Gu teased. No one knew how fast his heart was beating just now. He was afraid that the poison girl he liked would become a princess who wanted to restore her country. She would sacrifice Gu Beiyue for the sake of righteousness. He couldn't imagine if Han Yunshi made the decision to sacrifice Gu Beiyue. Would he continue to protect her unconditionally, or say no to her? Fortunately, Poison Girl was still the same Poison Girl. Han Yunshi didn't pursue Gu's joke. She looked at Ning Cheng's cold side profile, and felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Ning Cheng, she was about to speak when Ning Cheng turned to leave. Ning Cheng, you've sacrificed so many times. This time, it's the royal family's turn to sacrifice for you. Han Yunshi shouted. Ning Cheng was stunned when he heard this. Ningen was stunned as well. Tears welled up in her eyes, but it wasn't clear if it was because she felt wronged or relieved. Ning Cheng stood there for a long time before he finally turned around. He stopped discussing Gu Beiyue and said seriously, Princess, we have to find a way to meet the Northern Dynasty's emperors as soon as possible. Han Yunshi shook her head. No, there's someone even more anxious than us. Who? Ning Cheng asked. Long Feiyi. Han Yunshi hadn't said this name in a long time. Long Feiyi? Ning Cheng didn't understand. As long as we leak accurate information to Long Feiyi, he'll definitely be more anxious than us to make a move. Han Yunshi paused and decided to go all out. Long Feiyi has always had spies and spies in Northernly. The horse plague in Northernly was caused by him. Ning Cheng was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect Long Feiyi to have already extended his hand into Northernly. He already found out that Jun Yixie was buying horses from the Wintercrow tribe, but he might not have been able to find out the number, Han Yunshi said truthfully. Although Jun Yixie's 100,000 cavalry could destroy the Ning clan army, Long Feiyi would have to face 100,000 cavalry if the Ning clan army died. His soldiers wouldn't be able to fight against 100,000 cavalry. Therefore, Long Feiyi and Ning Cheng were on the same side. They both hoped that the Northern Li imperial family could restrain the Feng clan. Ning Cheng wasn't stupid. He pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, the D clan will definitely send an envoy. If Long Feiyi cooperates with Northern Li, Western Qin will be in danger. Han Yunshi couldn't deny this point. At this time, Mu Linger shouted, Ah she! Bai Yuqiao is still alive. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Bai Yuqiao, who had been shot several times, was actually moving her hand. Save her! Everyone said in unison. Bai Yuqiao was Jun Yixie's junior sister and Bai Yanqing's disciple. She definitely knew everything about Bai Yanqing. Not only did everyone say in unison, but their first thought was, we must find out the whereabouts of Gu Beiyue from Bai Yuqiao. Han Yunshi and Mu Ling hurriedly performed first aid on Bai Yuqiao. Ningen quickly found an imperial physician. After a round of emergency treatment, Bai Yuqiao's life was finally saved, but she wouldn't wake up for a while. Han Yunshi and Ning Cheng plotted and sent the envoy to Northernly. After that, they were finally free to talk to Gu and Mu Ling alone. However, before they could speak, Ningen came over. Your Highness, this subordinate has personally selected a few servants to follow Long Zun to Medical City. Would you like to take a look? Ning An asked respectfully. Han Yunshi only felt that Ning An's attitude was a little different, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She didn't know that it was her words, the imperial family sacrificed themselves for you, that had shaken Ning An's heart. It had made this woman, who had long turned to ash, see the meaning of life. Her previous respect was due to Han Yunshi's status, but now, it was due to her respect for Han Yunshi as a person. Han Yunshi glanced at Gu, a complicated look flashing through her eyes. In the end, she agreed to Ning An's request, and, let's go take a look. Ning An followed Han Yunshi's instructions and arranged for an old maid, a eunuch, a palace maid, 3 imperial bodyguards, and a child to play with Long Zun. Gu and Mu Ling didn't take this matter to heart. The two of them waited on the side for Ning An to leave so that they could talk to Han Yunshi. They originally thought that Han Yunshi would be done with just a glance, but who knew that Han Yunshi would walk over and seriously size up each person from head to toe. Gu faintly smelled the scent of poison, but he wasn't sure, so he didn't ask anything. After a careful inspection, Han Yunshi nodded to Ning An. Are you sending them off today? How long will it take to reach Medical City? Yes, immediately. It'll take at least 7 days to reach Medical City from here, Ning An replied. Han Yunshi took a purple tassel. Take this and go directly to Vice Academy Head Shin. Your Highness, this isn't this. Ning An didn't understand. Expose our whereabouts? Han Yunshi asked. Ning An had her doubts. Han Yunshi replied. Previously, we concealed our whereabouts to deceive by Yanqing. Now that it's over, we naturally have to hang the flag. Have Ning Qing prepare. I'm going to personally lead the expedition. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Qing came in through the door. This subordinate has already prepared everything. I'll escort the princess to the battlefield at any time. Han Yunshi didn't stop delaying. She would delay for as long as she could. After all, if she personally led the expedition, she would become an enemy of Long Fei Yi. However, she knew that Ning Qing wouldn't let her delay any longer. She also couldn't find a reasonable reason to delay. Rather than delaying any longer and arousing Ning Qing's suspicions, it was better to follow Ning Qing's wishes and go to the battlefield. At least, she would have a chance to see Long Fei Yi. No matter what, Long Fei Yi would go to the battlefield. Long Zun's retainers were heading north with her questions. It would take them 7 days to reach Medical City. As long as Shin Jueming saw them, he'd definitely see her questions. She trusted that he'd pass on her message to Long Fei as well. She was sincerely heading north, but she herself was keeping an eye on the Western Qin princess. She would wear a mask of hatred and head south to see Long Fei Yi. From here to the battlefield, it would only take about 7 days. Long Fei Yi, if you have the heart, then find a way to meet him. After Han Yunshi and Ning Qing finished discussing the matter of raising the flag, Gu and Mu Linger finally had time to speak with Han Yunshi alone. Gu said, Chapter 832. Gu asked, Poison Girl, did you poison him just now? Gu couldn't figure out why Han Yunshi would poison Long Zun's servant. Although he couldn't tell what kind of poison it was, he was sure that it wasn't a strong poison. It was a slow-acting poison. Shoo! Han Yunshi whispered. If Ning Qing's men heard about this, she probably wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Gu leaned closer. Tell me secretly? Mu Ling also immediately leaned over. I'll just eavesdrop. In just one night, Mu Ling had already freed herself from the disappointment of last night. On this mainland, she was definitely the girl with the best self-healing ability. Of course, it was only limited to heartache, and when it came to physical injuries, Gu was the one with the best self-healing ability. In this aspect, the two of them could be considered a match made in heaven. Han Yunshi only replied with 2 words, It's a secret. I won't tell anyone. Gu immediately promised. Me too. Before Mu Ling could finish her sentence, Han Yunshi said, Call me Big Sister and I'll tell you. Mu Ling immediately turned her head away. Humph! Girl, hurry up and call me Big Sister. Gu urged domineeringly. Mu Ling immediately turned her head. She looked like she was going to call out, but when she saw Gu's beautiful face, she just let out a humph. Han Yunshi was sure that Mu Ling wouldn't call out. Gu pursed his lips and couldn't be bothered with her. Han Yunshi, do you hate Long Fei Yi? Do you want to take revenge? Do you want to fight with him? Will you use poison on him? Mu Ling suddenly asked a series of questions. In fact, after seeing Han Yunshi last night, she was anxious to clarify this matter. She asked on behalf of Qi brother. Han Yunshi's eyes dimmed as she asked, Linger, do you still remember Mute Granny? Long Fei Yi killed him. I had my suspicions back then, but you didn't believe me. Mu Ling Er's anger was ignited in an instant. Her feelings for Mute Granny were no less than her feelings for her own grandmother. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to stop Long Fei Ye's carriage. In fact, now that she thought about it carefully, she could also guess that half of the reason why she stopped the carriage was because of Chi Brother's instigation. In other words, Chi Brother actually knew the truth long ago. However, no matter what, she would not say anything bad about Chi Brother in front of Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi looked at Gu, but Gu immediately avoided her gaze. However, he quickly turned back and said, I lied to you. Why? Han Yunshi asked. Gu and Long Fei Yi had always been on opposite side. Gu had no reason to lie to her about this matter. Moreover, with his character, it would be strange if he didn't use any means to expose Long Fei Ye's weakness. This was too illogical. Han Yunshi was dissatisfied with Gu's deception, but she couldn't figure out the reason. Moreover, there was another matter that she couldn't understand. Why? Gu's eyes flashed with bitterness. The reason was none other than his agreement with Long Fei Yi. He would help Long Fei Yi keep the secret of Mute Granny's death, and Long Fei Yi would help him keep the secret of immortality. Gu Qishao told him the truth of the past. He had failed to kidnap Mute Granny at the Yu Pavilion, and then plotted to expose Long Fei Yi. However, Han Yunshi had helped Long Fei Yi instead, causing him to lose the entire Medicine Ghost Valley. He only told her the truth up to here. Poison Girl, the reason is very simple. It's because you believe him and not me. No matter what I do, you won't believe me, right? Gu questioned her word by word. His tone was fierce and cold. Poison Girl, actually, I didn't lie to you. It's you who didn't believe me. What right do you have to question me? He was so serious as he questioned her seriously. Han Yunshi was stunned. She felt as if her heart had been kicked by Gu. It was so painful that her soul was awakened. This was indeed the truth. But why did she suddenly feel so uncomfortable? This was the man who had been mischievous towards her since the first time they met. No matter how cruelly she rejected this man, he would never be fierce or cold to her. But now, he was suddenly so cold to her. How deeply had she hurt him back in the Medicine Ghost Valley? He was trying his best to expose the truth about Long Fei Yi and help her. But she was unreasonable and took away the Medicine Ghost Valley that he had painstakingly built. Han Yunshi recalled Gu's experiences when he was young. She couldn't imagine how much effort and price this guy had paid to establish the Medicine Ghost Valley. Han Yunshi stared at Gu in a daze. Her hands in her sleeves had long been clenched. Her nails dug deep into her palms, and she seemed to be punishing herself. Han Yunshi was disgusted by herself for the first time. Mu Ling watched from the side. She didn't dare to make a sound. She was very surprised. Last night, Chi Brother was still shouting that he wanted to apologize. Why? Why was he questioning and scolding Han Yunshi like this when he saw her? Would Han Yunshi believe him if he didn't use such a cruel method? Wouldn't she insist on a reasonable explanation? Gu had no other choice. Looking at Han Yunshi's guilty and hurt expression, his heart ached so much that he almost couldn't help but pull her into his arms and tell her the truth. He wanted to tell her that the Medicine Ghost Valley wasn't taken away by her, but that he had willingly given it to her. If he hadn't willingly given it to her, even Long Fei Yi wouldn't have been able to take away the Medicine Ghost Valley from him, let alone her unreasonable words back then. After a while, Han Yunshi looked up and said calmly, "Old ghost, I'm sorry." "Poison lass, I'm sorry," Gu said almost at the same time. However, he said it in his heart. "It's no use apologizing. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Gu's tone was still serious. Before Han Yunshi could answer, he said very seriously, "How about you compensate me with your body?" Han Yunshi was stunned. Mu Ling was even more dumbfounded. Only Gu suddenly burst out laughing. He laughed very happily and said, "Poison lass, think about it." Han Yunshi finally heaved a sigh of relief. This guy could still joke. At least it meant that he was fine. She kicked Gu away. Mu Ling Er's pale face finally regained some color. Old ghost, so you were also the one who tried to assassinate Long Fei Yi in the U prison. You? Han Yunshi still asked directly. Weren't you stabbed in the heart by Long Fei Yi back then? How? Han Yunshi's eyes stared at Gu's heart. Mu Ling suddenly shouted, What? There's actually such a thing? Chi brother, why didn't you tell me? Gu rolled his eyes at her. What are you making a fuss about? Long Fei Yi made a mistake. He didn't stab my heart at all back then. He missed. As he spoke, he tore open his clothes. What kind of monster do you all think I am? How can I still live after being stabbed in the heart? Mu Ling immediately covered her eyes. Hooligan. Han Yunshi looked at him seriously. She had to admit that Gu was more beautiful than a woman, but his body was definitely a man's. His chest muscles were firm and well-defined, making one's imagination run wild. Han Yunshi had seen more attractive men than this, so she didn't have time to think too much. She looked seriously at Gu's heart. There was indeed no wound, but beside his heart, about 3 inches away, there was a scar. In fact, if she looked carefully, she would definitely find that the scar was actually a new one. It was at most 3 days ago. However, Han Yunshi didn't go so far as to touch him. Mu Ling Er's fingers revealed a gap. When she saw Chi brother's chest, her little face immediately turned crimson, as if it was on fire and was about to burst into flames. Although Long Fei Yi firmly believed that he had stabbed the assassin's heart, Han Yunshi still believed Gu when she saw the wound. It was a thrilling battle at night, so it was normal for her to make a mistake. How could Han Yunshi imagine that there were really immortals in this world? Han Yunshi's doubts about Gu were finally resolved. Afraid that Han Yunshi would ask more questions, Gu quickly closed his lapel and changed the topic. Poison girl, if you want to lead the army to the south, Chi brother will accompany you. We'll kill Long Fei Yi. You can't trust his words anymore. Gu couldn't figure out why Long Fei Yi had killed Mute Granny, but now he understood. Long Fei Yi had killed Mute Granny to hide Han Yunshi's identity. Compared to Mute Granny's lies, Long Fei Yi knew that Han Yunshi was a descendant of Western Qin, but he still used her. His crime was unforgivable. The descendants of the Eastern, Western Qin royal family had fought fair and square, and the winner was king while the loser was in the wrong. Gu despised people who used women. Han Yunshi's heart was filled with emotions. Even a free and easy person like Gu believed that the descendants of the Eastern, Western Qin royal family were old enemies and would always be enemies, not to mention other people. This was also the reason why she didn't let Gu and Mu Ling help her pass a message to Long Fei Yi. How could she explain that she didn't hate Long Fei Yi to make Gu and Mu Ling believe her? How could a Western Qin princess not hate an East Qin prince? How could she let Gu send that kind of letter to Long Fei Yi and ask Long Fei Yi about his feelings for her? She understood how well Gu Qishao treated her. Gu and Mu Ling weren't from the Eastern, Western Qin camp, so the hatred between the Eastern and Western Qin had nothing to do with them. Han Yunshi didn't want to get too deeply involved with them. After all, she had to leave a way out for them. She was clearer than anyone about the consequences of becoming enemies with Long Fei Yi. Old Ghost Ling can you help me with something? It's very important, I only trust you too. Han Yunshi lowered her voice. Speak, Gu said without any hesitation. Wake up Bai Yuqiao, interrogate Bai Yuqiao, and find Gu Beiyue. Han Yunshi seriously said. Even if it was Ning Cheng's people, she didn't trust them. Gu Beiyue was in Bai Yanqing's hands, so no one knew what was going on. If she let Ning Cheng's people rescue him, she couldn't guarantee that Ning Cheng wouldn't choose to sacrifice Gu Beiyue again in order to capture Bai Yanqing. Thus, she only trusted Gu Qishao on this matter. Gu's face turned serious and he said in a low voice, I'm indebted to him. No matter which tribe he is from, I'll definitely save him. I'll definitely save him too, Mu Ling also said seriously. Qi brother's benefactor was her benefactor. Ning Qing still trusts me now. I'll tell him later to leave this matter to the two of you. Bai Yuqiao will stay here. He and I will head south tomorrow, Han Yunxi said. As long as she and Ning Qing went south tomorrow, it would be much easier for Gu to deal with Ningen, understood. I'll definitely do it. Gu's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. Han Yunxi really did manage to convince Ning Qing. The next day, Ning Qing officially acknowledged Han Yunxi's identity and announced it to the world, confirming the authenticity of the rumors. Han Yunxi hung the Western Qin military flag and led the troops stationed around the imperial city to escort Han Yunxi to the south. She was going to personally lead an expedition. Long Feiyi had just arrived at the military camp when he received the news. Mo said, "This is Han Yunxi paying back the debt she owed to Pillfiend Pharmacy." Chapter 833. As soon as Long Feiyi arrived at the barracks, he received news that Han Yunxi was personally leading the expedition. His travel-worn figure came to an abrupt halt at the gates of the barracks, his naturally cold expression growing even colder. Although he knew that Ning Qing had already kidnapped Han Yunxi and taken her to Tianning's capital, and that Han Yunxi would personally lead the expedition as soon as she arrived, he still felt caught off guard by the news. Han Yunxi leading the expedition meant that all his efforts over the past few days had gone to waste. No matter how much he doubted Han Yunxi's identity, the Tang clan and the Bailey army would never believe his excuses again. Princess of Western Qin, you must hate your lordship to the core. Long Feiyi took out the 2 letters he'd been hiding on his person. One was the purple letter he'd written to Han Yunxi after Gu Beiyue's death and his identity as East Qin was announced. It only contained one sentence: Han Yunxi, do you still believe in me? The other was an empty letter from Han Yunxi. He hadn't seen her after rushing to Medical City, only the purple letter she'd left on the table. He'd never been able to figure out the meaning of the empty letter. Now that she was leading the expedition herself, wasn't that a clear indication of her stance? Could it be that Ning Qing was the one who forced her to lead the troops? Thinking up to here, Long Feiyi's lips quirked up in a self-mocking smile. Why would he think that? Han Yunxi was the princess of Western Qin, and she knew he'd deceived her for so long. How could she not hate him? She must have resented his identity as well as his deceit. Long Feiyi suddenly regretted it. Perhaps he shouldn't have hidden it from her. If he hadn't, perhaps she'd hate him less. Your Highness, you've finally returned. Bailey Yuanlong's delighted voice carried over. Long Feiyi silently put away the letters. Your Highness, Han Yunxi is personally leading an expedition in Tianning's capital. She's under Ning Qing's escort, leading her troops south. She was the princess of Western Qin, there was no mistake about it. Now that things have gotten to this point, I ask your Highness to quickly declare your position and raise the army's morale. Bailey Yuanlong said anxiously. As soon as his voice fell, 2 familiar faces appeared in front of Long Feiyi. They were none other than Tang Zijin and Tang Yiru. Fei, this is no small matter. As I see it, before Aunt Ru could finish her sentence, Long Feiyi asked Tang Zijin coldly, when did the rules of the Tang sect change? What about Tang Li? Call me over immediately. Fei, with the enemy before us, the Tang clan's rules can be abolished. Han Yunxi. Aunt Ru wanted to explain herself, but Long Feiyi didn't give her a chance. He was in a bad mood to begin with, so Aunt Ru was simply asking for trouble. As a traitor of the Tang clan, what right do you have to talk to your lordship about the enemy before us? Tang Zijin, take her back to wherever you brought her from. Otherwise, don't blame your lordship for being impolite. You should know that the Tang clan and the Shadow Guard have the same rules, but anyone who violates them will be killed without mercy. At his words, everyone recalled how Long Feiyi had crippled Chu Shifeng's martial arts and sent him back to Celestial Mountain. Tang Yiru shut her mouth. The Tang clan wasn't one of the 7 noble families, but a secret guard of the East Qin imperial clan. All of its expenses came from the imperial clan. Every year, the Tang clan would send a group of guards to the imperial clan to protect its members with hidden weapons. Because of the Tang clan's concealment skills, it was mostly safe and sound after the East Qin Empire was destroyed. Long Fei's grandfather had survived under its protection. Long Fei Ye's father had fallen in love with Tang Yuan. The Tang clan's rules of not marrying outside the clan were invalid to the imperial clan. Moreover, because the Tang clan's status was inferior to the 7 noble families, Tang Yuan couldn't be made empress, but consort Wan. Thus, although Long Fei Yi was the last crown prince of East Qin, he could only call his mother Mufei instead of Empress Mother. In other words, if not for the fact that Tang Yuan was Long Fei Ye's mother, anyone in the Tang clan would have the same status as Chu Shifeng and the other shadow guards. They had no right to speak in front of Long Fei Yi, much less argue with him. Even Bailey Yuanlong was afraid at the sight of Long Fei Ye's icy expression, to say nothing of Tang Zijin and Tang Yiru. Someone come, take Tang Yiru back. Tang Zijin was the first to speak up. He knew that he'd be in danger if he kept arguing. Did Tang Li tell you to release her? Long Fei Yi asked. It has nothing to do with Tang Li. But this subordinate considered the importance of the matter, and Tang Yiru had countermeasures, so Long Fei Yi was so irascible that he didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence. Coldly, he said, without the clan head's permission, you took a criminal away from the Tang clan. That's the same as betrayal. Someone come, take these 2 back to the Tang clan for the clan head to deal with. Tang Yiru wanted to retort, but Tang Zijin held her back. He regretted not listening to his wife and acting so rashly. Now he'd made things difficult for his son. Fortunately, before Long Fei Yi arrived, he and his sister had already spoken with General Bailey for an entire day. He believed that the general wouldn't disappoint them. As soon as the Tang siblings left, General Bailey said what they hadn't said. Your Highness, Han Yunshi was once the Qin Wangfei, and was in charge of the South Central Military Governor's estate. She has considerable prestige in the army, but her current status has greatly damaged the morale of our East Qin soldiers. Many people in the army are saying that you. Bailey Yuanlong hesitated for a moment, but still resolutely continued. They're all saying that you've been used by a woman. In this general's humble opinion, Your Highness should personally step forward and clarify this matter. With Your Highness's intelligence and wisdom, how could you be used by a woman? Your Highness should be the one using Han Yunshi. How could this be Bailey Yuanlong's humble opinion? This was Tang Yiru's idea. As long as Long Fei Yi publicly admitted that he'd used Han Yunshi, it would be impossible for the 2 of them to be together. Long Fei Yi coldly looked at Bailey Yuanlong and didn't say anything for a while. Unlike Tang Zijin and Aunt Ru, Bailey Yuanlong didn't have anything on Long Fei Yi. He faced this matter openly and without fear. Your Highness, regardless of whether or not you've really used Han Yunshi, you must express your stance in order to stabilize the morale of the army. Bailey Yuanlong said seriously. What's Gu Biyue's whereabouts? Long Fei Yi changed the topic. Bailey Yuanlong directly knelt down. On behalf of all the nameless soldiers of the Bai clan who sacrificed themselves, this general asks Your Highness to reconsider. Long Fei Ye's cold eyes were as deep as a cold lake, bottomless and impossible to see through. He squatted down and said to Bailey Yuanlong word for word, General Bailey, this crown prince represents the East Qin imperial family's ancestors to tell you that my East Qin imperial family is not incompetent and shameless enough to use a woman to wash away our shame, recover our homeland, and conquer this land. This crown prince believes that this action is not something your Bailey army's thousands of soldiers will agree with. If the morale of the army cannot be stabilized, this crown prince will be cursed by the world. If you let the Western Qin princess win the pity of the world, can you bear the consequences? Bailey Yuanlong was stunned. He couldn't kneel properly and almost fell to the ground. As soon as Long Fei finished speaking, he rose to his feet and headed for the camp. Coldly, he said, "If Gu Beiwei has any news, report it quickly. You better not lie to your lordship." Bailey Yuanlong finally realized that this matter would damage the East Qin Crown Prince's reputation and cause the dissatisfaction of the world. After all, once the East and Western Qin officially declared war, they would need a reason, and the reason would be the enmity of the past. The East and Western Qin each had their own version of the past. Which side the world believed was very important to the situation. Bailey Yuanlong secretly rejoiced, rejoicing that His Highness was wise. Otherwise, Tang Zijin and his wife would have ruined this matter. Han Yunxi and Ning Qing would transfer troops over and the two sides would be evenly matched. In this kind of situation, the morale of the army was important, but the morale of the people was even more important. The morale of the army was also the people's hearts. The morale of the people would affect the morale of the army. Bailey Yuanlong quickly chased after him and presented a letter. "Your Highness, a letter from Chu Tianyin." Chu Tianyin. Long Feiyi was shocked. Chu Tianyin still didn't know about Gu Beiwei's accident. He had written several letters to Medical City, questioning Gu Beiwei's and Han Yunxi's identities. Tang Li had opened all of the letters and passed them on to him. Thinking about it, it had been several days since there had been any news from Chu Tianyin. What did Chu Tianyin mean by sending a letter to the Bailey Manor? What was Chu Tianyin's attitude towards his and Han Yunxi's identities? Long Feiyi opened the letter and asked coldly, "What does this have to do with Gu Beiwei?" "Your Highness, the person who delivered the letter also sent this. He said it was from Gu Beiwei." Bailey Yuanlong took out a large envelope. This large envelope was none other than the one Long Feiyi had entrusted to Gu Beiwei. He wanted Gu Beiwei to give it to Han Yunxi. According to Long Feiyi's plan, the night before he announced himself as the East Qin Crown Prince, Gu Beiwei should have given this large envelope to Han Yunxi and arranged for Han Yunxi to leave Medical City to see him. While he was worried about Gu Beiwei's whereabouts, he was also worried about the 9 letters in this large envelope. Han Yunxi had written 9 letters saying she missed him, but he had replied with 9 empty letters. The real letters were all in this large envelope. Long Feiyi opened the large envelope and saw the 9 letters inside, all of them intact. He tightly held the large envelope as his heart felt like it was being blocked by something. His heart was filled with affection, but he couldn't express it. Only he knew that this large envelope contained Gu Beiwei's understanding, trust, and affection for him as the East Qin Crown Prince. At his most desperate moment, Gu Beiwei had used this method to give him hope. Long Feiyi's greatest joy in his life was not killing Gu Beiwei after discovering his true identity. A loyal and affectionate person had to live. Bailey Yuanlong felt that something was off about His Highness Duke of Qin, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He had long known that Gu Beiwei was a member of the Shadow Clan. Like Chu Shifeng, he assumed that His Highness Duke of Qin had cooperated with Gu Beiwei to hide his identity and use Gu Beiwei. Thus, he couldn't figure out the contents of this large envelope and was filled with curiosity. But no matter how curious he was, he didn't dare to open it. Since these things had been delivered, it meant 2 things. First, Gu Beiwei was still alive. Second, Gu Beiwei and Chu Tianyin had gotten in touch. Long Feiyi opened the envelope and skimmed through its contents before narrowing his eyes. Wind Clan, it really is the Wind Clan. Although this letter was delivered under Chu Tianyin's name, it really did contain 2 letters. One was from Gu Beiwei to Long Feiyi, while the other was from Chu Tianyin himself to Long Feiyi. Gu Beiwei's letter told him all about Bai Yanqing's schemes. Chapter 834. Gu Beiwei's letter exposed all of Bai Yanqing's schemes. That day, Gu Beiwei had been ambushed in the Poison Sect's forbidden grounds. The black-robed assassin was none other than the Wind Clan head, Bai Yanqing. That assassination attempt had been a trap from start to finish. Bai Yanqing had thrown Gu Beiyue into the abyss, but had long since planted assassins there. After Gu Beiyue fell off the cliff, they'd kidnapped Gu Beiyue. That night it looked like Gu Beiyue had fallen off the cliff, but he'd actually been kidnapped. Thus, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find him. Bai Yanqing was also Jun Yixie's master and the old fox they'd been searching for all this time. He was also a direct descendant of the poison sect and very likely the man of Han Yunxi's birth father, Lady Tianxin. Everything Bai Yanqing had done was to sow discord between Western Qin and East Qin, then stir up hatred and war so he could reap the benefit. After kidnapping Gu Beiyue, Bai Yanqing had trapped him in a forbidden area and cut him off from the rest of the world. He even pretended to be Gu Beiyue's savior. He told Gu Beiyue that he was a descendant of the Wind Clan and had been keeping an eye on Long Feiyi for a long time. He'd long known of Long Feiyi's origins and done everything for the sake of today. He wanted to ally with the Di clan and use Northern Li's armored cavalry to destroy the last of East Qin's forces and avenge Western Qin's imperial clan. He told Gu Beiyue that he'd exposed Han Yunxi's identity and that Han Yunxi had seen through Long Feiyi's schemes. She'd already joined forces with Ning Qing and was about to personally lead the troop. He also told Gu Beiyue that the Northern Li cavalry would soon reinforce the Ning family army. In less than a year, the East Qin imperial family would be exterminated. How could Bai Yanqing have thought that Gu Beiyue already knew about Long Feiyi's East Qin Empress and also knew about Han Yunxi's Western Qin Empress? Moreover, he stood on the same side as Long Feiyi. Bai Yanqing tricked Gu Beiyue, and Gu Beiyue beat him at his own game. While recuperating from his injuries, he secretly contacted Bai Yanqing to understand the real situation. At the same time, he probed Bai Yanqing's various plots and machinations. He promised Bai Yanqing that as long as Bai Yanqing helped him find medicinal pills to restore his internal energy, he was willing to use the power of Medical City to restrict Chang Feiyi. The last sentence in Gu Beiyue's letter was, "The princess has not seen the letter yet. I hope your highness will reconsider." Her short words were filled with helplessness, as well as determination and decisiveness. Long Fei understood all of it. Han Yunxi had not seen the letter yet. She still did not know the truth. Sincerity. How could he give up? In the past, he'd borrowed Gu Beiyue's hand to deliver the truth and sincerity to Han Yunxi's hands. In his heart. But now Gu Beiyue was borrowing his hand to deliver the truth and sincerity to Han Yunxi's hands. In his heart, Long Feiyi had wanted to personally see Han Yunxi. After seeing Gu Beiyue's letter, his heart became even more determined. Since Han Yunxi was going to lead the troops herself, he was waiting for her to come. Long Feiyi opened Chu Tiannin's letter. Chu Tiannin's meaning was clear. As long as Long Feiyi agreed to release his father and uncle, he was willing to listen to all of Gu Beiyue's arrangements. Long Feiyi's heart was filled with emotion. It was Gu Beiyue's idea to subdue Chu Tiannin in the first place. If Gu Beiyue really wanted to take revenge for Western Qin, the skies of Cloud Realm continent would have changed long ago. He used his sickly body to prop up Han Yunxi's clear skies. Bailey Yuanlong, send orders to stop the attack. Long Feiyi ordered. Bailey Yuanlong was stunned. He thought he'd heard wrong. Your Highness, you said, what did you say? Stop the attack and send an envoy over. Your lordship wants to negotiate with Han Yunxi. Long Feiyi said seriously. Your Highness. Bailey Yuanlong grew angry. East Qin has nothing to talk about with them. Your Highness should think of a way to stabilize the troops' morale. Take advantage of the fact that Han Yunxi and Ning Qing haven't arrived with reinforcements to finish the battle in one go. At the very least, you'll be able to conquer half of Tianning. Your Highness, Gu Beiyue is still a descendant of the Shadow Clan. Chu Tiannin's stance is unclear, so you mustn't fall for their tricks. Long Feiyi told Bailey Yuanlong about Bai Yanqing's scheme. Jun Yixie has 30,000 battle horses. They can head south by the beginning of next month at the latest. After that, they have another 60,000 horses. As Long Fei spoke, he leaned forward and narrowed his cold eyes. Word by word, he said, Bailey Yuanlong, you should know better than this crown prince what the consequences of 100,000 cavalry heading south will be. Bailey Yuanlong was flabbergasted. It was at this moment that the Shadow Guard arrived with news from Northern Li's spies. Your Highness, Jun Yixie's 30,000 battle horses have already entered Northern Li's borders. The Northern Dynasty's emperors are already on guard, but they haven't made a move yet, the Shadow Guard reported truthfully. Bailey Yuanlong was even more shocked. Stop the battle. We must stop the battle for now. Your Highness, you must stop the Northern Li cavalry from supporting the Ning clan troops. Bailey Yuanlong finally panicked. He didn't care what conflicts existed between the Wind and Di clans, or how ambitious the Wind clan was. He only knew that once the Wind and Di clans joined hands, East Qin would be in danger even if it was just a pretense. Most of the 7 noble families were loyal to Western Qin. Only the Bai clan was truly loyal to East Qin. In terms of strength, East Qin had no advantage. Thus, this was why His Highness Duke of Qin had been searching for the whereabouts of the 7 noble families all these years. Who knew that the Wind clan would gain control of Cloud Realm Continent's most powerful cavalry? Tell noble consort Xiao that it's time to move. Also, send Helian Zuexiang and Han Yuni to her, Long Fei said. Noble consort Xiao was the spy he'd planted by the Northern Dynasty's emperor's side for years. Finally, she could be put to good use. It was time for Helian Zuexiang to pay the price. Her precious son Han Yuni would definitely be able to force her to sell out by Yanqing and Jun Yixie. After the Shadow Guard left, Long Fei looked at Bailey Yuanlong. Long Fei didn't need to say another word for Bailey Yuanlong to know what to do. Your Highness, this soldier will immediately order a ceasefire. I'll send out an envoy today, Bailey Yuanlong said before striding away. Currently, East Qin had the absolute advantage on the battlefield. The Ning clan troops were being routed one by one. Under these circumstances, East Qin only needed to stop fighting to force the two sides into a stalemate. As long as East Qin's envoy could convince Han Yunxi and Ning Qing of the Wind clan's schemes and the fearsomeness of Northern Li's cavalry, Han Yunxi and Ning Qing would naturally be on guard against the Wind clan. This way, the Wind clan would have to deal with both the Di clan and Northern Li's imperial clan. No matter how many war horses they had, they wouldn't be able to gain an absolute advantage all of a sudden. Originally, the Eastern and Western Qin factions were at odds with each other. But now that the Wind clan's schemes had been exposed, the situation had changed. The Wind clan had become the target of public criticism. No matter how great their hatred was, they had to compromise in the face of the threat of extinction. Bailey Yuanlong and Long Fei were worried about how much Han Yunxi and Ning Qing would believe in them. Compared to them, Han Yunxi and Ning Qing had more reason to believe in the Wind clan, didn't they? The master and servant pair, and even Gu Beiyue, didn't know that Han Yunxi had exposed Bai Yanqing's true colors before them. She had also tricked Bai Yanqing into giving her exact information on Jun Yixie's war horses. At this moment, Han Yunxi, who was on her way to the battlefield, was looking at the 9 empty letters in her hand in a daze. Others were timid because they were close to home, but she was timid because she was close to home. Or perhaps it could be said that she was even more timid because she was close to her husband. That's right, Long Fei was her husband. What was Long Fei doing right now? Would it be the same as before, where he had to open secret letters one after another before going to bed? The news of her personally leading the army should have reached his ears by now. What would he think of her? If there was a chance and they met, how would he treat her? She didn't dare think about it. It was because once she thought about it that her longing grew wildly, occupying her mind and invading her reason. Long Fei, don't you remember how you said you owed me a formal marriage? Long Fei, do you remember that I said if you didn't return it, I would marry someone else? The horse carriage sped along. 3 days later, Ning Qing received a letter from the Deputy General saying that East Qin had suddenly stopped fighting and had sent an envoy to say that the East Qin Crown Prince, Long Feiyi, wanted to negotiate with the princess. Ning Qing didn't even think about it as he directly gave the letter to Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi almost screamed when she saw the contents of the letter. She never thought that before they even reached the battlefield, there would be this kind of opportunity. This should be Long Feiyi's first official invitation to her. Could this be considered a date? Princess, as you expected, Long Feiyi has received news about the war horses, Ning Qing said. Han Yunxi looked at the letter and didn't make a sound. Actually, other people didn't know how many spies Long Feiyi had in Northernly, but she was very clear. With Long Feiyi's strength, he could go all out. He could quickly fight the Ning family army while using the Northernly royal family to restrain Jun Yixie. With Long Feiyi's personality, he would definitely do this. Today, Long Feiyi actually wanted to personally negotiate with her. Was it really for the matter of the Northernly war horses? Han Yunxi was pleasantly surprised and also worried. He was negotiating with her as the East Qin Crown Prince, so they couldn't meet alone. There would be many important people on both sides present, so what could they talk about? After being worried, Han Yunxi was also a bit disappointed. She didn't know what the situation was in Medical City. Did Vice Headmaster Shin see what she did to the Long Zun servant? Princess, do you agree? Let's set the time and place? Ning Qing asked. Han Yunxi finally recovered. After hesitating for a bit, she seriously said, "Give me a brush and ink. I'll write a letter to Long Feiyi." Ning Qing doubtfully said, "Princess, we can't immediately stop the war, otherwise we'll be used by Bai Yanqing." Bai Yanqing was able to obtain the trust of the Northern Dynasty's emperors for all these years, so he must have his own skills. If Eastern and Western Qin suddenly stopped the war, what would the Northern Dynasty's emperors think? Wouldn't they be on guard against Eastern and Western Qin? Han Yunxi seriously said. Ning Qing was filled with admiration. The princess was the first to use a woman's heart on a military matter. Ning Qing immediately personally brought over a brush and ink. Han Yunxi picked up the brush in front of him, so naturally she couldn't write anything else. She only wrote down her worries and suggested that Long Feiyi negotiate with her before starting the war. However, she requested that the battles for the next few days should be a show and they couldn't be serious. The letter was delivered to Long Feiyi. Looking at Han Yunxi's handwriting and seeing Han Yunxi's caution and meticulousness, Long Feiyi suddenly had an illusion that this woman wasn't standing on the opposite side of him. Rather, she was still by his side, working side by side with him, giving him advice. That woman was just as he understood and appreciated. Rational, calm, and intelligent. Han Yunxi, you're so smart. Why can't you guess this prince's heart? At this moment, Han Yunxi was also asking, Long Feiyi, you're smarter than me. Why can't you guess my heart? A few days later, late at night, Han Yunxi, accompanied by Ning Qing and a few bodyguards, arrived at a cliff. On the opposite side of the cliff was another cliff. Between the two mountains was an old iron chain bridge. Standing on the iron chain bridge, one could see the battlefield. When Han Yunxi and the others arrived, they saw a tall and proud figure standing in the middle of the iron chain bridge. There were torches on both sides of the cliff, but there was only moonlight in the middle of the iron chain bridge. Han Yunxi immediately recognized the man under the moonlight. He was the man she had missed for a long time and hadn't seen for several months, Long Feiyi. Chapter 835. It was finally her turn to look at him. Even though they were so far apart, she recognized him at first glance. In that instant, Han Yunxi wanted nothing more than to rush over and hug Long Feiyi tightly. She wouldn't let go even if he chased her away. Long Feiyi finally saw the person he had been thinking about day and night. He thought that he must have let this woman down in his past life, so he was destined to repay her in this life. He was willing to torment himself to this state for her. He wanted nothing more than to fly over immediately and take her away without any explanation. He wanted to never let go of her hand and take her away from all these complicated matters. He wanted her to forget who she was and who the other party was. Both of them were impulsive, but they were also very rational. They had always been the same kind of people. Long Feiyi had Bailey Yuanlong behind him, while Han Yunxi had Ning Qing behind her. They were the main generals of their respective armies, the most loyal forces in their respective camps, and also the forces that hated each other the most. Han Yunxi had paid a huge price, even swearing in the name of the Princess of Western Qin, to win Ning Qing's trust. Long Feiyi, on the other hand, had put in a lot of effort, and with the help of Gu Beiyue's secret letter, Bailey Yuanlong was willing to stop the war and accept negotiations. They didn't know the hard work each other had put in these past few days, but like each other, they cherished this opportunity very much. If this negotiation got off to a good start, it wouldn't be difficult for them to meet again. It might even be possible for them to meet alone. The two of them stood motionless, looking at each other from afar. Under the tranquil moonlight, the entire world was quiet. It was as if the two of them were the only ones left in the world. It also seemed as if they had formed a world of their own, leaving everyone else outside. But even though they were in the same world, they stood on opposite ends of their destinies. Between them was national enmity, family hatred, infatuation, and helplessness. Finally, Han Yunxi couldn't take it anymore. She took a step forward and stepped onto the drawbridge. Long Feiyi's heart immediately raced. At this moment, Ning Qing strode forward and said in a low voice, "Princess, be careful. I'll take you there." The dilapidated suspension bridge was very dangerous. If she missed a step, she would fall into a bottomless abyss. How could Han Yunxi, who did not know martial arts, cross it? "Pardon me, Princess," Ning Qing said in a low voice as he grabbed Han Yunxi's shoulder. In that instant, Long Feiyi's eyes turned cold. The killing intent in his eyes was enough to tear Ning Qing to pieces 100 times over. Finally, he could no longer remain calm. He suddenly soared into the air and flew towards Han Yunxi and the others aggressively. Before anyone could react, he landed in front of Han Yunxi and stared coldly at Han Yunxi's shoulder. Ning Qing immediately shielded Han Yunxi behind him. "Long Feiyi, is this the sincerity of your negotiation? What do you mean by this?" Long Feiyi did not reply. He looked coldly at Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi immediately retreated to one side and maintained a certain distance from Ning Qing. Long Feiyi was still staring at her with dissatisfaction. That gaze was as if he wanted to eat her up. Han Yunxi subconsciously lowered her head. This scene was so familiar. How many times in the past, as long as he frowned or lowered his eyes, she knew that she had made a mistake and angered him. Han Yunxi had a misconception. It was as if nothing had happened and they had returned to the past. "Long Feiyi, Long Feiyi, what do you mean by this? And now, what right do you have to express your dissatisfaction with my actions?" Dissatisfaction was like an instinct of his. Even in this situation where he needed to be careful, he could not control himself to show it. It was just that he did not expect her to be the same as before. As long as he frowned or glared at her, she would be obedient, afraid, and as docile as a little rabbit. Han Yunxi, what do you mean by this? And now, shouldn't you hate me to the core? Why is she still so afraid of me?" Ning Qing immediately saw the objection. Once again, he stood in front of Han Yunxi and blocked Long Feiyi's line of sight with his own body. Coldly, he asked, "Long Feiyi, if you continue to be rude to the princess, don't blame me for being rude." Was Long Feiyi here to negotiate or to seek revenge? He was clearly the one who made use of Han Yunxi. What kind of attitude was this? Ning Qing used to admire Long Feiyi very much. But now, he looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. If they didn't need to stop the fight, he would have already made his move. Long Feiyi finally looked straight at Ning Qing and asked coldly, Ning Qing, what right do you have to speak to this crown prince? Since when did the D clan have the authority to speak on behalf of Western Qin's princess? Ning Qing sneered. This clan head disdains to talk nonsense with a despicable person who uses women like you. Long Feiyi, you were the one who wanted to negotiate. Why? Before Ning Qing could finish, Long Feiyi raised his hand. The shadow guard flew to his side and placed a flat brocade box in his hand. This was, Ning Qing and Han Yunxi were puzzled. Bailey Yuanlong, who had chased after them, also didn't understand. His Highness had not mentioned this before they came to negotiate. What was this? It was also Han Yunxi's first time seeing this brocade box. It was very unfamiliar. This thing looked a bit like a box used to store women's accessories and clothes. What was inside? Under everyone's gaze, Long Feiyi slowly opened the brocade box. When they saw what was inside, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Then, they all looked at Han Yunxi. Lying quietly in the brocade box was none other than Han Yunxi's purple muslin dress that had been torn apart by Ning Qing. This was the evidence of her being bullied. It was her humiliation as a woman. Long Feiyi lifted the muslin dress with one hand and looked at it with interest, a cold smile on his lips. Ning Qing's face immediately paled, while Han Yunxi's face turned crimson. In fact, not only was her face red, but even her eyes were red. She never expected that after enduring for so long, hoping for so long, and being strong for so long, she would be humiliated like this. Long Feiyi, you're really considerate. Han Yunxi looked at the man whom she was most familiar with. Her heart started to panic and was in a mess. But Long Feiyi didn't stop. Ning Qing, the phoenix birthmark on her back, have you seen it clearly? His voice seemed to come from the dark abyss under his feet. It was deep and cold, making one's hair stand on end. Is it you, clan head Ning, who would even humiliate your mistress, or? Long Feiyi seemed to be hesitating but still continued, or is she willing to let you see it? When his words fell, the entire crowd was silent. Ning Qing's face turned white and then red. He even forgot to refute Long Feiyi. He subconsciously turned back to look at Han Yunxi. He saw that Han Yunxi's eyes were as red as a rabbit's. Ning Qing opened his mouth, wanting to say something to her, but he didn't know what to say. What negotiation? What's stopping the war? Long Feiyi was here to humiliate the princess, wasn't he? He'd used the princess for so long, and now he was humiliating her like this. If this could be tolerated, what couldn't? Ning Qing was about to draw his sword when Han Yunxi suddenly rushed in front of Long Feiyi and slapped him. Long Feiyi, even if I'm willing, it has nothing to do with you. Who are you to me? Slap. The slap resounded through the quiet cliff. The people behind Long Feiyi all sucked in a cold breath. No one had expected something like this to happen before the negotiations had even begun. Bailey Yuanlong thought that the Tang siblings were probably overthinking things. How could His Highness the Crown Prince still have lingering feelings for this woman? No matter how favored a woman was, she was worthless in the face of national enmity and family hatred. Impudent! Bailey Yuanlong was the first to draw his sword, followed by Ning Qing. He didn't budge an inch. However, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi didn't move. Their eyes met, so close yet so far. Long Feiyi stroked his hot cheeks expressionlessly. He was about to hand the brocade box to the shadow guard when Han Yunxi said coldly, "Give it back to me." Before Long Feiyi could say anything, Han Yunxi snatched it away without anyone noticing. In that instant, Long Feiyi breathed a sigh of relief. He understood Han Yunxi too well, so he'd purposely angered her so that she could snatch the brocade box. Only in this way would Ning Qing not suspect or ask about the box. The brocade box had a double layer, so he hoped this woman would be more meticulous and not let him take the first slap of his life for nothing. Despite his heartache, he still avoided Han Yunxi's red eyes and said indifferently, "All right, Western Qin princess, you've settled your grudges. It's time to talk business." Business? So none of this counted as business to him? Han Yunshi's heart was about to break. She thought she had enough courage to stay strong and calm to the end. She'd always tried to convince herself that Long Fei Yi was only using the Western Qin princess, not her. That's why she still had a chance. She'd always hoped that Long Fei Yi would still be her Long Fei Yi and His Highness if there was no enmity between them. But who knew that she'd still be hurt all over when facing this man? Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Long Fei Yi, do you know how bitterly I waited for you to show up when Chu Shifeng put me under house arrest in Medical City? Do you know? You didn't come. Long Fei Yi, do you know how terrified I was at Ning Cheng's rudeness? You weren't there. Long Fei Yi, do you know how much I spent these past few days by Ning Cheng's side? Do you know how much effort I've put into enduring until now to see you? You actually humiliated me like this. Long Fei Yi. Everyone saw the calm, rational, courageous, fearful, and even heartless Han Yunshi. But how could he be like everyone else? How could he not see the bitter support behind my back and stupidly persevere? Right now, Han Yunshi dearly wished she was the Western Qin princess, the real Western Qin princess. If that was the case, love and hate would be so simple. She wouldn't have to suffer so much anymore. Long Fei Yi, I, Han Yunshi, can't afford to love you, but at least I can afford to hate you. I have nothing to talk about with you people. Ning Cheng was so angry that his face had turned white. The incident with the purple muslin dress had started because of him, so he had no way to refute it. Actually, Ningen had asked him about it at least 3 times. Why had he been so rash back then to find Han Yunshi and check her birthmark himself? If he'd sent a servant girl with him, or kidnapped Han Yunshi to check her birthmark, he wouldn't have ended up in such an awkward situation. But who knew how excited he'd been when he found out about Han Yunshi's identity? Even he didn't know why he'd been so obsessed with Han Yunshi's acupuncture needles. It wasn't until he found out about Han Yunshi's identity that he understood. All of the attachments were either love or hate or both. When he found out that the woman he loved and hated was actually his own master, and that he didn't have to be her enemy anymore and could be loyal to her for the rest of his life, how could he not lose his reason? This was the thing he regretted the most in his heart, and the thing he didn't want to regret the most. The beauty he saw that night was branded in his mind like a poison that would plague him for the rest of his life. Princess, let's go. Ning Cheng would rather face the Feng clan alone than let the princess suffer such humiliation. Chapter 836. When Ning Cheng wanted to leave, Han Yunshi said to him with a cold smile, Ning Cheng, my anger has already subsided, so what are you angry for? Princess. Ning Cheng wanted to say something, but hesitated. Han Yunshi smiled and then said, It's not a serious matter, it's already over. The East Qin Crown Prince is right, it's more important for us to talk about serious matters. When these words were said, Long Fei Ye's face turned dark. His hands were hidden in his sleeves as they slowly clenched into fists. He almost couldn't hold back his anger. Ning Cheng was stunned, but he quickly came back to his senses. The princess was forcefully holding on to her dignity. If he couldn't see through this, then he would have followed her for nothing. Everyone was laughing at him, and if he left like this, wouldn't he become a joke if he didn't take responsibility? No matter what, he couldn't let the East Qin Crown Prince laugh at him. Ning Cheng immediately kneeled down on one knee. Any matter of the princess is not a small matter. This matter is this subordinate's offense, but this subordinate will definitely give the princess and the Western Qin royal family an explanation. After completing the great task of restoring the country, this subordinate will use my life to apologize with my death. Han Yunshi didn't want to discuss this matter, but seeing Long Fei Ye's lips filled with disdain, her anger was ignited once again. She said with a teasing smile, Ning Cheng, you would rather die than take responsibility for me? Ning Cheng suddenly raised his head and looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. Although he knew that she was speaking out of anger and was lying, in this moment, He was willing to deceive himself once. As long as the princess is willing, Ning Qing will definitely take responsibility. Ning Qing said word for word, speaking in an incomparably firm tone. Han Yunxi helped Ning Qing up. Ning Qing, you really are good. He tore a piece of her clothes and took a look at her birthmark. Yet, he was so dead set on apologizing with his life and taking responsibility for it. Then how many times should Long Fei, the man who'd married her and bullied her countless times? Every time he'd come close to eating her dry, he'd stopped abruptly? How many lifetimes should he be responsible for? Long Fei Yi, what qualifications do you have to ridicule and disdain Ning Qing? Long Fei Yi, do you know that my greatest humiliation was bestowed upon me by you? That cinnabar on my hand was because you were unwilling to take responsibility for it. Your bullying was not just bullying, it was simply toying with him. Long Fei Yi clenched his fists so tightly that his bones were about to shatter. He said coldly, Bailey Yuanlong, talk to them. You are fully in charge. If he didn't leave now, he might not be able to control himself. With that, Long Fei Yi turned and left. His figure flitted across the long drawbridge, not even looking back once. Han Yunxi's gaze followed him to the other side, until she saw him disappear into the night. Her heart was completely shattered. In the past, every time he turned and left, no matter how far he went, he would turn back and ask her, Han Yunxi, why aren't you leaving? But this time, he disappeared without a trace. Her gaze was still fixed on the empty cliff opposite. Han Yunxi was expressionless as she said cold, Ning Qing, talk to them. You are fully in charge. So speaking, Han Yunxi turned to leave without looking back. However, she didn't go far. She waited for Ning Qing at the foot of the mountain. Ning Qing didn't come to see her until dawn. Princess, as you expected, they know about Jun Yixie's 90,000 warhorses. Ning Qing hesitated for a moment, then said, but there's one thing this subordinate can't figure out. How did they know the Feng clan betrayed us? The one who assassinated Gu Beiyue wasn't Long Fei Yi. He himself also knew someone was impersonating him. Long Fei Yi has been investigating the identities of the spies in Tianshan and Zhongnan. It's not strange that he guessed it was the Feng clan. Han Yunxi was somewhat powerless. Princess, this subordinate and Bailey Yuanlong have basically reached a ceasefire agreement, but we haven't discussed the details. Ning Qing reported truthfully. Eastern and Western Qin were mortal enemies. It was already good enough that they could stop fighting, but cooperation was impossible. Therefore, the final result of their negotiations was a ceasefire, and they would each deal with the Feng clan. The key to the negotiations was the duration of the ceasefire and the details of any unexpected situations during the ceasefire. These were things that needed to be slowly worked out. Han Yunxi had long since guessed the outcome of the negotiations. She herself didn't know what she was waiting for. Let's go back, Han Yunxi said indifferently. Princess. Ning Qing hesitated for a long time, then finally said, Princess, when the Western Qin Empire is restored, this subordinate will atone for his crimes with death. Han Yunxi said nothing and got into the carriage. In fact, Long Fei Yi hadn't left either. He was at the foot of another mountain. His face was gloomy from beginning to end, and his hands were still clenched into fists even now. It wasn't until Bailey Yuanlong finished reporting the negotiations that he asked coldly, What does Han Yunxi mean? Reporting to Your Highness, the Western Qin princess has already left. She's given full authority over this matter to Ning Qing, Bailey Yuanlong said. Long Fei Yi fell silent again. He allowed Bailey Yuanlong to call him several times, but he didn't answer. After a long time, he finally turned and left. His silhouette was silent enough to make the whole world silent with him. When he returned to the barracks, Long Fei Yi walked all the way to his tent. Everyone who bumped into him on the way was shocked by the silent aura he emitted. A trace of worry flitted across Bailey Yuanlong's eyes. It was as if he was seeing the crown prince again after Consort Wan's death. However, Bailey Yuanlong couldn't figure out what was going on with His Highness. Today's negotiations had gone smoothly, and His Highness had even humiliated Han Yunxi and Ning Qing. Master, a letter from Medical City. Su Donglin suddenly popped up. Long Fei Yi remained indifferent. Su Donglin glanced back at Bailey Yuanlong. Seeing that Bailey Yuanlong wasn't coming over so quickly, he hurriedly pulled out a purple tassel from his sleeve and showed a corner to His Highness. Long Fei Yi's eyes lit up when he saw it. Where did you get, Your Highness, a letter from Medical City? Su Donglin whispered to Long Fei Yi as he handed the purple tassel and Shen Jueming's letters to Bailey Yuanlong. Pass down my orders. This prince isn't feeling well. No one is to disturb him. Long Fei Yi ordered loudly, then strode into the tent. By the time Bailey Yuanlong caught up, he was already gone. Just now, Bailey Yuanlong was about to ask Su Donglin when Su Donglin countered with a question. General Bailey, what's wrong with His Highness? Why does he look so listless? Military matters are bothering him. Guard him well. Don't let anyone disturb His Highness, Bailey Yuanlong instructed seriously. Yes. Su Donglin nodded respectfully. General Bailey, Miss Mingxiang seems to have returned. She's anxious to see you. As soon as Bailey Yuanlong left, Su Donglin let out a sigh of relief. Actually, he didn't know what Vice Academy head Shen had said in the letter, but esteemed Wang Fei had definitely asked him to pass that purple tassel to His Highness. His Highness had once sent esteemed Wang Fei a large box of jewelry. Esteemed Wang Fei had picked out that purple tassel and often wore it. Since Su Donglin could recognize it, Long Fei Yi naturally recognized it at a glance. He tore open the letter almost as soon as he entered, but hesitated when he picked it up. He'd always used the excuse that Han Yunxi wasn't a Western Qin princess to get Shen Jueming to help him seal off Medical City. Now that Han Yunxi was personally leading an expedition, what would Shen Jueming's attitude be? Shen Jueming's attitude was definitely the same as Han Yunxi's, so why did he write to him? And why did he send this tassel on behalf of Han Yunxi? Long Fei Yi casually tossed the letter on the table and turned to leave. But just as he reached the door, he turned back and opened the letter. But the contents of the letter instantly brightened Long Fei's gloomy world. In the letter, Shen Jueming described how Han Yunxi had used the purple tassel as a token to entrust him with taking care of Long Zun. When he saw Long Zun and the servants accompanying him, one of the accompanying eunuchs showed signs of unbearable itchiness on his back. Shen Jueming examined him on the spot and discovered a line of black lines on the eunuch's back. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a line of crooked words. The line read, Long Fei Yi, if I wasn't a Western Qin princess, would you still like me? Shen Jueming couldn't figure out what Han Yunxi had done. He only knew that she might have poisoned him. After he used an anti-itch medicine, the black lines completely disappeared. After pondering for a day, Shen Jueming finally wrote a letter. Long Fei Yi read the letter 3 times. His gaze finally settled on the line, Long Fei Yi, if I wasn't a Western Qin princess, would you still like me? Idiot. He laughed bitterly. He hadn't laughed since Han Yunxi's disappearance. At this very moment, he laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Han Yunxi, you idiot! Idiot! Han Yunxi, if you want to know the answer, then ask me face to face. Han Yunxi had clearly seen him today, but she had spent so much effort to have Shen Jueming deliver the letter. She must have had a lot of things against her will with Ning Qing. Thinking of this, Long Fei Yi couldn't help but recall her pair of eyes as red as a rabbit's. His heart instantly felt like it was being cut by a knife. Bailey Yuanlong! Bailey Yuanlong! Long Fei Yi shouted. As soon as Bailey Yuanlong saw Bailey Mingxiang, he didn't even have time to say anything before rushing over. Set a time. This crown prince wants to discuss all the details of the ceasefire with Han Yunxi. The sooner the better, Long Fei Yi said. Your Highness, only today. Bailey Yuanlong looked confused. Your Highness, what are your plans? He had just humiliated Han Yunshi today. If he wanted to set a time, he should at least delay it. I don't have any plans. This matter needs to be resolved quickly to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Jun Yixie's warhorse will be here soon. Long Feiyi made up an excuse. Bailey Yuanlong could only do as he was told. Late at night, Han Yunshi was in the barracks. She had just finished a meeting with Ning Qing and several deputy generals. She had brought the brocade box back and placed it on the table. Apart from Ning Qing, no one else knew what was inside, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Ning Qing was the last to leave. He looked at the brocade box and wanted to say something, but seeing the princess's downcast expression, he didn't dare say anything and directly left. After everyone had left, Han Yunshi opened the brocade box. She gently stroked the tattered purple muslin robe and thought back to all the hardships, exhaustion, suffering, waiting, and apprehension. None of these could compare to today's heart-wrenching grief. Long Fei, wasn't this purple your favorite color in the past? Han Yunshi closed her eyes and fiercely closed the brocade box, but she suddenly heard a strange sound coming from inside. She hurriedly opened it and found that there were 9 letters inside. Chapter 837. There were 9 letters in the middle of the brocade box. Han Yunshi was very surprised. She hurriedly took them out to take a look. Before she could read the contents, she was stunned when she saw the envelopes. Weren't these 9 letters the same ones she wrote to Long Feiyi? They were all signed with her name. Each letter only had one sentence, and each sentence was exactly the same. Long Feiyi, I miss you. Han Yunshi opened one of the letters and found that the front of the letter was her handwriting, while the back of the letter was Long Feiyi's handwriting. There was a request written on it. Han Yunshi, please believe me. After the request, his name and the time were attached. This Han Yunshi seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly opened the remaining 8 letters. The remaining 8 letters were all the same. Her 9 sentences, Long Feiyi, I miss you. In exchange, she received 9 sentences from him. Han Yunshi, please believe me. Han Yunshi finally knew that the empty letters he replied to her were all fake. Thus, she couldn't figure it out even after guessing for several months. She didn't want to believe those empty letters at all. How could she guess it? Han Yunshi felt so wronged that she wanted to cry, but she also felt so happy that she wanted to laugh. Long Feiyi, how could you do this? You bastard! Big bastard! Sentence after sentence of pleading, he replied to her longing for him. Han Yunshi remembered very clearly that the 9th letter she sent to Long Feiyi was in Medical City. At that time, nothing had happened, and there was no enmity between them. She was only his Qin Wangfei, and he was only her His Highness Duke of Qin. Nothing had happened yet, so what did he want her to believe in him for? Did he expect so many things to happen, so he wanted her to believe in him? Han Yunshi was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she looked at the dates of all the letters like a madwoman. Long Feiyi's replies were all signed and dated. She carefully looked over the dates of the 9 letters and confirmed that Long Feiyi had replied to her before he announced his identity as the East Qin Crown Prince. Why didn't he give her the reply then? Why did he only give it to her now? He had humiliated her on the cliff because he wanted her to bring the brocade box back. It was because of the purple muslin dress that Ning Qing would not touch the brocade box. Thinking of this, the silent face of Long Feiyi after he was beaten appeared in Han Yunshi's mind again. Her heart ached so much that she felt suffocated. Even breathing was difficult. Her nose stung, and all the grievances she had suffered over the past few months surged up from the bottom of her heart. She didn't know if she was feeling wronged for herself or for him. Long Feiyi, only you can bully me, Han Yunshi, to this extent. Long Fei, you're the only one who can make me, Han Yunshi, degrade myself to such an extent. Why did he keep the letters he clearly could have sent until now? Why did he hide the things he clearly could have explained until now? Han Yunshi hoped that she could find some clues in the letters. She was anxious again, seriously looking over the letters one by one, but she could not find any other information. Footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, and Han Yunshi panicked. She quickly closed the brocade box and put away the letters, but one letter fell to the ground. When she was about to bend over to pick it up, a maid came in. The army was not like other places. It was inconvenient for a woman to be in the army, so Ning Qing had specially arranged several maids for her. Han Yunshi did not dare look at the letter on the ground. She was so nervous that she unconsciously held her breath. She watched as the maid brought the supper to her side. "Your Highness Princess, Master Ning ordered this servant to bring you old ginseng soup. Please drink it while it's hot," the maid respectfully said. "All right. You can leave." No matter how big the matter was, Han Yunshi was as steady as Mount Tai. She was so calm that she didn't seem like a normal woman. However, facing this kind of small situation, her heart was beating wildly and she couldn't speak properly. "Yes." The maid bowed and was about to leave. Han Yunshi took the opportunity to stretch out her foot. Who knew that when she was about to step on the letter, the maid would suddenly look over. Han Yunshi stepped on half of the letter. Fortunately, she did not lower her head, so the maid did not notice her foot. "Your Highness Princess, Master Ning said that there will be a drill in the army. He wants you to rest early. Tomorrow morning, he will come to pick you up," the maid respectfully said. Han Yunshi leaned forward and used her skirt to cover the letter. Only then did she calm down. "I know. You can leave. Also, in the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to come in." "Yes." The maid bowed and left. After confirming that the maid had left, Han Yunshi's tense nerves all relaxed. She let out a big sigh of relief and quickly hid the letter. What kind of big things had she not encountered in her life? But she had never been so thrilling like just now. She was so scared that her heart almost burst out of her chest. So close, so close. This matter was not big, but the consequences were extremely serious. If this letter from Long Fei Yi fell into Ning Qing's hands, then Ning Qing would know about the hidden compartment of the brocade box. She really could not imagine the consequences. She was even more unable to bear the consequences. If people found out that the elegant and calm Han Yunshi had been scared to this extent by a mere servant girl, wouldn't they be? After the thrilling experience, Han Yunshi had clearly stabilized her emotions. But for some reason, she turned her head to face the wall and suddenly started to cry. Once the tears came out, how could she hold them back? She squatted on the ground, facing the wall, and started to sob softly. "Long Fei Yi, you bastard! What do you mean by this? What do you want me to believe? Long Fei Yi, I want to see you. What do you want me to believe? You have to say it clearly yourself." That night Han Yunshi did not sleep at all. She thought for an entire night, but she could not think of a good reason to continue negotiating with Long Fei Yi. During the first negotiation, Long Fei Yi had insulted her and Ning Qing, so Ning Qing would definitely hold a grudge. Moreover, the negotiation was initiated by Long Fei Yi. From the beginning, Long Fei Yi was in a passive position. Ning Qing could choose to stop fighting with Long Fei Yi, or he could choose to deal with the Wind Clan himself. Early in the morning, Ning Qing came to pick up Han Yunshi to watch the drill. Seeing Han Yunshi's swollen eyes, Ning Qing thought that she was crying because of the purple muslin dress. He felt even more guilty, but he did not dare ask. He did not speak the entire way. Han Yunshi was absent-minded the entire morning. After thinking for a while, she finally found a reason to convince Ning Qing. Who would have thought that on the way back to the army camp, when she was about to speak, a servant would come to report, "Princess, General Ning, East Qin has sent a letter." Han Yunshi read the letter and her heart was filled with joy. This letter was written by Bailey Yuanlong, asking for a time and place for the second negotiation. During the last negotiation, they had already reached an initial decision to stop fighting. He wanted to go deeper into the negotiations and agree on the specific details of the ceasefire. Han Yunshi gave the letter to Ning Qing. Ning Qing looked at it with a look of disdain. Princess, we have to suppress their arrogance and delay them for 3-5 days before returning. They really think that we have to stop fighting with them. Han Yunshi silently looked at him, but did not say anything. Ning Qing wanted to say something, but seeing Han Yunshi's disappointed appearance, he immediately closed his mouth. This matter was his fault in the end. If it wasn't for him making a mistake first, how could Long Fei Yi have the chance to humiliate the princess? Ning Qing finally realized that he could not mention this matter in front of the princess. This was no different from exposing the princess' scars. Seeing that the princess was silent, Ning Che was also silent. The two of them returned to the army camp in silence. Before returning to the camp, Ning An sent a letter. The letter said that Long Zun had already arrived at Medical City and that Gu and Mu Ling had already woken up by Yuqiao. They were still interrogating him and hadn't found any useful information yet. Ning Qing, send a reply to Ning An and ask if Xin Jueming accepted all the servants Long Zun brought or returned them. Han Yunshi seemed casual, but her heart was filled with nervousness. She had poisoned one of the servants. As long as that servant went to Xin Jueming's courtyard, he would definitely come into contact with the osmanthus flowers in Xin Jueming's courtyard. It was already autumn and the north was a bit colder than the south. Xin Jueming's entire courtyard of osmanthus flowers must have bloomed. The poison she had placed on the servant's back must have reacted with the osmanthus flowers, causing itchy symptoms and black lines to appear. Based on the position and order she had placed the poison, the lines would form a character. As long as Xin Jueming had treated that servant, he would have seen the words she had left behind and would have reported it to Long Fei Yi. Han Yunshi hoped more than ever that Xin Jueming had reported her problem to Long Fei Yi. She couldn't imagine how much despair Long Fei Yi would feel after being slapped by her and hearing the words she had said to Ning Qing. Ning Qing was about to leave when Han Yunshi quickly added, "If anything happens, have her reply immediately. It's getting better and better." Ning Qing was suspicious. "Princess, this matter. Is it that urgent?" Han Yunshi finally realized her gaffe. Luckily she was smart and quickly explained, "If we can win the support of Medical City, we can also win the support of Medicine City. Ning Qing, with the support of Medical City and Medicine City, we will have a better foundation to negotiate with East Qin. Long Fei Yi has many spies in Northernly. If the negotiation drags on, he will profit from Northernly and change his decision to stop the war. Then all our efforts will be for naught." Han Yunshi's words were very reasonable, and Ning Qing had complete trust in her, so Ning Qing didn't ask any more questions. "This subordinate will do it now. As for the negotiation, I ask Princess to make the decision." Han Yunshi wanted nothing more than to tell Ning Qing that they would negotiate tonight, but she still retained a bit of rationality. She said, "I'll think about it first." That night Han Yunshi tossed and turned in bed. She read Long Fei Ye's 9 letters over and over again, gently stroking his handwriting and breathing in his scent. And that night, Long Fei Yi didn't toss and turn because he didn't lie in bed at all. He sat in the barracks, waiting for the reply. Bailey Yuanlong stayed by his side, not knowing that he was waiting for the reply. He only thought that he was pondering the situation. There were too many people who also didn't sleep. Ning Qing sat alone by the river outside the barracks, drinking wine to drown his sorrows. He drank jug after jug, as if he wanted to get drunk. Unfortunately, he couldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cup. Bailey Mingxiang looked at the moonlight in front of the window. Her simple and elegant face was even quieter than the night. Her docile eyes flickered with the moonlight, beautiful and desolate. Gu lay on the roof, keeping his eyes open until dawn. Mu Linger was in the room, watching over by Yuqiao who had just woken up. She wasn't sleepy at all. Gu Beiwei was in a thatched cottage somewhere, burning the letter Chu Tiange sent him. He looked up at the moon, lowered his head and sighed softly. The next day, Long Fei-yi received a reply from Western Qin. The second negotiation was scheduled for that night, at the same time and place. After Han Yunxi finished reading the letter, she said to Bailey Yuanlong, "This crown prince can go over tonight. You stay in the barracks." Chapter 838. When Bailey Yuanlong heard that His Highness was going alone, he immediately tried to persuade him. "Your Highness, this subordinate must accompany you. This subordinate is most familiar with the details of military affairs. This subordinate must." Before he could finish, Long Fei-yi interrupted him coldly. "Are you saying that this crown prince isn't familiar with military affairs? I wouldn't dare." Bailey Yuanlong realized that he had overstepped his bounds. "This subordinate is worried that Your Highness. Do you think this crown prince will be deceived by a woman?" Long Fei-yi cut him off harshly. "Or are you like the Tang siblings, still suspecting that this crown prince will cherish old feelings for Han Yunxi?" After the first negotiation, His Highness had humiliated the master and servant of Western Qin to such an extent. Bailey Yuanlong had long stopped suspecting him. He was only going because he wanted to understand the situation as soon as possible and be His Highness's advisor. He was about to explain when Long Fei-yi coldly retorted, "What, do you think this crown prince will forget who he is for a woman? No, no." Bailey Yuanlong immediately fell to one knee. "Your Highness, please understand. This general has no such intention. This general will absolutely obey all of Your Highness's orders. I only hope that Your Highness will be more careful on this trip to guard against any trick." Long Fei-yi finally softened his tone. "Go about your business. This crown prince has his own arrangements for the negotiations. Yes, this general awaits Your Highness's good news." Bailey Yuanlong finally withdrew. It was easy for Long Fei-yi to deal with Bailey Yuanlong. After all, Long Fei-yi had peerless martial arts and didn't need anyone to worry about him. Moreover, his style had always been domineering and decisive. He didn't need others to say anything. However, Han Yunxi was different. Without Ning Cheng's help, that trash Han Yunxi wouldn't even have been able to climb such a steep cliff. She tried her best to convince Ning Cheng to just arrange guards for her, but Ning Cheng wouldn't feel at ease letting her go alone. After a round of discussion, Han Yunxi was defeated. "Your Highness, when I'm free in the future, how about I teach you martial arts?" Ning Cheng asked. Han Yunxi thought that if she knew martial arts, she would be able to convince Ning Cheng today. She smiled bitterly. "I can't learn it." "Why can't I learn it? Your Highness has never learned it before, right?" Ning Cheng asked again. Han Yunxi was about to tell Ning Cheng that she had long been determined to be a natural waste. She was unable to gather qi and cultivate internal strength, so she was unable to learn martial art. Before Han Yunxi could say anything, the attendant came over with something that she was very familiar with. It was the pearflower storm needles. Han Yunxi's heart skipped a beat. She watched as Ning Cheng took the item and walked towards her. "Here," Ning Cheng said seriously. "This." Han Yunxi played dumb. This pearflower storm needles had long been used up by Tang Li on his escape from the wedding. It was now useless. When Ning Jing married into the Tang clan had used it as a betrothal gift to cheat Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. She never expected Ning Cheng to still treat it as a treasure. Pearflower storm needles, the Tang clan's #2 assassination weapon. For you, keep it for self-defense. It's 100 times more powerful than the weapons in your sleeves. As Ning Cheng spoke, he added, "I spent a lot of effort to find out how to use this thing. Hold it like this and press this mechanism when you want to use it. Remember, you have to aim before pressing it." Ning Cheng demonstrated as he explained, "There's a limit to the number of needles hidden here. Using one means losing one. Thus, you can't use it unless it's a critical moment, such as a life or death situation." Han Yunxi nodded her head blankly, feeling incomparably guilty. After all, she had long used up quite a few of these pearflower storm needles. Moreover, both Tang Li and Long Fei Yi had praised her for holding the weapon so beautifully that she wouldn't lose out to a man. How would Ning Qing react if he found out the truth? Han Yunshi was still feeling guilty when Ning Qing said in a low voice, "Your Royal Highness, this thing, just keep it to deal with Long Fei Yi." Han Yunshi knew that Ning Qing was willing to part with this treasure, because he wanted to deal with Long Fei Yi. In a flash, all of her guilty conscience vanished into thin air. No need to give it to me. I believe that Long Fei Yi won't really do anything to a woman like me. You can keep it for yourself. Princess, Ning Qing, if you're safe, then I'm safe, isn't that right? These words simply touched Ning Qing's heart. Ning Qing didn't refuse anymore. Han Yunshi asked faintly, "What's the situation with Ning Jing?" "I just received the news yesterday, and was about to report it to your Royal Highness," Ning Qing said. "Ning Jing has fallen into Long Fei Yi's hands." Tang Li came forward as the leader of the Tang sect to ask for her, but was rejected. "Your Royal Highness, this is an excellent opportunity. I've already sent Ning unto the Tang sect. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to persuade the Tang sect to cooperate with Western Qin." Ning Qing said and asked again, "Your Royal Highness, have you seen any private dealings between Long Fei Yi and the Tang sect before?" Han Yunshi was so shocked that her jaw almost fell to the ground. She subconsciously shook her head. "No, I haven't seen it before." She was still worried that the Tang sect had been exposed. She didn't expect Tang Li to have the ability to make things like this and cause Ning Qing to have such a big misunderstanding. If she guessed correctly, it should be Tang Li who imprisoned Ning Qing and then pushed the blame to Long Fei Yi. Ning Qing hoped to cooperate with the Tang sect. At this moment, Tang Li was probably at the Tang sect, waiting for Ning Qing to deliver himself to him. As long as the Tang sect seized this opportunity and pretended to cooperate with Ning Qing, wouldn't Tang Li kill Ning Qing under Long Fei Yi's various instructions? Where did Tang Li get his confidence from? Why was he so sure she wouldn't leave the Tang clan? After all, she was very clear about the relationship between the Tang sect and Long Fei Yi. After a long while, Han Yunshi replied to Ning Qing, "It's a good idea." With Han Yunshi's words, Ning Qing felt more assured about the Tang sect. Night fell. The two parties arrived at the cliff as scheduled. Just like the first time they met, Han Yunshi saw Long Fei Yi standing alone in the middle of the suspension bridge from afar. He was still dressed in black and had a cold expression. He was like a god of the night, standing there cold and aloof. He was high and mighty, ruling the world and looking down on the common people. His figure was compatible with the night, so mysterious that it was intimidating. No one dared to approach him, but there was a kind of charm about him that made people fascinated. Even if they had to go to the soup, they would still want to get close to him, respect him, love him, cherish him, worship him, and dedicate themselves to him. Long Fei Yi, Long Fei Yi. Han Yunshi silently chanted his name in her heart. However, Ning Qing noticed that there was no one on the other side of the cliff. This time, Long Fei Yi came alone. What did he mean? "Princess, Long Fei Yi came alone," Ning Qing said in a low voice. Han Yunshi couldn't see Long Fei Yi's expression clearly because they were still some distance away. However, she didn't know why, but she felt that he was watching her every move. She took a small step back discreetly to keep a distance from Ning Qing. He can make all the decisions. Why does he need someone else to accompany him? Han Yunshi made it sound like she was a puppet. Ning Qing immediately explained, "Princess, you can make all the decisions on this matter. I'm just worried about your safety. If both sides fight, they won't kill the envoys. If they stop fighting and negotiate, they won't fight. He's a dignified man. What can he do to me?" Han Yunshi retorted. Yes. Ning Qing didn't argue anymore. The real location of the negotiation was in the middle of the bridge. It was suspended in the air without any walls. Only the relevant people could hear all the details of the negotiation. Even their personal bodyguards couldn't hear it. This location was chosen by Ning Qing. Both sides were satisfied. All the attendants were waiting behind them. Han Yunxi and Ning Qing came to the end of the suspension bridge. Long Fei Ye's cold eyes slowly narrowed, full of warning. However, it wasn't clear whether he was warning Han Yunxi or Ning Qing. "Princess, I'll bring you there. I've offended you." As soon as Ning Qing's voice fell, before he even made a move, Long Fei Yi coldly opened his mouth. "Han Yunxi, you're a country's princess. You need someone to escort you halfway across the bridge? Is your Western Qin royal family this weak? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with this prince? You can go back." Han Yunxi looked at him from the distance. She didn't look away, as if she was afraid she would miss a glance. Long Fei Yi loudly said to Ning Qing, "Ning Qing, how about you talk to this king? This prince has no interest in such an incompetent woman." "You're going too far." Ning Qing was about to explode, but Han Yunxi stopped him. She loudly said, "Long Fei Yi, just wait. This princess will walk over by herself." "Princess, you can't." Ning Qing was shocked. "Princess, don't fall for his trick. He's doing this on purpose." Ning Qing wasn't stupid, but it was a pity that he still hadn't guessed the truth. Long Fei Yi was creating an opportunity for Han Yunxi. He was also creating an opportunity for the two of them to talk alone. He had already hidden several dozen shadow guards in the abyss. Even if Han Yunxi fell, nothing major would happen. Then again, even if there were no shadow guards, with his current martial arts, he wouldn't allow anything to happen to her. "Han Yunxi, if you want to know the answer, then come over here. I know he's doing this on purpose," Han Yunxi lightly said. "Then you're still." Ning Qing was about to go crazy. Ning Qing, as the princess of Western Qin, protecting the dignity of the royal family is far more important than taking revenge and restoring the country. Han Yunxi's words were an excuse, but they were also the truth. Ning Qing was about to explain, but Han Yunxi said, "Ning Qing, we already lost face last time. This time, we can't lose face again." When these words were said, Ning Qing fell silent. Han Yunxi stepped onto the suspension bridge and grabbed the ropes on both sides. However, the broken plank under her feet still swayed several times. "Princess." Ning Qing anxiously stepped down, stabilizing the plank for her. "I'm fine, Ning Qing. Believe me," Han Yunxi said. Ning Qing still didn't retreat. Han Yunxi simply retreated. "That's fine. You talk to him. This princess will go back. This subordinate doesn't dare." Ning Qing immediately knelt down on one knee. He was incomparably vexed. Why did he choose such a broken place in the first place? "Ning Qing, wait for me to come back. This is an order," Han Yunxi said seriously. Ning Qing didn't want to look at her, nor did he want to answer. However, in the end, he could only obey the order. This subordinate obeys. Han Yunxi finally walked back to the bridge. She took the first step. After she steadied herself, she resolutely continued to take the second step. Whether it was Long Fei Yi or Ning Qing, they all watched without blinking. They didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. The plank under her feet swayed and made creaking sounds as if it would break at any time. The ropes on her hands were very thin and couldn't support Han Yunxi's strength. It was even harder for her to maintain her balance. She had just taken the third step when her whole body suddenly fell to the right. Chapter 839. Han Yunxi's entire body fell to the right, and the suspension bridge also toppled to one side. Han Yunxi stepped on the end of the wooden plank, and the other end of the wooden plank was raised high. Fortunately, her reaction was fast enough. While her hands were tightly holding onto the rope, she also exerted all of her body weight on the rope. Otherwise, if she accidentally exerted a little force, the wooden plank under her feet would definitely be overturned. In that case, she would really be suspended in the air. "Princess!" Ning Qing shouted. Long Fei Yi almost made a move, but Han Yunxi closed her eyes and shouted, "Don't come over. If you come over, I'll go back immediately. I won't come back again." She didn't mention who she was warning, but Ning Qing naturally felt that she was warning him. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he forced himself to endure. He didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of affecting the princess. Long Fei, on the other hand, took these words as meant for his ears. The true qi he was about to channel into the ropes gradually dissipated without a sound, so no one noticed. Han Yunxi's words were not only for Ning Qing to hear, but also for Long Fei Yi to hear. As long as Ning Qing came to rescue her, she and Long Fei Yi wouldn't be able to see each other alone today. Long Fei Yi had finally set up a trap to provoke her. Similarly, as Long Fei Yi came to rescue her, it would contradict the provocation just now, and it would definitely arouse Ning Qing's suspicions. At this time, Han Yunxi could only rely on herself. Long Fei Yi and Ning Qing didn't dare to act rashly, but they kept their eyes fixed on Han Yunxi, and their heartbeats sped up with her every move. Above the abyss, under the moonlight, everything was silent. Han Yunxi's thin but stubborn figure revealed an aura of loneliness. Han Yunxi was sure that Long Fei Yi and Ning Qing would not make a move. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and began to think about her situation. She reached out tentatively and found that the planks under her feet were unaffected, so she gingerly reached for the rope on the left, but her hand could not reach it. In this situation, she could either move cautiously and let her hand get closer to the rope on the left, or she could take a gamble and grab it with all her strength. Han Yunxi had always been an adventurous person. She threw caution to the wind and straightened her body, instantly grabbing the rope on the left. At the same time, she stepped on the other side of the wooden board. At this moment, Han Yunxi stood up straight again. She suddenly realized that her skills were not bad. Long Fei Yi and Ning Qing both let out a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the wooden plank under Han Yunxi's feet suddenly broke into two halves. Han Yunxi, who was standing in the middle, stepped on nothing. "Ah!" Han Yunxi screamed. Her hands tightly grabbed the ropes on both sides, and her whole body hung on the suspension bridge, just like that. Below her feet was a bottomless abyss, and the surrounding wind was incessant. Han Yunxi's clothes and hair were all blown into a mess. Before she could recover from her fright, Ning Qing had rushed towards her without a care for anything else. Just as Ning Qing reached out to pull Han Yunxi, the rope that Han Yunxi was holding on to suddenly broke. Ah! Han Yunxi fell down in an instant. Ning Qing did not expect this, but he quickly chased after her without hesitation. He did not realize that a figure was in front of him and chased after her. In the abyss, the trees were lush, the light was mottled, and the wind whistled. Han Yunxi's screams were quickly drowned in the wind, and Ning Qing's screams were intermittent and could not be heard clearly. "Princess!" When Ning Qing chased after her, he could still see Han Yunxi's falling figure. But not long after, her figure was hidden by the darkness of the abyss. "Princess! Princess!" he shouted like a madman. He was flustered and helpless, and could only keep going down, down, and down. Other than searching and chasing down, what else could he do? Ning Qing had no time to think too much. He chased after her with all his might, for fear that he would not be able to save her in time, and the consequences would be terrible. However, at this moment, Han Yunxi was already at the bottom of the abyss. She did not fall down, but was carried down by someone. That person, other than Long Fei Yi, who else could it be? When Ning Qing was about to pull Han Yunxi, Long Fei Yi used a concealed weapon to break the rope, creating the illusion that Han Yunxi had accidentally fallen down. Long Fei Yi's speed was more than twice as fast as Ning Qing's. This was definitely an accident. He had provoked Han Yunxi to cross the bridge, so that she could come over alone and talk to him alone. But since she had met with an accident, he would definitely not allow her to return to Ning Qing's side. At this moment, he was hugging Han Yunxi so tightly that he was about to crush her. Han Yunxi was still in a panic, and her heart was still thumping wildly. She stared at Long Fei Yi in a daze, and did not regain her senses for a moment. She had imagined it countless times, but when she was really hugged in his arms and looked at his side profile like before, she was still in a daze like before. Long Fei Yi, long time no see. And Long Fei Yi, hugging her tightly, seemed to be an instinct. He looked at the familiar person in his arms and was also stunned. Princess! Princess! Ning Cheng's heart-wrenching voice woke Long Fei Yi up. Without another word, he hugged Han Yunxi tightly and left. His figure flew in the darkness and silently left the bottom of the abyss. Han Yunxi did not hear Ning Cheng's voice at all. Long Fei Yi was her only nemesis. Once he appeared, she would forget everything. Their surroundings were pitch black, and even the moonlight could not shine through. Han Yunxi was nestled in Long Fei Yi's arms and could not see anything, so she might as well not look. She closed her eyes and pressed against his chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat. It was so strong and so familiar. This was the truest sound, telling her that this was not a dream. She subconsciously hugged his neck, afraid that he would leave her behind again. Abruptly, Long Fei stopped. Only then did Han Yunxi wake up from his heartbeat and open her eyes. She saw that they had already gone around a mountain and were far away from the bottom of the abyss, completely throwing off Ning Cheng. There was a hill in front of them, and Long Fei Yi's horse carriage was not far away. The driver, Uncle Gao, was staring at them in a daze, and the surrounding shadow guards also had shocked expressions. They were all Long Fei Yi's loyal followers and had followed Long Fei Yi to negotiate, but they had been ordered to wait here and were not allowed to follow him up the mountain. They never would have thought that His Highness would negotiate with the Western Qin princess like this. They even brought her back? The shadow guards did not dare make a sound, but Uncle Gao couldn't help opening his mouth. Master. This prince and the Western Qin princess have important matters to discuss, so all of you withdraw and guard the area. Don't let anyone come close. Don't let anyone disturb us, Long Fei Yi said. In an instant, the shadow guards all scattered. Uncle Gao's face was filled with doubt, but he immediately jumped out of the horse carriage. Negotiation? How did these two people look like they were negotiating at all? Could they still continue the discussion? Master and the Western Qin princess. Still haven't started negotiating? Uncle Gao couldn't help but ask. Long Fei Yi's eyes suddenly turned cold. Although Uncle Gao had his own thoughts, he didn't dare to say anything. He quickly retreated far away and stood guard with the shadow guards. After everyone left, Han Yunxi let out a sigh of relief and her mind became much clearer. She unconsciously raised her head to look at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi also lowered his head to look at her. Long Fei Yi's eyes were originally frighteningly cold, but when he met Han Yunxi's timid and confused eyes, his gaze softened a bit. Actually, she was his nemesis. He held her horizontally and her hands hooked around his neck. Their eyes met again and both of them were silent. Perhaps there were thousands of words to say and countless things that needed to be explained, but none of them could compare to looking into his eyes. How long had she waited for him? Waiting for him to give her an answer, waiting for him to explain. How long had he been looking for her? Looking for her to give him an answer, looking for her to make a choice. Although they were silent, their hearts were fiercely fermenting and rapidly expanding. They were violently looking for an irrational opening, ready to surge out and drown the other party at any time. Abruptly, Long Fei lowered his head and fiercely kissed her lip. The moment they touched, it was as if a bolt of lightning had ignited the flames of the earth. The two of them, who had always been rational and calm, lost control of themselves. Long Fei Yi invaded Han Yunxi's lips and teeth, kissing her wildly like a madman. Han Yunxi didn't show any weakness and responded crazily. It seemed that no matter how much he kissed, he couldn't get enough of her. He wanted to eat her little mouth. It seemed that no matter how much she responded, it wasn't enough. She wanted to give all of herself to him. I miss your gentleness too much, I want to make it up to you all at once. I miss your dominance too much, I want to endure it all at once. The intense kiss made the two people who had already lost their rationality even more confused and infatuated. Only then did she realize how much she loved him. Even if she didn't explain anything clearly and didn't ask clearly, she didn't reject him at all. She wanted to merge with him from now on and never be separated again. Only then did he realize how much he loved her. Between the two of them, regardless of whether he could explain it clearly or not, he was determined to have her. The two of them kissed so intensely that they couldn't breathe, but they still couldn't bear to let go. In the end, their lips and teeth touched, barely letting each other breathe. His heart was beating very fast, and her breathing was even more hurried. However, they still didn't say anything as they looked at each other. Only the sound of their panting teased each other's sensitive nerves. After a moment of silence, Long Fei-yi couldn't control himself anymore. He couldn't wait any longer. He sealed her lips once and drove straight in. It was like a demand. No matter how much he kissed, he couldn't be satisfied. Unlike her previous shy and reserved self, Han Yunxi threw caution to the wind. At this moment there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to obey him, accept him, let him be, love him and give him. Long Fei-yi kissed her intensely as he carried her towards the carriage. When Han Yunxi was carried into the carriage and saw the familiar scene, she instantly sobered up a little. How many times had she accompanied him on long journeys? How many times had she slept in his arms in this car? How many times had she accompanied him on trips? How many times had she accidentally stirred up his thoughts in this car? How many times had he stopped abruptly, causing her to wake up in an instant, feeling humiliated and confused? This time, she instantly sobered up, as if it had already become a habit. However, Long Fei-yi didn't stop. He got into the carriage, pulled down the curtain and immediately leaned over, trapping her under his body. That pair of dark eyes stared coldly at Han Yunxi, like a leopard staring at its prey, ready to devour it at any moment. Chapter 840. At this moment, compared to Long Fei-yi, Han Yunxi was more rational. She could clearly see the lust in his eyes. It was familiar yet strange to her. She had seen it before but had never experienced it before. His deep, dark eyes were different from the ones before, but Han Yunxi couldn't tell what was different about them. She only felt that Long Fei-yi was such a cold person, but his eyes were dyed with the color of QY. He was really charming, really charming. He didn't need to do anything. His eyes were enough to stir up the deepest desire in her heart. Yi, she unconsciously called out softly. Her voice was so soft that it could melt a person's heart. She didn't need to do anything. Just a soft call was enough to break the last line of defense in his heart. Long Fei-yi lowered his head. This time, he didn't stay on her lips for too long. Instead, he lingered all the way down her jade neck. Sometimes he pecked, sometimes he sucked, sometimes he nibbled, all the way down. Han Yunxi remembered the last time he bullied her in the carriage. The worst time he bullied her was also like this. It was just that time he broke her hands. This time, he broke her lips. He gradually lifted her clothes. Han Yunxi was already in pain from Long Fei-yi's wet and hot kisses. Her mind was in a mess. However, Long Fei-yi suddenly retreated at this time. She was too familiar with this feeling of being stopped. For 4 years, she never asked, but it didn't mean that she didn't care. There was nothing in front of her. She was instantly disappointed. Long Fei-yi, she was about to get up, but she couldn't help but gasp. Long Fei-yi, such a noble person, was actually lowering his head at her feet. Long Fei-yi, Han Yunxi was trembling so much that she couldn't say the rest of her words. This was because Long Fei-yi was kissing her ankle. He went all the way up, pecking her well-proportioned legs while taking off her underwear. Han Yunxi's body was only left with a touch of wine red. It couldn't cover her beauty at all. Her face was already flushed red, and she was completely awake. Faced with Long Fei-yi's domineering gaze, she subconsciously covered her face with both hands. Just as she was about to speak, who knew that Long Fei-yi would suddenly pull away her last cover? Ecstasy, at this moment, the sachet was secretly opened, the gauze belt lightly parted. Long Fei was stunned. His eyes were wide open. In fact, he had seen this graceful body several times before, but this was the first time he saw it at such a close distance. He was so overbearing that he was shameless. He stared fixedly at every part of her beauty, from bottom to top, not letting a single spot go. Even if it was the most hidden place, he did not avoid it and looked at it as if it was a matter of course. It was as if he was checking to see if she was in good condition, or admiring her beauty. He was carefully inspecting all of his belongings. Han Yunxi was embarrassed and annoyed when she saw his domineering gaze. Her snow-white skin was covered with a layer of pink. She didn't know how attractive she was at this moment. Long Fei had already completely fallen for her. At this moment, he was staring at her proud curves. His gaze was so deep that she couldn't see what he was thinking. But what else could he be thinking? She covered herself with both hands in embarrassment. Long Fei, that's enough. Not enough. His voice was deep and hoarse. This was the first sentence of their second negotiation. Han Yunxi would never forget it for the rest of her life. Because after this, every time Long Fei bullied her, they had to stage this conversation. Long Fei, that's enough. Not enough. They hadn't even started. How could it be enough? She didn't know how much he had endured for the past 4 years for the sake of the lust-bite power. Long Fei's body immediately stuck close to her. Han Yunxi couldn't help but scream. She didn't know why she couldn't help it. Long Fei seemed to like her reaction very much. He removed all his barriers and hugged her even tighter. This time, without the obstruction of clothes, the contact was so real. Han Yunxi couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed his shoulders tightly and glared at him. Long Fei, I hate you. I hate you. Let go of me. He looked down. His eyes, which had been completely blinded by lust, suddenly became especially clear and soft. It was as if the bottom of the lake could be seen clearly. He asked softly, why? Han Yunxi, who was embarrassed and annoyed, suddenly wanted to cry when she saw Long Fei like this. She suddenly realized that this man didn't lose his rationality because of lust. All his domineering and bad behavior just now was serious. How could such a man use her and lie to her? Because I have a question to ask you, Han Yunxi answered in a choked voice. This answer was incongruous, but he didn't hesitate to answer her. I won't. His reply was also baffling, but she could understand what he meant. His reaction meant that he must have received Xin Jueming's letter and found out about the problem she'd left behind Long Zun's retainer. Long Fei, if I wasn't the princess of Western Qin, would you still like me? His answer was, I won't. Han Yunxi suddenly felt powerless. She allowed him to eat her fruit, his pride pressing against her softness. She remained indifferent and closed her eyes. Scram! Unexpectedly, Long Fei didn't hesitate to attack the root of the problem. Han Yunxi cried out in pain. Long Fei bent down to her ear and used the world's most gentle voice to comfort her. Yunxi, what do you think we should do? I've long fallen in love with the princess of Western Qin. The whole world doesn't believe it, but do you believe it? His actions were so ruthless, but his voice was so gentle. At this moment, this impact, this sentence, she would never forget it for the rest of her life. Only his voice remained in her mind. Before she could reply, he said, Han Yunxi, please believe me. Han Yunxi, please believe me. Weren't these the same words he'd said to her in those 9 letters? How did he know she'd transmigrated? In his heart, Han Yunxi was the princess of Western Qin, and the princess of Western Qin was Han Yunxi. So his words, the pain of her first taste of sex, was instantly soothed by his gentle farewell. Han Yunxi hugged Long Fei tightly, her chest full of words. But she didn't know what to say, so she only hugged and kissed him. Heaven and earth turned upside down as she kissed him, forgetting herself and herself. Long Fei, it's enough to hear your words. Following her kiss, he quickly turned the tables on her and began to move. As soon as he moved, she stopped in shock. She wanted to speak, but he didn't give her the chance. Pain, this is my punishment for you. After he said this, he finally could not control himself any longer and let go of all his forbearance. Hadn't she asked because she was suspicious? He didn't mind her suspicions, but he wanted to punish her. It really was a punishment. So ruthless, so ruthless. He didn't spare any energy to punish her again and again. Almost every part of his body was used to overturn her, making it impossible for Han Yunshi to ask any questions. The pain only lasted for a moment, leaving her with uncontrollable, unbearable screams. However, was he punishing her, or was he punishing himself? Her cries drove him crazy. Even after becoming one with her, he still felt that it wasn't enough. He still wasn't satisfied. Han Yunshi, Han Yunshi. Just how can I have you? This crown prince really wants to eat you up, not even leaving a bone behind. His rhythm became more and more ruthless, faster and faster. Sweat slowly flowed down his resolute face and dripped onto her face. She looked at his sweaty appearance, his crazy appearance, his wild and handsome face, and suddenly smiled. At this time, she could still look at him in a daze. Should he laugh or cry? Han Yunshi. He was dissatisfied. She murmured, enjoying it very much. He suddenly became ruthless and Han Yunshi immediately began to tremble all over. Long Fei, before she could say anything, under his fierce charge, her words turned into the most moving song. Han Yunshi was intoxicated by his love. In the end, she couldn't control herself and exclaimed, "Ah Yi! I love you." After 4 years as husband and wife, they finally did it today. It could be said that it was intense. Fortunately, Long Fei Ye's personal carriage was spacious and sturdy enough. Fortunately, the hidden guards had all retreated far away and couldn't hear anything about Dong Jing. Outside the carriage, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The autumn air was refreshing and the forest was quiet. Inside the carriage, it was like a soft hibiscus, boundless spring. After the fierce battle, he and she didn't have time to clean up the mess. She lay on his chest, feeling the rise and fall of his breathing. He held her with one hand and gently stroked her bangs with the other. He temporarily forgot everything and the hand holding her gradually became restless. She clearly didn't have any strength left and her eyelids were fighting. She could fall asleep if she closed her eyes, but she forced herself to stay awake. She didn't want to miss this warm and beautiful moment. However, Han Yunshi soon found that she was wrong. This wasn't a warm and beautiful moment at all. Long Fei Yi was a wolf, and a fierce one at that. He was a wolf that had been hungry for many years. Once he ate, how could he be so easy to deal with? He was very picky about his prey, and once he picked one, his appetite would be astonishing. As a matter of fact, his restless hand had already started to tease Han Yunshi's sensitive spot. "Ah Yi." Han Yunshi pouted. "What did you call me?" Long Fei Yi smiled. Han Yunshi immediately didn't answer and buried her head. Long Fei Ye's mouth hooked up into a beautiful smile, and his big hand reached down naughtily. Han Yunshi was startled and avoided him. "That's enough." "Not enough." He held her with one hand and pressed her down again. He stubbornly and mischievously asked, "What did you call me?" Han Yunshi's face turned red. Why did she say it so smoothly just now? She called him that when she was at her most unruly, and it constantly reminded her of everything that had just happened. "Tell me, what did you call me?" He pressed closer and threatened naughtily. She turned her head away, but he pressed his ear against her and stubbornly asked, "What did you call me?" "Ai, Ai," she called softly. Her voice was like a magic spell that easily evoked his naughty side. Soon, Han Yunshi felt Long Fei Ye's naughtiness again. She was tormented by him until she almost fainted. In the end, she nestled in his arms and didn't even have the strength to speak. Long Fei Yi was still not satisfied. He couldn't wait to take this woman away. However, she was not only his woman, but also the princess of Western Qin. Today, they still had important matters to discuss. Long Fei Yi gently caressed Han Yunxi's little face, and quietly waited for her to wake up. At this moment, Ning Qing was still at the bottom of the abyss, looking for someone like a madman. Chapter 841. In the period before dawn, there was no moonlight and the sun had yet to rise. It was the darkest time in the world. At this moment, it was also the darkest time in Ning Qing's life. Under the abyss, the vegetation was lush and the terrain was rugged. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. They could only barely see a small area with the help of torches. Ning Qing had already lost his mind and even forgot to look for reinforcements. Only a few imperial bodyguards chased after him and frantically searched with him. He didn't know when it started, but he stopped calling her princess and started calling her Han Yunxi. Princess was his mission and the D clan's mission. Han Yunxi was only Han Yunxi, a woman. Deep in his heart, he was more worried about Han Yunxi than Western Qin princess. Perhaps after a while, when the sun rose, Ning Qing would wake up a bit and call for reinforcements. He would find an exit from the abyss and detour to the back of the mountain. However, at that time, he definitely wouldn't be able to see Han Yunxi. This was because, at this time, Han Yunxi was already in Long Fei Ye's carriage, heading all the way to the mountain forest in the south. This abyss was the border between the two armies. Ning Qing might not be able to cross this abyss, let alone chase to the south. Uncle Gao drove the carriage, accompanied by the Shadow Guard. No one knew what happened last night, let alone where His Highness the Crown Prince was taking the Western Qin princess. They could only obey orders. Inside the carriage, Han Yunxi was nestled in Long Fei's arms as she slept. She could faintly feel someone tickling her, so she waved him away. But Long Fei caught her hand and kissed it lightly. She was so tired that her mind was blank. She didn't have time to think. In short, she was familiar with this embrace and the surrounding atmosphere. She could sleep peacefully. She turned over and laid down on the spacious and comfortable couch. She hugged a pillow and continued to sleep. Just like before, as long as he was by her side, she could sleep peacefully until dawn. She hadn't felt this way for a long time. However, things were different now. To be exact, this man was no longer the same as before. Gradually, Han Yunxi began to feel an itch spreading from her legs to her body. She waved a hand to block it, but it didn't hit anything. As soon as she dropped her hand, the itch returned. She drew back her beautiful legs and looked up. Only then did she realize that she was still naked, the same as last night. Her well-proportioned snow-white legs were casually curled up, languid yet sexy. Long Fei Yi was playfully caressing her legs. She hurriedly grabbed a piece of clothing to cover her body and kicked him lightly. "Enough," she said coquettishly. The tip of his tongue lightly touched the corner of his mouth. His smile was especially wicked, especially naughty, and also especially satisfied. He didn't bully her anymore. Instead, he lazily leaned back on the high pillow and ordered her, "Come here." She was about to walk over when she inadvertently glanced at him. She suddenly realized that his good figure was exposed right in front of her eyes. After that casual glance, she couldn't control her eyes anymore. Last night, when they had sex, she was too mesmerized and didn't realize that this guy's body was so good. It was full of wild sexiness and power. Any random line was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Sensing Han Yunxi's gaze, Long Fei Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at her disdainfully. "Is that enough? Was that enough?" Han Yunxi hurriedly avoided his gaze and threw his robe over. "Long Fei Yi, I have something important to tell you." If the people from the eastern and western Qin camps knew that the two of them had negotiated like this, both sides would probably vomit blood and die. Han Yunxi didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Right now, she didn't care whether Ning Qing would find her, nor did she care about the negotiations. It wasn't easy to talk to Long Fei Yi alone, so she had to tell him everything. The Wind Clan's schemes, Gu Beiyue's whereabouts, Gu's interrogation of Bai Yuqiao, and so on. Although Long Feiyi had guessed the Wind Clan's schemes, he didn't know the whole story. Moreover, Long Fei must have some information she didn't know either. Exchanging information and plotting how to deal with the Wind Clan was the most important thing right now. Long Feiyi Han Yunshi had hardly called out his name when Long Feiyi suddenly leaned over and pressed a kiss against her lips, cutting her off. Be good, don't worry about anything. Stay with me for a bit, alright? His voice was low. Yunshi, I really missed you. Stay with me for a bit longer. Unlike last night's stormy weather, he spread his arms and gently pulled her into his embrace. His gentleness made her wonder if last night's domineering, unyielding, and ruthless attitude had all been a dream. She couldn't refuse him when he was domineering. She couldn't resist him when he was gentle. She wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tightly, wishing she could bury herself in his embrace and become one with him. She asked, Yi, how long is a moment? A lifetime? Forever and ever. Is that all right? He asked back in a low voice. That's fine, she smiled faintly. In this moment there was no status, no hatred, no past, and no future. There was only the present and the two of them. Yunshi, his voice was soft, but it revealed that he couldn't help himself. She murmured back, hiding a trace of anticipation. He fell silent. Speak, she felt that he had something to say. Yunshi. His voice was as gentle as water, almost melting her heart. Yi, I'm here, she replied impatiently. He was still silent for a long time. She looked up at him. Yi, what do you want to say? My heart likes you. He looked into her eyes and suddenly said it. Han Yunshi wasn't listening carefully. How could this guy be like this? He's always done things without words, but now he's confessing like this. What? Han Yunshi grew anxious. She had to listen carefully, word for word. She couldn't let him say it so easily. The domineering Long Fei actually felt a little embarrassed. He raised his voice and laughed before grabbing Han Yunshi's head and pressing her against his chest. Han Yunshi didn't let him go. She struggled up from his chest and followed his gaze. Long Feiyi, what did you say just then? I didn't hear you. Heavens, this guy actually knows how to be embarrassed? Why wasn't he embarrassed last night? Why didn't he feel embarrassed just then? He's so wild in his actions, but he's embarrassed in his words? Long Feiyi avoided Han Yunshi's gaze again and again, but his arms still encircled her in his embrace. He allowed her to make a fuss, but didn't say a word. Occasionally, he couldn't help but laugh. Long Feiyi, you're not going to say it, are you? She began to compete, even calling out his full name. Long Feiyi's smile widened, but he still didn't speak. Han Yunshi didn't give up. She struggled free of his arms and circled them around his neck. Long Feiyi, are you going to say it or not? Han Yunshi was using a lot of strength, but Long Feiyi still turned his head away. He didn't look at her, leaving her with the side of his handsome face. Long Feiyi, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to say it or not? Han Yunshi's voice was very loud. Add to that her struggles, and her movements weren't quiet. Uncle Gao, who had been eavesdropping, finally heard something. He was conflicted. What exactly did the Western Qin princess ask the crown prince to say? Were the two of them really negotiating? What were they talking about? Long Feiyi definitely enjoyed Han Yunshi's movements as she clung to him. He kept smiling and didn't say a word. Finally, Han Yunshi let go of him and said in a low voice, You're not going to say it, are you? This time, Long Feiyi turned around and taunted her arrogantly. If I'm not going to say it, then what? Han Yunshi slowly narrowed her eyes with a dangerous expression. She curled her finger and motioned for Long Feiyi to come closer. What could this woman do to him? Long Feiyi immediately came closer. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi tiptoed and whispered into his ear, If you're not going to say it, I'll say it. Long Feiyi, I love you very much. Long Fei gave a start before his lips curved into a mesmerizing smile. He wrapped an arm around Han Yunxi's waist and pulled her closer. He was practically biting her ear as he said word by word, "Han Yunxi, my heart loves you. Say it one more time." Han Yunxi wasn't satisfied at all. Long Fei simply hugged her and confessed again and again by her ear, repeating his love over and over again. If the infatuated women of Cloud Realm Continent knew that the coldest and most taciturn ruler of Cloud Realm Continent, Long Fei, could speak so tenderly, what would they think? Unfortunately, he only treated Han Yunxi this way. Soon enough, the carriage came to a stop. Uncle Gao obeyed His Highness Crown Prince's orders and followed the path south. He had no idea where His Highness was going, but stopped when he saw a natural hot spring blocking the way. "Your Highness, there's a hot spring blocking the way ahead. Should we change the route?" Uncle Gao asked in a low voice. "No need." Long Fei's clear voice came from inside the carriage. "Your lordship wants to take a bath. Send orders to wait 1 li away. Without orders, no one is allowed to approach." At these words, Han Yunxi glared at him while Uncle Gao gaped. If Uncle Gao still couldn't guess what was going on, then he'd be the one who'd taken care of this carriage for years. Even though Uncle Gao was filled with doubts, shock, and even dissatisfaction, he still respectfully carried out the order and split the shadow guards into different groups to stand guard in all directions. Long Fei wrapped himself in a loose outer robe and got off the carriage to reach out for Han Yunxi. Seeing that Han Yunxi didn't move for a long time, he looked over and saw that this woman was like a frightened rabbit. Wrapped in his loose inner robe, she was nestled in the carriage with a terrified expression. "Do you want me to carry you down?" Long Fei asked. "You go ahead and take a bath. I'll wait for you," Han Yunxi answered. "With the guards guarding, no one will be able to spy on us. Don't worry," Long Fei said seriously. Han Yunxi wasn't worried about this. She was worried about something else. Unexpectedly, Long Fei frowned and asked, "You're sweating all over. Don't you think it's dirty?" "Alright," she admitted that she had misunderstood. "After you're clean, let's get down to business," Long Fei said seriously. Han Yunxi was even more certain that she'd misunderstood. What happened last night seemed to be a matter of course. He didn't mention it, so she didn't say anything either. Only then did Han Yunxi reach out to Long Fei. With a tug, he pulled her over and carried her off the carriage. It had to be said that they were really sweaty. Their bodies were sticky and in urgent need of cleaning. Even though they had been thoroughly scrutinized last night, Han Yunxi was still shy when faced with his sparkling eyes. She hurriedly hid in the water. Long Fei squatted by the side of the pool. His robe was loose and he looked casual and lazy. Under the rays of the rising sun, his entire person seemed to be covered in a layer of faint golden light. He looked noble and sacred. Looking at him was definitely the most beautiful enjoyment in the world. Han Yunxi's body was sore from last night's torment. Soaking in the hot spring pool, she finally felt a little better. Long Fei allowed her to look. A mischievous smile flitted across his lips, but he suddenly splashed water on her face. Han Yunxi was focused on splashing the water. When she was clean, she opened her eyes and didn't see Long Fei. Where is he? Chapter 842. In such a short time, Long Fei had actually disappeared. Han Yunxi had been busy with the water and didn't notice the sound of water. She turned back to look at the surface of the pool and saw a few ripples. She didn't know if they were left behind when Long Fei entered the pool or if they were blown by the wind. She couldn't guarantee anything else. However, she was soaking naked in this pool. She absolutely believed that Long Fei wouldn't disappear without a sound. With his personality, even if he hated her, he would still be petty, jealous, and ask her to be absolutely conservative. That guy must be playing with her. Han Yunxi wasn't anxious. She had just had a taste of sex and had been punished so ruthlessly by him. Moreover, it was twice. Her bones were about to fall apart, especially below her waist, which was even more indescribably sore. Earlier in the carriage, she was so focused on talking to him that she forgot about the pain. Now that she was soaking in the hot spring, her entire body relaxed and she actually felt uncomfortable. She raised her arm. Sure enough, that cinnabar red mark had already disappeared. This cinnabar red mark was too important to an unmarried woman. It directly affected her lifetime happiness. But for her, it was a different kind of objection. Its disappearance meant that she had officially become Long Fei Ye's woman. Han Yunxi was completely satisfied. She turned around and lay on the side of the pool, slowly closing her eyes. She clearly wanted to rest, but last night's events unconsciously surfaced in her mind. It was all his fault. The corner of her mouth unconsciously rose as she snickered mischievously. Right at this moment, there was a sudden splash and a tall figure jumped out from the water behind her. Han Yunxi wasn't surprised at all, and continued to lie on the side of the pool lazily. Other than Long Fei Yi, who else could it be? Long Fei Ye's refined upper body was covered with water droplets. His bronze skin and the intricate scars on his back didn't appear sinister. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of wildness and sex. He hugged Han Yunxi from behind and buried his head in her shoulder as he asked in a low voice, "I disappeared. You didn't look for me?" Han Yunxi still had her eyes closed lazily. "Aren't you here now?" In other words, there was no need for her to look for him. He would come out obediently. As soon as she finished speaking, the arm around her waist immediately tightened. "It hurts." She pouted coquettishly. She hadn't recovered yet. It really hurt. He immediately let go of her, but subconsciously hugged her gently. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Last night." Han Yunxi immediately opened her eyes. Long Fei Yi paused for a while before asking in a low voice, "Does it still hurt?" She didn't answer. He asked. She almost buried her face in the water. "Long Fei Yi, please don't ask about the bad things you've done, okay?" Seeing that she was silent, he was a little anxious. "Does it still hurt?" Wasn't it his first time having sex? If he was familiar with it, wouldn't that mean he had a lot of experience? Even if he could control this continent, this world, he could not control his impulses towards this woman. He was young and full of brute force. How could he know the severity of the situation? "Does it hurt a lot? Let me take a look?" Long Fei Yi said seriously. Han Yunxi's face immediately flushed red. Even her ears were completely red. "Long Fei Yi, you bastard! Are you sure you're not teasing me? That's really enough." Han Yunxi had no choice but to speak up. She turned to look at him. "I'm lying to you. It doesn't hurt anymore." If she were to answer him truthfully, who knew what shocking things he would do? She really couldn't take it. However, Han Yunxi soon realized that even if she were to lie, the consequences were unbearable. Because Long Fei Yi soon forced her to the shore and suddenly pressed against her. If last night was to punish and torture her, then today was to submit to her and serve her. Unlike last night's ruthlessness and rudeness, Long Fei Yi was especially gentle at this moment. After having a taste, he knew the severity of this woman. The water was as high as their hearts, and all of his actions were hidden under the water. His large hands caressed all the places he yearned for, teasing Han Yunxi until she was obedient. She didn't complain at all about being cheated, and even unconsciously took the initiative to invite him. Just when she couldn't help but call him "you" again, he became ruthless and fiercely loved her. He didn't stop for a long time. In the early autumn morning, in the quiet mountain forest, in the misty pool, the endless entanglement was faintly discernible, rising and falling with the waves. Before Han Yunxi was tormented until she fainted, she finally understood that even his gentleness was more unbearable than his ruthlessness. She couldn't stop even if she wanted to. Other than the first time, Han Yunxi probably didn't have the chance to be distracted again, let alone have the energy to smile. She felt that she was about to die, so happy that she died in a daze. Han Yunxi faintly heard Long Fei Yi say, "The side of the pool is cold. Go to the middle of the pool, the water there is warm. Then she was pulled into the pool by him. This warmth, coupled with the cool morning air, was extremely comfortable. Han Yunxi leaned on Long Fei Ye's body. Her whole body went limp, and she finally fainted completely. The soreness and exhaustion in her body also gradually disappeared. When Han Yunxi woke up, she was already clean and neatly dressed in the carriage. Meanwhile, Long Fei was dressed in black robes as he sat on one side, engrossed in reading the secret missive. How could there be such a man? He was like a wolf and a tiger, but he was also cold and pure. In a daze, Han Yunxi returned to the past, as if nothing had happened last night and this morning. However, the marks and scent he had left on her body were so real. He knew when she moved. He looked up and rubbed her bangs, asking, "You're awake?" She nodded, looking at him and then at herself. Forget it, it was unnecessary to ask. In this wilderness, other than himself, who else would he allow to serve her and dress her? She was only glad that she had fainted. Otherwise, how could she face him? Han Yunxi did not ask, but Long Fei Yi suddenly said. He was serious and a little unhappy. "I helped you dress, Han Yunxi. You've lost weight." She was stunned, and all her shyness was suddenly replaced by heartache. After a while, she muttered, You've lost weight too." Both of them had indeed lost a lot of weight. He did not answer, put away the secret letter, and made tea in silence. She glanced out of the window. It was already evening when they returned to the hillside. After indulging, it was finally time to talk about business. He and she both carried responsibilities on their shoulders, carrying the hope of a group of people for a lifetime. Not to mention other things, just for Gu Beiwei, who was still in Bai Yanqing's hands, they could not be willful and let go of everything. He could take her away immediately and fly far away. She could also go with him unconditionally. From then on, they would be immortal companions and never be separated. However, she knew that he would not, and he also knew that she would not. She also knew that he was different from Gu, who talked about taking her to the ends of the earth every day. He had a big heart. He did not belong to the martial arts world, but to the imperial court. They had a tacit understanding and knew that it was time to talk about business. Once they finished talking about business, it meant that they would have to separate again. Han Yunxi was waiting. However, after waiting for a long time, Long Fei Yi did not say a word. What should he say? Should he tell her that he would definitely destroy Ning Qing and the Western Qin army? Should he tell her that besides her, he would leave no one else in the Western Qin camp alive? As the Western Qin princess, what was she supposed to do? Watch as the loyal and devoted soldiers of Western Qin died in battle for Western Qin, while she had illicit relations with him. Because he didn't know what to do, he couldn't even find a way to compromise. That was why he had kept her identity a secret. After a while, Long Fei Yi spoke up. Yunxi, I can only give you one path. Speak. Han Yunxi was very calm. The Western Qin princess fell into the abyss and has been missing ever since. You're my servant girl. If you agree, I'll take you away right now. Long Fei Yi finished, then added in a rush, I promise you that I'll never have an empress or concubine. So after taking care of the Wind Clan, you'll destroy the Western Qin army? Han Yunxi asked. Yes, Long Fei Yi replied without hesitation. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. If Han Yunxi faked her death and hid her identity by his side, at least she wouldn't be criticized by the world. Yi, did you kill Mute Granny? Han Yunxi needed a clear answer. I didn't. Long Fei Yi explained after denying it. She committed suicide at the hidden pavilion. Like me, she didn't want your identity to be known. Also, Gu Beiwei. Long Fei Yi told Han Yunxi about his agreement with Gu Beiwei and their cooperation, including how he'd pretended to send Bailey Mingxiang to Celestial Mountain to deceive Bai Yanqing. Han Yunxi was stunned. Only now did she realize that Long Fei Yi was only with her in name because of the lust-bite energy. Han Yunxi also told Long Fei Yi how she'd exposed Bai Yanqing. Both of them were honest about everything, but they still couldn't solve the problem between them. Han Yunshi thought that if Long Fei Yi had told her everything earlier, she would have given up her identity as Western Qin's princess and chosen him without hesitation. But now, she admitted that she couldn't do it. She felt guilty. Although she wasn't the real princess of Western Qin, she had this identity, which gave the D clan hope. She couldn't forget the sacrifices of the D clan, Ning and Ning Jing, Ning Qing. At this moment, Ning Qing must still be looking for her. She would feel guilty for the rest of her life. And back then, didn't Long Fei Yi hide it again and again to avoid her responsibility and the condemnation of her conscience? Yi, it's fine if you lie to me forever, but now, I can't do it. Han Yunshi said lightly. Then you can go, Long Fei replied. I'm not leaving. Han Yunshi blurted out. Long Fei Yi knew that she couldn't leave. If she really hated him because of his identity, how could she allow him to bully her like that? Not leaving. Not leaving. I don't want to leave. She muttered and hugged him tightly. Then don't leave. Long Fei Yi also hugged her tightly. He was about to order Uncle Gao to leave when Han Yunshi stopped him. Yi, if I'm not the princess of Western Qin, can you not be the East Qin crown prince? I can't. Long Fei Yi answered without hesitation. She smiled bitterly. Seeing her smile, he also smiled bitterly. What should they do to be together in a proper way? The two of them hugged each other silently. At this moment, the Shadow Guard came to report, Your Highness, Ning Qing has come and said that he must see you. Chapter 843. Ning Qing was not an idiot. Since he could not find Han Yunshi, once he calmed down, he would definitely think of Long Fei Yi. After all, the guards had seen Long Fei Yi chase into the abyss. The Shadow Guard's report made Han Yunshi's originally warm eyes turn cold and filled with displeasure. Putting aside the grudges between Eastern and Western Qin, Ning Qing had ripped off Han Yunshi's clothes and peeked at Han Yunshi's birthmark. He still had not settled this matter with him. If it wasn't for the Dark Wind clan's plot, perhaps even Han Yunshi would not have been able to stop Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi would have already challenged Ning Qing to a duel. At this time of annoyance, Ning Qing's arrival was definitely hitting the tip of the spear. Tell him that Western Qin's princess is currently negotiating with this king, there's nothing for him to do, Long Fei Yi said. Han Yunshi did not know whether to laugh or cry, but she did not stop him. In that instant she suddenly thought of something. She indeed needed to have a good talk with Long Fei Yi. She believed that Long Fei Yi's shadow guard could still stop Ning Qing. What are you laughing at? Long Fei Yi asked in a displeased voice. Didn't you say you couldn't do it? Didn't you want me to leave? I'll just leave with Ning Qing. From now on, you are the East Qin Crown Prince and I am Western Qin's princess. Let's meet again on the battlefield. As Han Yunshi spoke, she really rose to leave, but Long Fei scooped her up and pressed her against his chest. Without a word, he kissed her. More accurately speaking, it wasn't a kiss, but a nibble on her lips. Han Yunshi, my angry words, are you serious? My true words, you've forgotten them. Long Fei Yi gave a cold laugh. True words. Wouldn't exchange for the country? She remembered it clearly. This was directed at Jun Yixie. At that time, she didn't even know that the high and mighty Duke of Qin liked her, a lowly daughter of the Han family. All right, let's go now. We should all conceal our identities and stay away from all of this, Han Yunshi said seriously. I'll take you to Mount Tianshan. If you dare to go there now, you can do it before the snow closes the road. I won't go down the mountain. Long Fei Yi was also serious. As she spoke, she pulled Han Yunshi to get off the carriage. However, Han Yunshi still stopped him. She knew that even if he was willing, he might not feel at ease. Just like how she might not feel at ease even if she was willing. They would either not be together, or if they were together, they would be free and unrestrained, loving each other in a grand and spectacular manner. Han Yunshi held Long Fei Yi's hand and interlocked her fingers with his. Yi, I have something to ask you. It's very important. He didn't let go. Yi, you said before that the East, Western Qin imperial family joined hands to fight the flood at Shajiang that year. Was that the cause of the civil war? Han Yunxi asked seriously. She really had no other way. There was no way to resolve the hatred. She could only search for all possibilities from the source of the hatred. She remembered Ning and Long Feiye's statements. There was a huge discrepancy. When she was at her wits' end, she also had an extravagant hope that this hatred could be resolved from the source. Perhaps it wasn't because of their respective positions that they clung to. Perhaps there really was a misunderstanding in this hatred. For so many years, no one had been able to gain the trust of both the East and Western Qin imperial families. Han Yunxi was the first to make both sides speak the truth. Yes, Long Feiyi answered. Did you lie to me? Yi, I want to know the truth. Han Yunxi looked seriously into Long Feiye's eyes. I didn't lie to you about this. Long Feiyi said seriously. In the past, East, West Qin and Western Qin imperial family had joined hands to fight against each other. They spread rumors that the East Qin crown prince was the reincarnation of a star of calamity who would bring endless disasters to Cloud Realm continent. Back then, the East Qin emperor was sickly and weak. The crown prince was about to ascend the throne, but Western Qin's rumors were used by the East Qin imperial princes. After the emperor passed away, a power struggle broke out and the court became unstable. Western Qin seized the chance to start a war. Is that true? Han Yunxi asked again. Long Feiyi immediately knitted his brows. Han Yunxi quickly explained, I wanted to confirm it, because I heard that it wasn't the truth. Ning Qing told you the truth? Long Feiyi asked. It wasn't Ning Qing, but Ning and Han Yunxi knew that Long Feiyi was full of enmity towards the D clan, so she quickly explained, Yi, do you think they'd lie to me? Han Yunxi had already told Long Feiyi about her situation with the D clan. At the very least, Ning Qing and Ning entrusted her immensely. What did Ning say? Long Feiyi finally relented. Perhaps Han Yunxi was the only one who could get him to back down. No one else would ever be able to do it. Do you know about the iron mine in the middle reaches of Sandy River? Han Yunxi asked. I do. The mine belonged to East Qin and was owned by the crown prince of the time. Long Feiyi thought back a bit, then added, if they wanted to protect the mine, they'd have to destroy the dam and sacrifice the people downstream. Back then, the Black Clan's army was in charge of the dam. Crown Prince Wu ordered the Black Clan to transport as much of the mine as possible before the river flooded. When Long Feiyi said this, Han Yunxi's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't interrupt him and continued to listen to him. Long Feiyi continued, when the Black Clan's army was transporting the iron mine, the Wind Clan's army that was loyal to Western Qin suddenly attacked the Black Clan's army and stole the iron mine. The Black Clan's army resisted. At that time, the East Qin imperial family was fighting fiercely for the throne, so the Western Qin imperial family took this opportunity to start a war. Wind Clan. Black Clan. Han Yunxi shook her head and muttered, Yi, I heard that East Qin ordered the Black Clan's army to destroy the dam to protect the iron mine. Western Qin sent the Wind Clan's army to stop them. The two imperial families started a civil war and the Black Clan's army destroyed East Qin. Long Feiyi sneered without saying anything. Destroy the dam? Do you know how many mermaid soldiers the Mermaid Clan sacrificed to protect the dam? How could East Qin destroy the dam? What a joke. But Ningen has no reason to lie to me. Han Yunxi seriously said. The D clan was tricked, that is not impossible. Long Feiyi said. When these words were said, the two of them were suddenly stunned. Wind Clan. Han Yunxi cried out in shock. Wind Clan. Long Feiyi slowly narrowed his eyes. In the past, the Western Qin imperial family had given the matter of fighting the flood to the Wind Clan. Whether the Black Clan's army protected the dam or destroyed the dam, that was up to the Wind Clan. The Wind clan's betrayal of the Western Qin imperial family and Bai Yanqing's ambition. The Wind clan deceiving the two imperial families was possible. There was no need to explain, the two of them could see the suspicion in each other's eyes. Long Feiyi thought for a bit before saying cold, "It seems like there is a need to have a good talk with Bai Yanqing. If he had to choose between Han Yunshi has no status and forever hostile, he could only choose the former. He could not tolerate the latter. However, if there was a third choice, even if there was only a slight possibility, he was willing to temporarily put down his hatred for the woman in front of him and explore this possibility. Bai Yanqing was the key. Although she knew she was suspicious, Han Yunshi could not help feeling happy. She could finally see hope. She even had a little selfish thought in her heart. She thought that even if the truth was not what she and Long Feiyi guessed, she still wanted to make this guess true. Those grudges had been around for several generations. If they kept entangling and taking revenge, when would it end? Why not give the Eastern and Western Qin imperial family a chance to let go and also give her and Long Feiyi a chance to be together? Let's figure out everything and then make a choice, alright? Han Yunshi asked seriously. Alright. Long Feiyi did not hesitate and agreed decisively. He and Han Yunshi were the same. Her sense of responsibility, her conscience, and her dilemma were all things that he'd experienced and experienced. It was because he understood and endured it that he lied to her in the beginning. Bai Yanqing, since you exposed this prince's lie, you must take responsibility for this lie. Long Feiyi secretly swore that he must make Bai Yanqing pay the price. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the heavy atmosphere between the two eased up quite a bit. Han Yunshi personally poured a cup of tea for Long Feiyi and smiled at him. He looked at Han Yunshi's sweet smile. He suddenly had a selfish thought and thought of a way out. It was also the biggest concession he made for Han Yunshi. He thought that no matter what he learned from Bai Yanqing, no matter what the truth was, even if there was no misunderstanding between the East and Western Qin and only hatred, he was willing to treat this hatred as a misunderstanding and dissolve it. So, no matter what, he had to catch Bai Yanqing before Ningqing. Long Feiyi thought of a person, Gu Beiyue. Seeing Long Feiyi's tense face, Han Yunshi couldn't help scratching him. Smile? We have a way. Long Feiyi couldn't help smiling as he rubbed Han Yunshi's bangs. I know. Very soon, Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi discussed all the details of the ceasefire, including the reason for the ceasefire, the time, the restrictions on both sides, and even how to deal with Bai Yanqing together. Just as they finished talking, the Shadow Guard came to report, "Your Highness, Ningqing has brought a few bodyguards and is coming." "Let Su Donglin go," Long Feiyi said. Han Yunshi hesitated for a moment, but still stopped him. See you next time." She had been here for too long. If she stayed any longer, how could she convince Ningqing that she was saved by Long Feiyi and that she could negotiate cooperation with Long Feiyi? Before they caught the Feng clan and restrained Jun Yixie's cavalry, they could only and must remain in their original state. Of course, Han Yunshi wouldn't tell Ningqing that she had settled all the details of the cooperation in one go. If everything was settled, what reason would she have to see Long Feiyi? Long Feiyi knew the stakes of the matter better than Han Yunshi. But in the end, he couldn't bear to let go. In the end, Han Yunshi broke free from his hand and jumped out of the carriage. As soon as she got out, Long Feiyi pulled her again. "Come up, I'll take you there." No. Han Yunshi immediately refused. She was afraid that she would hesitate and be reluctant and give herself away too much. See you next time. She walked forward decisively, but after a few steps, her pace gradually slowed down. Finally, she stopped and looked back. Long Feiyi was standing beside the carriage, looking at her. They stared at each other. How could he be reluctant to part with her? After a long silence, Long Feiyi finally opened his mouth and said, "Han Yunshi, why aren't you leaving?" Han Yunshi could still hold it in, but when she heard this familiar sentence, her strength suddenly collapsed. In the past, every time he left first, he would look back at her and ask her, Han Yunshi, why aren't you leaving? No matter how far it was, he would wait for her. She would run over and return to his side. But now it was such a scene. Looking at Long Fei Ye's cold and solemn expression, Han Yunshi's eyes reddened. She suddenly ran towards him and stopped in front of him. Long Fei Ye was helpless and hugged her. Let me send you there. Chapter 844. Han Yunshi finally returned to the carriage. It was at this time that she realized she wasn't strong at all, she wasn't decisive at all. She returned to her familiar position and leaned on Long Fei Ye's shoulder. She suddenly wanted to be willful and go back with Long Fei Ye like this. What East Qin, Western Qin, what national enmity, what family hatred, what responsibility, what conscience, all of that should scram. The carriage quickly headed north. Long Fei Ye sat there without saying a word. Han Yunshi hoped he would say something. She secretly glanced at him and saw that he was expressionless. She gritted her teeth and swallowed the words she wanted to say back into her stomach. She leaned on his shoulder and held his arm, interlocking her fingers with his. After being silent for a while, Han Yunshi finally couldn't take it anymore. She deliberately held his arm very tightly, wanting Long Fei Ye to speak. However, he didn't seem to feel any pain and remained indifferent. She clearly knew she couldn't stay, but she couldn't help wanting to stay. She clearly knew it was useless to say anything, but she really wanted him to say something. Even if it was just to coax her, it would be fine. She had never been this dependent and unwilling to part with him. Uncomfortable. Long Fei Ye, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? It was only a short journey from this mountain to the border between the two armies. Long Fei Ye, could it be he was planning to remain silent until they separated? Although she wouldn't tell Ning Qing that they had already discussed the cooperation and that they still had many opportunities to continue negotiating, how could it be that easy to get rid of the people on both sides? Han Yunshi was depressed. She looked up at Long Fei Ye, but Long Fei Ye was still expressionless. He looked forward and didn't even look at her. She used her strength and tightly held his fingers. She was so tight that she hurt, but Long Fei Ye didn't feel any pain or itch. Han Yunshi was about to cry. Ai, this fellow was even more ruthless than her. If she couldn't do it, she shouldn't have any thoughts. When she couldn't be willful, she shouldn't let her emotions run wild. How could everything go according to one's wishes all the time? Han Yunshi comforted herself and gradually let go of Long Fei Ye's hand. Long Fei Ye did not hold her hand again, nor did he look at her. After a short while, the carriage stopped. Before they got out of the car, they heard Ning Cheng's voice. Long Fei Ye, is the Princess of Western Qin in your hands? Long Fei Ye, hand him over. Otherwise, I won't hold back. With Ning Cheng's voice, he was probably going crazy. Han Yunshi felt helpless. Just as she was about to get out of the car, Long Fei Ye suddenly stopped her. If you don't want to leave, then stay here. Han Yunshi looked at him in shock. Long Fei Ye didn't explain anything. He pushed her back and then got off the carriage, leaving Han Yunshi sitting in the carriage, her heart beating faster. What did he mean? As soon as Long Fei Ye got out of the carriage, Ning Qing grew even more agitated. Long Fei Ye, the princess fell into the abyss. You chased her down before I did, so she must be in your hands. Hand her over immediately, or else... Before Ning Qing could finish, Long Fei Ye cut him off. Otherwise what? Do you think your Ning clan troops can contend against your lordship with your current strength? Don't blame your lordship for not reminding you, but there are 10 great clans in Tianning who are very dissatisfied with your Ning clan and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Ning Qing narrowed his eyes at these words. So the princess really is in your hands. What do you want? Ning Qing had long been on guard against Long Fei Ye's warning. Although Long Fei Ye had been the one to propose a truce, Ning Qing was still at a disadvantage in terms of strength. If the Ning clan troops didn't have the red coat cannons, Long Fei Ye's troops would probably be marching all the way to the capital by now. The Ning clan had the red coat cannons, but Long Feiyi had the power of the Jianghu. Ning Qing had suffered losses at the hands of the Jianghu before. They wouldn't directly participate in the war, but would bring him all sorts of inconveniences, troubles, and obstacles. Now that Long Feiyi was in control of Celestial Mountain, he was in control of the Jianghu as well. As soon as Long Feiyi used the power of the Jianghu, the consequences would be even more severe than Duanmu Yao's. In other words, Ning Qing wanted a truce even more than Long Feiyi. This crown prince can agree to a truce and work with you against the Wind clan, but Han Yunshi must remain in my camp as a hostage. As soon as Long Feiyi finished speaking, Han Yunshi's heart skipped a beat. She finally understood why Long Feiyi had been so indifferent earlier. It turned out that he had been silently planning this. Hostage? Only he could think of such a thing, and only he dared to bring it up. He was clearly the one who had taken the initiative to negotiate a truce, all right? Impossible. Ning Cheng's voice was terrifyingly cold. Long Feiyi, hand over the princess immediately, or we'll meet on the battlefield. Someone come, inform Bailey Yuanlong to prepare for battle. After speaking, he got into the carriage and casually ordered, Uncle Gao, let's go back. He was already sitting next to her, but Han Yunshi was still in a daze. If last night's tenderness was like a beautiful dream, then at this moment, she felt that everything in front of her was like a dream, an inconceivable dream. She looked at Long Feiyi's domineering figure, cold side profile, and indifferent eyes. She was so moved that she didn't know what to say. Women, sometimes they were just this stupid. They didn't care whether things would succeed or not, whether it was realistic or not. All they needed was a man's attitude. Thus, women would often judge a man based on his attitude, rather than his true strength or ability to act. Even someone as intelligent and calm as Han Yunshi was more or less like this. How could they really start a war? If they really started a war, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? Long Feiyi's attitude was enough. However, Long Feiyi wasn't a man good at expressing his attitude. He was more of a man of action. At this moment, he wasn't expressing his attitude, he was taking action. Uncle Gao really started the carriage to leave. Han Yunshi was shocked. Long Feiyi, you dare. Ning Qing couldn't believe it. He was about to give chase when the shadow guards flew over to block his path. Very quickly, Ning Qing and the shadow guards began to fight. As soon as Ning Qing took out the pear blossom rain needles, Su Donglin's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He motioned for everyone to retreat. Ning Qing took the chance to chase up to the carriage and aimed the pear blossom rain needles at the carriage. Long Feiyi, hand over the princess. Ning Qing roared. Long Feiyi didn't even get out of the carriage. Instead, he remained cold and replied, 2 months. In 2 months, this crown prince will flatten Tianning and destroy your Ning clan army. Ning Qing cut him off coldly. What awaits you will be Jun Yixie's 100,000 cavalry. If Long Feiyi really destroyed the Ning clan army, wouldn't the Northern Dynasty's emperors be on guard against him? In 2 months, Jun Yixie's 100,000 cavalry would all arrive. Long Feiyi laughed coldly. Ning Qing, you're a smart man. Do you think the Northern Dynasty's emperors will choose to trust Jun Yixie's sincerity, or this prince's truce agreement? These words stunned Ning Qing as if he'd been hit in the head. That's right. Long Feiyi still had a choice. He could lead his troops north to conquer Tianning while signing a truce agreement with the Northern Dynasty's emperors. This way, the Northern Dynasty's emperors wouldn't have to worry about the rear and could truly suppress Jun Yixie. In other words, Long Feiyi could stop fighting with the Ning clan troops and work together to deal with Jun Yixie. He could also work with Northern Li to deal with both the Ning clan troops and Jun Yixie. His Ning clan troops, on the other hand, would be in a passive position. They would be completely suppressed by Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi, don't forget. If you can work with Northern Li, so can my Western Qin. Ning Qing retorted coldly. Long Feiyi laughed coldly. Ningqing, why don't you take a gamble? It wasn't that Ningqing didn't dare to gamble, but he knew he'd lose without a doubt. Han Yunshi had long told him that Long Fei Yi had many spies in Northernly. The Long Fei Yi was the one behind the horse plague in Northernly. He, on the other hand, had no advantage in Northernly. Long Fei Yi had many choices. As for him, other than taking the risk and cooperating with the Feng clan, he could only be controlled by Long Fei Yi. Ningqing finally hesitated. Long Fei Yi, I can't make this decision. I want to see the princess. In fact, this was their real negotiation. In public, Long Fei Yi should let Han Yunshi, the Western Qin princess, come forward. But in private, he wanted to kill Ningqing. How could he let Han Yunshi show her face in public? It wasn't like Long Fei Yi hadn't used public power to avenge private wrongs. This is your D clan's choice, not Han Yunshi's, Long Fei Yi said. Ningqing, you can give up the Western Qin princess. If you rely on the Feng clan, you can also show your sincerity and cooperate with this crown prince. Ningqing was a smart person. He didn't need Long Fei Yi to explain. He understood the meaning of Long Fei Yi's words. He still had another option, which was to cooperate with the Wind clan. However, cooperating with the Wind clan meant betraying the West Qin imperial family along with the Wind clan. In that case, it didn't matter to him who had the princess. If he chose to cooperate with Long Fei Yi and agreed to take the princess as a hostage, it would be the sincerity that Long Fei Yi wanted. Or it could be said that he wanted to restrain him. Ningqing would never choose the former, but he was even more unwilling to choose the latter. Coldly, he looked at the carriage, his right hand tightly holding the pearflower storm needles. He wanted to kill Long Fei Yi right now. However, he didn't have the courage to use the pearflower storm needles because he knew that Han Yunshi was in the carriage. In the end, Ningqing knelt down on one knee and said loudly, "Princess, you have made your choice. Please tell this subordinate, what should this subordinate do?" Han Yunshi didn't have time to feel the surprise that Long Fei Yi gave her. Her heart was blocked. Although Long Fei Yi stopped her, she still got out of the carriage. Although Ningqing didn't know what was going on between her and Long Fei Yi, since he said so, she couldn't stay silent anymore. She at least had to give Ningqing an explanation, a reason to be relieved. Han Yunshi got out of the carriage, and Long Fei Yi followed closely behind. When Ningqing saw Han Yunshi, his dim eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Han Yunshi from head to toe. "Your Highness, are you well?" "I'm fine. Long Fei Yi saved me. I've already made a deal with him. I'll be a hostage. Western Qin will spare no effort to deal with the Feng clan and Northernly together," Han Yunshi said seriously. "Princess, how can you believe Long Fei Yi's words?" As Ningqing spoke, he knelt down on the other knee and kowtowed with the head that he had been proud of for more than 20 years. "Your Highness, please reconsider." Seeing Ningqing like this, how could Han Yunshi not feel guilty? Guilty? Regardless of right or wrong, regardless of the future, right now, her actions were trampling on Ningqing's loyalty. Ningqing's words rang in her ears again. "Han Yunshi, even if it's you, you can't trample on the D clan's loyalty and honor." Han Yunshi didn't say anything for a long time. Long Fei Yi glanced at her and casually threw something to Ningqing. "Take it. This is this crown prince's sincerity." Chapter 845. Ningqing caught the thing that Long Fei Yi threw over. When he opened it, his expression changed. When Han Yunshi saw it, her heart trembled in fear. This thing was none other than the East Qin Imperial Jade Seal. Long Fei Yi was using the East Qin Imperial Jade Seal to trade for her. So domineering and so decisive. What truth or lie was no longer important. Actions were the final result and determined everything. From the moment Long Fei Yi decided to keep her, he had already made a choice between her and his national enmity. He chose the latter. So, he put down his hatred for the D clan and showed his sincerity in cooperating. Not to mention what path East and Western Qin would take after dealing with the Feng clan, whether it would be reconciliation or an even more intense battle. At least now, Long Feiyi had taken the first step. Seeing such a domineering and decisive Long Feiyi, Han Yunshi really wished that she was the real Western Qin princess, a Western Qin princess with great power. Just like him, she could be willful, dictatorial, domineering, and spectacular. However, even though she was the princess of Western Qin, she was still under Ning Cheng's control, wasn't she? Ning Cheng suddenly stood up and asked, Long Feiyi, why? The imperial jade seal in his hand was heavy and real. It couldn't be fake. Ning Cheng couldn't understand. Since Long Feiyi had so many choices, why did he choose to cooperate with Western Qin and show such sincerity? A trace of worry slowly rose in Ning Cheng's heart. Before he could confirm it, Long Feiyi gave him the answer. Because this prince wants her. It was just one sentence. It was so simple, so direct, and so domineering. Ning Cheng was stunned, and so was Han Yunshi. She never thought that Long Feiyi would reveal everything. She had spent a lot of effort to win Ning Cheng's trust. As for Long Feiyi himself, the pressure on him in the East Qin camp was not small. How could he, before Han Yunshi could regain her senses, Long Feiyi had already held her hand. Ning Cheng, is this reason enough? Ning Cheng had no time to care about Long Feiyi. He looked at Han Yunshi with a frown. His eyes were full of questions, but no one saw the pain hidden behind his questioning. At this moment, no one could see the pain in his left hand. Long Feiyi's heavy sincerity had helped Han Yunshi repay the guilt she felt towards Western Qin and the D clan. She had lied to Ning Cheng, but Long Feiyi had not. Han Yunshi magnanimously replied to Ning Cheng, I love him. Ning Cheng's right hand cracked as he clenched it. A trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. Han Yunshi, don't forget your oath. I will remember. Even if I love him, I will not betray Western Qin. Han Yunshi coldly said. You've already betrayed him. Ning Cheng angrily said. I haven't. Han Yunshi sternly denied. Ning Cheng, you should know better than me that Western Qin has no other choice. They can only stop the war and cooperate with Long Feiyi. Ning Cheng began to laugh. Han Yunshi, have you ever thought that if the Feng clan is destroyed, Northernly will fall into Long Feiyi's hands? You can't be naive enough to think that Western Qin can survive, right? Long Feiyi, who had been silent the entire time, finally opened his mouth. He grabbed Ning Cheng's collar as he approached Han Yunshi. He coldly looked at him. Ning Cheng, at that time, we can only rely on our own abilities. For the Feng clan, this prince is not yielding to you, but to Han Yunshi. Ning Cheng swatted away Long Feiyi's hand. He coldly looked at Han Yunshi and sternly said, My Western Qin does not need this kind of yielding. Han Yunshi helplessly shook her head. Ning Cheng, then tell me, what should I do? She had to lead the Ning family's soldiers and fight to the death. She clearly knew that she would be destroyed, but she would be like moths to a flame? She had already sacrificed so many people, was it still not enough? Was she going to take revenge generation after generation? What was it for? So what if she took revenge and restored her country? Would she be able to live in peace forever? East and West Qin were originally one and the same. They were originally one race, a glorious and powerful empire. Back then, whether it was a misunderstanding or hatred, could they really not be resolved? Could they not live and prosper together like they did in the past? Ning Cheng, do you really want me to lead all of Western Qin's loyalists into the fire pit, knowing that they will die one after another? Is this not considered letting them down? Han Yunshi questioned. At least we won't let down Western Qin. Ning Cheng coldly said. Aren't they Western Qin? Han Yunshi asked in disbelief. Ning Cheng, tell me, what is Western Qin? What is it? Is it you? Is it me? Is it the D clan? Is it the Shadow clan? Is it everyone? Or is it just a dream An unreachable dream that must be sacrificed generation after generation? Ning Qing, I'll go back with you now. But you have to tell me, where should Western Qin go from here? Western Qin. Will there be a tomorrow? Han Yunxi's voice was choked with sobs. Ning Qing was silent. Actually, he didn't know what to do. There was only one thought in his mind, which was that he didn't want this woman to leave and return to Long Fei Ye's side. Ning Qing, the civil strife in eastern and western Qin was caused by an iron mine. Ningen said that East Qin abandoned the people downstream to protect the iron mine. Do you know how many mermaid soldiers the Bai clan sacrificed to resist the flood? How could East Qin ignore the Bai clan's sacrifice for an iron mine? If it's like this, why is the Bai clan still loyal to East Qin? Han Yunxi said seriously, Ning Qing, East Qin sent the Black clan to steal the mined ore, but the Wind clan stationed in Western Qin mistakenly thought that East Qin destroyed the dam to protect the mine. Was this a misunderstanding between Eastern and Western Qin, or a misunderstanding between the Black clan and the Wind clan? Or was it a conspiracy between the two of them? You believe Long Fei Ye's sophistry? Ning Qing smiled coldly. Long Fei Ye's eyes grew cold. If not for Han Yunxi, he wouldn't be wasting words with Ning Qing right now. He also wouldn't have spent so much effort to hide the truth of Northern Li's situation and convince Bailey Yuanlong to call for a ceasefire. He would have personally led his troops to sweep through Tianning long ago. Ning Qing, do you want this prince to have Bailey Yuanlong fish out the bones of the mermaid soldiers from the bottom of the sandy river so you can take a good look? Long Fei Yi said angrily. Ning Qing was stunned. If Long Fei Yi wasn't lying, then East Qin really didn't need to protect the iron mine and lose the Bai clan's morale. In that case, the cause of the civil war all those years ago was very likely a misunderstanding. Or perhaps, as Han Yunxi had said, a conspiracy. The Wind clan. Ning Qing's heart trembled with fear. He remembered how the Wind and Black clans had been the vanguard during the war between the two countries. The Wind clan had been routed one by one and was the main reason why the Western Qin Empire had been destroyed so quickly. After the Black clan had destroyed the Western Qin Empire, they had switched sides to East Qin not long after. The Black clan, Ning Qing, suddenly looked towards Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Ye's lips were curled into a cold smile. Whatever Ning Qing had thought of, he had thought of as well. After a while, Ning Qing was still angry. This is only your conjecture. Ning Qing, this is only a conjecture, but it is also an opportunity. An opportunity to save everyone. Han Yunxi loudly said. Ning Qing looked into Han Yunxi's eyes. He no longer called her princess and directly called her by her name. Han Yunxi, if the truth is hatred, what will you choose? Han Yunxi replied without hesitation. I will answer you when I know the truth. What if I want to know the answer now? Ning Qing asked back. Han Yunxi laughed. Ning Qing, Western Qin's princess, do I have the right to refuse you? Ning Qing seemed to realize something and suddenly fell silent. Han Yunxi approached. Leng asked again, Ning Qing, I will answer you now. I will go back with you now. Long Fei Yi will still work with me to deal with the Feng clan. After we destroy the Feng clan, we will compete with Long Fei Yi for this world. It will depend on our own abilities. At this point, Ning Qing and Long Fei Yi both looked over. However, Han Yunxi didn't finish her words. She continued, but no matter who wins or loses, as long as I complete the princess's mission, I will still be with him unless I die, unless he doesn't want me anymore. So, no matter who wins or loses in the future, after everything is over, you and I will die together. If she won, Long Fei Yi would lose. If she lost, Long Fei Yi would win. No matter who won or lost, both of them would have a clear conscience for Eastern and Western Qin. Long Fei Yi had even taken out the Imperial Jade Seal. Why should she care so much? If that day really came, she would be willing to be nameless. As long as she could stay by his side, what harm was there? Long Fei rubbed her bangs and smiled faintly. You are not allowed to die. No matter who wins or loses, I will not abandon you. I will marry you again. Believe me. Ning Qing looked at them. His left hand was clearly in pain, but he still clenched it little by little. The more he clenched it, the more painful it became. I believe you, Han Yunxi said. She broke free from Long Fei's hand and stood in front of Ning Qing. She said indifferently, let's go back. Long Fei's eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance, but he didn't stop her. Although in the carriage, this woman had almost broken his hand, but in the end she was still strong, stronger than he had imagined. She had to be resolute, decisive, straightforward, natural and unrestrained. Han Yunxi had already taken several steps, but Ning Qing still didn't leave. Finally, he said to Long Fei, no matter what, I will not cooperate with you. You and I will stop fighting. Against the Feng clan, we will rely on our own abilities. I, the Princess of Western Qin, do not need you to give in. He caught up to Han Yunxi and stuffed the imperial jade seal into her hands. Cold, he said, Han Yunxi, take it. After I destroy the Feng clan, I will return it to Long Fei. Remember to come back. I will wait for you to come back and fight side by side. Ning Cheng's stubbornness was infuriating. Ning Cheng's persistence was heartbreaking. But at least he had given in and followed Han Yunxi's wishes. But at least this time, not only for Western Qin, but also for the pain and love in his hands. He was persistent to the end. He walked past Han Yunxi and left without looking back. Watching Ning Cheng's back disappear into the distance, Han Yunxi was filled with emotion. Even if Long Fei stopped the war and Ning Qing had nothing to worry about, he couldn't destroy the Feng clan before Long Fei. Long Fei walked over and cold said, he will lose for sure. You are not allowed to help him. Han Yunxi did not say anything. She would not help Ning Qing or Long Fei when it came to dealing with the Feng clan. She would let the two of them compete. Love, hatred, defeat, victory, and defeat, it would all depend on their own abilities. It felt good to confess everything, to say the truest thoughts in the bottom of her heart. There was no deception, no guilt, and her entire heart was relaxed. This feeling was too good. She said, Long Fei, if we really can avoid fighting, then let's have a good fight and then be together forever, okay? Long Fei grabbed her. Let's talk about it after we catch Bai Yanqing. Why are you thinking so much? Let's go back. The word go back woke Han Yunxi from her complicated thoughts. Yes, why was she thinking so much? She should enjoy the present. Back in the carriage, Han Yunxi waited for a long time. She thought that Long Fei would ask about the oath, but who knew that Long Fei did not ask?